One elder after another looked at the sky, gazing at the converging cold plum blossoms, all with shocked expressions. Such a strong bloodline. I wonder which junior has awakened the cold plum bloodline to cause such an unusual phenomenon. Remarkable. Our cold water holy land is about to produce another peerless genius. The elders knew what this phenomenon represented and became excited one after another. Although the young disciples didn't know what the phenomenon meant, they knew it must not be a bad thing. The cold plum bloodline was the highest bloodline of the cold water holy land. Many disciples even vaguely felt their own bloodlines boiling, just like their hearts. Wu Xingguang was in his own courtyard, looking at the distant cold plum blossoms, feeling vaguely uneasy. He said in a low voice, "Elder, do you know what's happening?" The Wu family's 7th-level elder said, according to family records, the Gu family of the cold water holy land possesses the cold plum bloodline. Once this bloodline awakens, cultivating the ice-grade Dao becomes twice as effective, and the power of related secret techniques and spells greatly increases. But the cold plum bloodline is not easy to awaken. It often only awakens after reaching the 7th level. Even the current Holy Lord Gu Hanyu has not awakened the cold plum bloodline. This time the cold water holy land has a cold plum bloodline awakening. I don't know if it's one of their elders or someone else. If it's an elder, that's normal. If it's someone else, it only means the cold water holy land's luck is flourishing and they've produced a peerless genius. Wu Xingguang frowned. Could they be more of a genius than me? 2. The 7th-level elder said, "You can't compare like that. The definition of genius isn't about a moment, but about a lifetime. It's about who can go further and live longer in this lifetime of cultivation. Even the most genius person, if they fall halfway, they're no longer a genius. A dead genius is no different from an ordinary person." Wu Xingguang gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Once I marry Gu Hanjing and use the secret technique to take all her cultivation, this young master's achievements will certainly not be inferior to any genius of this age." The 7th-level elder said, "Even so, we must act carefully. We can't kill her, otherwise we won't be able to explain to the cold water holy land." Wu Xingguang chuckled, "Of course, I do have some self-control." Several minutes after the cold plum blossoms appeared, they finally disappeared. Gu Hanjing slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, her aura had qualitatively changed, advancing from the 3rd level of Dao Venerable to the 4th level. Moreover, her potential was far from fully released. In the long period to come, her cultivation would rapidly increase. Reaching the 5th level of Dao Venerable wouldn't be a problem, and even the 6th level wasn't impossible. After suffering for so many years and escaping death, she would naturally receive ample rewards. "Sister!" Gu Hanjing excitedly bounced over, throwing herself into Gu Hanyu's arms. Gu Hanyu was also teary-eyed at this moment. "Jinger has finally returned." Gu Hanjing giggled, "Of course I could come back." The two sisters hugged for a while before separating. Gu Hanjing looked at Lin Moyu with a smile. "Brother-in-law, your real person looks better than your soul." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Are you complimenting me on looking good, or criticizing my soul for being ugly?" Gu Hanjing giggled, "That depends on how brother-in-law wants to take it." At this time, she noticed that Gu Tsang and Gu Hanbing were also here. Her expression became strange. "Ice Ancestor, Tsang Ancestor, why are you here too?" Ice Ancestor said, "Don't you know what just happened?" Gu Hanjing said, "What could have happened?" "I just broke through, that's all." Ice Ancestor said, "Do you know that you've awakened the cold plum bloodline?" Gu Hanjing was clearly unaware of what had just happened, and didn't know she had awakened the cold plum bloodline. Ice Ancestor said, "Use your full power and try to sense your bloodline." Gu Hanjing did as told. Powerful aura shot to the sky, her bloodline surging. On Gu Hanjing's brow, a cold plum blossom appeared, lifelike and very clear. The clearer the cold plum blossom, the stronger her cold plum bloodline. Tsang Ancestor said, "Not bad, you've awakened a very strong cold plum bloodline." Ice Ancestor said in a low voice, "Good, you qualify to become the new Holy Lord." Gu Hanjing exclaimed, "Me, become Holy Lord?" Ice Ancestor said, "That's right. Hanyu is about to get married, leaving the position of Holy Lord vacant. Originally we were discussing having Hanyu choose someone, but now that you've awakened the Cold Plum bloodline, according to the Holy Land's rules, you're the next Holy Lord." Gu Hanjing quickly said, "No, I can't do it. I don't have that ability." Song Ancestor chuckled, "Don't worry about that. Among us elders, many have been Holy Lords before. They will all teach you. And with Ice Ancestors supporting you from behind, what are you afraid of? If anyone doesn't obey, beat them until they do." Ice Ancestor said, "This is this ancestor's decision, and also your sister's decision. You can't disobey." At this time, Gu Hanjing looked pitifully at Gu Hanyu. "Sister, help me say something. I really can't do it." Gu Hanyu shook her head. "It's no problem. Sister believes in you." For her own and Lin Muiyu's happiness, Gu Hanyu directly sold out Gu Hanjing. Now Gu Hanjing was like being roasted on fire, having to go up whether she wanted to or not. Finally, with great reluctance, Gu Hanjing could only agree. Looking at Gu Hanjing's bitter face, as if saying she'd rather fight soul worms than this, just out of the tiger's mouth and into the wolf's den, her suffering wasn't over yet. Gu Hanyu smiled and said, "Jinger, there's one more thing for you to do. Young Master Wu Xingwen of the Wu family wants to propose marriage to you." "What?" Gu Hanjing jumped up with a scream. This news was like a bolt from the blue, shocking her to the core. Not just her, but the two elders were also shocked. Ice Ancestor said, "Has that fellow gone mad?" "Holy Lord, didn't you refuse?" Gu Hanyu said, "I did refuse, but he's holding your token, Ice Ancestor. He insists that Jinger must refuse in person. You know Jinger's previous condition, how could she refuse in person?" Ice Ancestor thought for a moment. "Years ago, the Wu family helped me once, so I left them a token that would allow them to make one not too excessive request. As time passed, I forgot about this matter. I didn't expect it to be used like this. But why do they want to marry Jinger?" Gu Hanyu shared her guess, mentioning the Ice Soul secret technique. Song Ancestor frowned. "It should be because of the Wu family's flower-gathering secret technique." Ice Ancestor asked, "What is the flower-gathering secret technique?" Song Ancestor said, "This is a very ancient secret technique. Its basic function is for dual cultivation, but it has another ability that only a few people know about. This technique can absorb the cultivation of the dual cultivation partner, transferring the other party's cultivation to oneself. The Wu family has used this secret technique to do many absurd and outrageous things in the past." Gu Hanjing asked curiously, "How absurd?" Song Ancestor said, "When the Wu family's ancestors were nearing the end of their lifespan, they would have their descendants use this secret technique to absorb their cultivation. Dual cultivation technique, absorbing cultivation from their own ancestors." Gu Hanjing finally understood, her cheeks turning red. What a shameless technique. Ice Ancestor's face was gloomy at this point. "So you're saying, the Wu family learned about Hanjing's situation, and wants to use the Ice Soul secret technique along with their flower-gathering secret technique to absorb all of Hanjing's cultivation?" Song Ancestor nodded. "It should be so. I know there are several elders in the Holy Land who have long wanted to send Hanjing away. In their eyes, Hanjing has long been useless. Using this to form a marriage alliance with the Wu family is also a good choice for them." Ice Ancestor snorted coldly. "We need to investigate which fellow came up with this idea. This ancestor wants to teach them a lesson." Hearing that some elders wanted to use her as a tool, Gu Hanjing's face also turned ashen. Gu Hanyu gently squeezed her hand. "Jinger, some things may be different from what you imagine. Once you take the position of Holy Lord, you will gradually understand. Many things cannot be understood until one is in that position. When many of the Cold Water Holy Land's elders were still ordinary disciples, they may have considered friendships and relationships. When young, people are more likely to act on impulse and do rash things. But once they become elders and have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, with all their former peers gone, what they consider begins to change. Juniors are merely juniors. They care more about gains and losses, will calculate and compare, and are more concerned with the interests of the entire sect and Holy Land. So they lose some of their human touch, putting sect interests first. The more selfish ones will even consider personal interests. When disciples are abandoned, they become tools to be used as much as possible. As for whether the disciples' final treatment is fair, it's actually not within the consideration of those elders. This is human nature and reality. It's very difficult to teach, as Gu Hanyu said, only when one reaches that position can they understand. Lin Moyu looked at the ashen-faced Gu Hanjing. Actually, you don't need to think too much. There's a universal rule in this world, and that's the fist. As long as your fist is big enough and hard enough, you don't need to care about anything or weigh anything. No one will dare to go against your will. Lin Moyu's words were easy to understand. Gu Hanjing completely understood and gritted her teeth. Then I'll cultivate to the highest realm and make everyone who dares to bully me pay the price. Lin Moyu chuckled, not knowing what kind of days awaited that elder who had proposed using Gu Hanjing as a waste resource. Having provoked such a young mistress, their days probably wouldn't be too good. They could only pray for themselves. Gu Hanyu said, "We'll talk about these things later." Now Jinger needs to go personally refuse Wu Xingwang and take back Ice Ancestor's token. Gu Hanjing nodded vigorously. I want to see which fellow is so bold as to have designs on this young lady. Gu Hanyu teleported everyone to the main hall and ordered someone to call Wu Xingwang over. A moment later, Wu Xingwang arrived at the hall with his 2 7th-level elders. Seeing Gu Hanjing sitting beside Gu Hanyu, Wu Xingwang's heart sank, and he thought to himself, this is bad. He never imagined his information could be wrong, that Gu Hanjing would be safe and sound. Gu Hanyu coughed lightly, her clear voice ringing out, "Young Master Wu, you may speak now." At this point, Wu Xingwang had already drawn his bow and could not shoot. Suppressing the unease in his heart, he gathered his courage and said, "Fairy Jing, I am Wu Xingwang of the Wu family. I've come specially to propose marriage to you." Before he could finish, Gu Hanjing glared at him, "Get lost. What are you to dare propose to this young lady?" Gu Hanjing was currently holding back anger, her temper very bad. Wu Xingwang couldn't even finish the second half of his sentence before being shut down. His face changed dramatically. "Fairy Jing, if you have any requests, feel free to make them. This young master can satisfy them all." Gu Hanjing suddenly smiled. "All right then. Cripple your own cultivation right now. If you're willing to cripple your cultivation, this young lady doesn't mind taking a male concubine and keeping you by her side." Wu Xingwang's face immediately turned extremely ugly. He couldn't possibly meet Gu Hanjing's demand. Crippling his cultivation at his age was equivalent to suicide. Wu Xingwang's eyes rolled, and he took a deep breath. "Since Fairy Jing is adamant about not marrying this young master, I won't force the issue. I'll take my leave then." As he said this, he turned to leave. But just as he turned, he heard Gu Hanyu's voice, "Young Master Wu may leave, but please leave Ice Ancestor's token as agreed." Wu Xingwang clearly didn't want to hand over Ice Ancestor's token. He argued forcefully, just now Fairy Jing didn't personally refuse. It's just that this young master couldn't meet Fairy Jing's demands and voluntarily withdrew. So there's no need to return Ice Ancestor's token. Lin Moyu suddenly chuckled, "If you don't want to hand it over, just say so. Why find such a lame excuse? But do you think you can leave the cold water Holy Land without handing over the token?" The 2 7th-level elders who came with Wu Xingwang simultaneously took half a step forward, shielding Wu Xingwang behind them. Wu Xingwang said in a low voice, "Do you want to forcibly take it? Aren't you afraid of offending my Wu family?" At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "No need for such trouble. Today this ancestor is taking back this token. Another day, this ancestor will personally visit the Wu family to seek an explanation." An immense power suddenly descended, like countless mountains falling on Wu Xingwang and the other two. All three grunted and couldn't move. The two 7th-level elders' faces changed dramatically. They felt how strong this power was, far beyond what they could resist. They knew Ice Ancestor had made her move. Facing the 9th-level Tao Venerable Ice Ancestor, the two of them had absolutely no power to resist. Ice Ancestor's token flew out from Wu Xingguang's bosom, shattering into powder in front of him with a bang. Then the heavy pressure disappeared. Wu Xingguang felt like he'd been granted amnesty, gasping for breath. Looking at the powder floating in the air, Wu Xingguang wanted to say something more, but was stopped by the two 7th-level elders. The two transmitted to Wu Xingguang, "Let's leave first. This is the Cold Water Holy Land. Don't court death." Wu Xingguang took a deep breath and said loudly, "Since that's the case, this young master will report truthfully to the family. We respectfully await Ice Ancestor's visit. See the guests out." Gu Hanyu didn't stand on ceremony, directly ordering someone to escort Wu Xingguang and the others out. Although the Cold Water Holy Land and the Wu family hadn't completely fallen out, their relationship could now be considered hostile. But the Cold Water Holy Land wasn't afraid. No matter how long the Wu family's reach, it couldn't extend here. The Cold Water Holy Land had always been domineering in its attitude towards outsiders. Gu Hanyu said, "All right, now let's deal with our internal affairs. Jinger, come with me. There are some things I need to explain to you clearly." To hand over the position of Holy Lord to Gu Hanjing, many things needed to be explained clearly. This couldn't be done in a short time and would probably take a while. Gu Hanjing was still making a last struggle. "Sister, can't we reconsider?" Gu Hanyu chuckled. "What do you think?" As she spoke, she glanced at Lin Moyu. Gu Hanjing immediately understood her sister's meaning. She hung her head. "All right, my fist isn't as big as sister's, and definitely not as big as brother-in-law's. I can only accept my fate." Gu Hanyu lightly tapped her head. "You learn fast. Weren't you quite forceful with Wu Xingguang just now? Be like that when you become Holy Lord in the future. With Ice Ancestors supporting you from behind, what's there to be afraid of?" Gu Hanyu took Gu Hanjing away to explain the Holy Lord matters. Lin Moyu was teleported back to Gu Hanyu's residence. Lin Moyu looked around the not-so-large courtyard. It was very clean, with everything it should have, but lacking vitality. The entire courtyard was too clean, with no plants except for cold jade stones. Lin Moyu shook his head slightly. "So this is how the Holy Lord of the mighty Cold Water Holy Land lives." Little Mei smiled and said, "What does teacher think it should be like?" Lin Moyu said, "You can see a person from their courtyard. It seems Hanyu has been quite busy usually." He flicked his finger, and a strand of life force flew out. Instantly, the courtyard was filled with vitality. Under the cold ice, flowers and grass grew, sprouting from the earth like a miracle. Then he waved his hand, and the broken stones quickly became smooth. In the blink of an eye, the originally bare courtyard now had large patches of greenery, appearing full of life. Lin Moyu said, "This looks better. Who knows how long they'll take?" Little Mei, cultivate for a while. Teacher also needs to cultivate for a bit. Lin Moyu took out a lounge chair, chose a comfortable position to lie down, then took out a jade tablet and began examining it. Little Mei was somewhat curious, as this was the first time she had seen Lin Moyu cultivate like this. She guessed the jade tablet in Lin Moyu's hand must be unusual. Lin Moyu's voice sounded, "No need to be curious. This jade tablet was given by Elder Gu Hanyu. It contains knowledge about divine talismans. But with your current knowledge of formations and runes, you wouldn't be able to understand it at all. Wait until teacher masters it first, then I'll teach it to you. If you want to understand it, first lay a solid foundation in formations and runes." Little Mei made an O sound, so it's the ancestor's token. Little Mei understands. Little Mei of course knew about divine talismans. She also knew that with her current level in formations and runes, she couldn't comprehend them at all. She would honestly study simple formations and runes first, laying a good foundation before moving on. Days passed one by one, and Lin Moyu's understanding of divine talismans deepened. He began to understand the relationship between formations, runes, and divine talismans. The current formations, talisman formations, and even runes all actually originated from divine talismans. Divine talismans were truly things that could directly connect to the great Tao. If one's talent was strong enough to cultivate formations and runes to the extreme, they would ultimately have to turn towards divine talismans. Divine talismans were a necessary path, and the only path to the great Tao. Now that he had obtained the jade tablet from Gu Hanyu, it could help him avoid many detours. 10 days later, Gu Hanyu came. Seeing her courtyard dotted with greenery, appearing full of vitality, a slight smile appeared on Gu Hanyu's face. Lin Moyu opened his eyes, explained everything clearly. Gu Hanyu nodded, explained clearly. Next is just waiting to announce Hanjing's succession as Holy Lord. Lin Moyu asked, "What about our marriage?" Gu Hanyu shook her head, "No need for any wedding ceremony. Our cold water holy land doesn't go in for that sort of thing. The elders will explain clearly when the time comes. But before that, there's still some preparatory work to do. It will probably take about half a month. However, Ice Ancestor and the others will take care of those things. I don't need to be involved anymore." For such a large holy land to change its leader required a lot of preparation work. They also needed to inform the various big and small leaders within their sphere of influence. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Then what do you plan to do for this half-month?" He could see that Gu Hanyu must have come to find him for something. Gu Hanyu said, "Since I became Holy Lord, I haven't gone out much. Most times when I did go out, it was to kill people. While I still have authority over the origin spirit vein, I want to go around and see the mountains and rivers of the Holy Land." Lin Moyu could hear that Gu Hanyu had actually been carrying quite a heavy burden all along. When she took office, it was just after the Cold Water Holy Land's great battle with the Question Dao sect had ended. At that time, the Cold Water Holy Land was very unstable. She used harsh methods, killing many people. Over the years, she had been busy with Holy Land affairs. The time truly belonging to her wasn't much. If not for this, Gu Hanyu would have long since become an elder, rather than lingering at the 6th level of Dao Venerable. Lin Moyu said, "I'll accompany you." Gu Hanyu smiled, "Plum Ancestor." Little Mei immediately understood Gu Hanyu's meaning. "I'll just cultivate here and wait for teacher and master's wife to return." Lin Moyu praised, "Your skill at reading people has improved. I'll bring you back something good to eat." Little Mei giggled, "Thank you, teacher. I hope teacher and master's wife have fun." Gu Hanyu said, "Where shall we go first?" Lin Moyu thought for a moment, "How about Thunder City? I'll introduce someone for you to meet." Gu Hanyu said, "You mean that person in Thunder Mountain?" Lin Moyu nodded, "It's been many years since we met. I don't know how Brother Tianlei is doing now. And those people in the Lei family, I should go see them too." Gu Hanyu originally had no destination in mind, "Then let's choose Thunder City as our first stop." She was ready to leave immediately, instantly using the Origin Spirit Vein for teleportation. With the Origin Spirit Vein, half a month was enough time for them to travel most of the mountains and rivers within the Cold Water Holy Land's territory. Colorful light flowed before their eyes, like meteors streaking past. Gu Hanyu's eyes held a smile. Laying down the heavy responsibility of Holy Lord was also a kind of liberation for her. In all these years, there had never been a moment when she felt as relaxed as now. Gu Hanyu felt her small hand fall into a warm embrace. Lin Moyu had grabbed her hand, and quite forcefully. She turned to look. Lin Moyu's expression was solemn, his gaze full of vigilance. Gu Hanyu realized something was wrong. "What's the matter?" Lin Moyu said, "Someone has interfered with the teleportation. We've entered a special space." Gu Hanyu looked surprised. "That's impossible, right? Who could have such ability?" Lin Moyu's expression became even more grave. "I don't know. Relying on his space great Tao and extremely sensitive soul, Lin Moyu sensed the changes in the teleportation. They had entered a special space. Gu Hanyu said, "Do you have any way?" Lin Moyu shook his head, "No way for now. The space has already formed. I can sense that this space is very solid. We can't get out. We can only wait and see, and deal with things as they come." Gu Hanyu's expression also became serious. How could this happen? She wasn't afraid, just feeling somewhat surprised. With her knowledge, she couldn't understand why such a thing would happen. Who on the Origin continent could possess such ability? Lin Moyu's thoughts raced like lightning, leaving aside treasures and people I don't know about. Based on the information I do know, only those few could do something like this. In the Cold Water Holy Land, Ice Ancestor, Song Ancestor, and Qin Ancestor, the 3 9th-level Tao Venerables, rushed towards the sky at top speed. The three instantly met in space. Song Ancestor's expression was grave. "Did you sense it?" Qin Ancestor's tone was calm. "This power is very strong. Its level is higher than we imagined." Song Ancestor said in a deep voice, "The most terrifying thing is that besides us three, no one else can sense it. You should all know very clearly what this means." Ice Ancestor and Qin Ancestor naturally understood. The reason only the three of them could sense it was because the other party wanted them to sense it. Otherwise, they would be like everyone else in the Holy Land, completely unaware. To be able to do this, the other party's terrifying level had already far exceeded their understanding. Ice Ancestor closed her eyes to sense for a moment, then said in a low voice, "I've lost connection with the Origin Spirit Vein." Qin Ancestor said softly, "We're all the same. The other party has suppressed the Origin Spirit Vein and also suppressed the Great Formation." Ice Ancestor said coldly, "What exactly does he want to do?" Song Ancestor said with some helplessness, "No matter what he wants to do, we can only endure it. With his ability, destroying us would be as easy as turning over his hand. To be able to suppress even an 8th-grade Origin Spirit Vein and render the powerful Great Formation useless, this level of strength was far beyond what they could resist." In their understanding, even great Tao realm beings like the three ancestors wouldn't have this ability. Who exactly the other party was, what their background was, what they wanted to do all became unsolvable mysteries in the three's hearts. Now they could only wait, unable to do anything. It was truly a case of the butcher holding the knife while they were the fish on the chopping board, with no power to resist. Lin Moyu and Gu Hanyu held hands, also waiting. The flowing light in their vision finally stopped. Lin Moyu sensed an unusual aura. The space they were in had completely separated from the Origin continent. "It's coming." He held Gu Hanyu's hand, imperceptibly moving half a step to shield her behind him. A green light flashed before their eyes, followed by laughter. "Little one, long time no see." Lin Moyu had already guessed earlier that among the few people he knew, they all had the ability to do this. But the one most likely to do this was the person before him now, the green-robed old man. Even without seeing the person, just seeing the green light and hearing that annoying voice, he knew it was him without a doubt. Lin Moyu tightened his grip on Gu Hanyu's hand, pulling her behind him, and looked vigilantly at the green-robed old man. "What do you want to do?" Within the green light, the figure of the green-robed old man slowly appeared. Wearing a green long robe, he looked like an immortal, with a kind and benevolent smile. Gu Hanyu's eyes instantly widened, and she asked uncertainly, "Is this the legendary one?" Although the green-robed old man almost never appeared on the Origin continent, his figure was present in scattered legends and stories. He was a legend. No one knew his name, and even if they did, they wouldn't dare to call it. They could only refer to him as that one. Gu Hanyu thought of what happened in Jade Sword City years ago. At that time, a terrifying aura descended, nearly shattering the Jade Sword. The Sword Suppression Hall even collapsed. Later, when she and Ice Ancestor investigated this matter, they found that this terrifying aura came from beyond the sky, and it wasn't the aura of an ordinary Great Tao realm being. At that time, Gu Hanyu instinctively thought of the green-robed old man, this legendary existence. Now it seemed she might have been right. The green-robed old man chuckled. Little one, you should understand what this old man has come to do. Lin Moyu snorted coldly, don't go too far. The green-robed old man walked over slowly with a benevolent smile. This old man is doing this for your own good. You should understand. Lin Moyu said irritably, understand my ass. I've never heard that snatching someone's wife is for their own good. The green-robed old man smiled and said, you'll gradually understand the reasoning. Even if I tell you now, you won't understand. Lin Moyu said, how can I understand if you don't explain? Tell me first, let me hear it. I don't believe I won't understand. Listening to their conversation, Gu Hanyu was already stunned. Facing the legendary figure, Lin Moyu was so impolite, and Lin Moyu said the other party was snatching his wife. She couldn't believe that such an existence would do such a thing. After the shock, Gu Hanyu was very confused. The conversation between the two had exceeded her understanding. The green-robed old man smiled and said, since you want to know so badly, this old man will reveal some things to you. First, let this old man ask you a few questions. Those wives of yours, do you have confidence in helping them advance to the great Tao realm? Be honest, this old man only likes to hear the truth. Lin Moyu said, I don't have confidence now, but in the future, it's not necessarily impossible. The green-robed old man continued to ask, how long is this future you speak of? Can they live until this so-called future of yours? Lin Moyu fell silent. He knew very well the aptitude and talent of his wives. Even if he now had the ability to change their fate against heaven's will, the most he could guarantee was helping them become heavenly venerables. Let alone the great Tao realm, he didn't have much confidence even in the Tao venerable realm. Lin Moyu didn't say things like he would always find a way. Such words would be too empty and meaningless. The green-robed old man continued, you have no confidence. Perhaps in several 100,000 years, you'll still be alive and well, but they'll have already turned to dust. Of course, what this old man says is just one possibility. Perhaps you could gain that ability, but do you dare to gamble? The question, do you dare to gamble, stumped Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu indeed didn't dare to gamble. This was not something he could afford to bet on. Even if it meant betting his own life, Lin Moyu wouldn't hesitate at all. But betting his wives' lives, he really didn't dare. He never did things he wasn't sure about, let alone gambling with his wives' lives. The green-robed old man continued, so this old man has taken them away, giving them a chance at longevity, and also giving you a goal. With a goal, you can cultivate well, striving to reunite with your wives as soon as possible. Isn't this for your own good? Lin Moyu gritted his teeth, even so, you didn't get my consent at all. The green-robed old man's smile didn't change. Didn't your teacher tell you that a big fist is the hard truth? Do you think this old man needs to consult with you about doing this? At this moment, Lin Moyu was speechless. His fist was far smaller than the green-robed old man's, so the green-robed old man didn't need to consult with him at all. However, from the bottom of his heart, Lin Moyu felt extremely frustrated. He didn't quite believe the green-robed old man's words. He still felt the other party wasn't telling the truth. Was it really just to give him a goal? The green-robed old man said, actually, this old man has other methods, such as killing them, making you hate this old man, having no choice but to. You know, sometimes the motivation produced by hatred can be even stronger. Do you think, if this old man did this, could it make you cultivate faster? Lin Moyu's face suddenly changed, his whole body tensing up. He couldn't see through the green-robed old man's thoughts. Perhaps in the next second, he would really do it. The green-robed old man said, you don't need to be so nervous. Even if you're nervous, it's useless. This old man's Tao companion likes these little girls very much, so you can rest assured. Lin Moyu said coldly, I know, you've made me into a chess piece. Can you explain clearly what exactly you want me to do? The green-robed old man shook his head. No, you're mistaken. You're not a chess piece. As for what this old man wants you to do, you'll know in the future. As I said before, if you haven't reached that step, knowing won't do you any good. This old man came this time, firstly to take people away, secondly to inform you, if you want to reunite with your wife soon, cultivate well. Thirdly, to show you their recent situation, to put your mind at ease. As he spoke, the green-robed old man pointed his finger, and a projection appeared. In a beautiful peach blossom paradise, Ning Yi and the other 5 were sitting cross-legged, their positions very special. The 6 of them were emitting powerful auras, their auras shooting into the sky, intertwining to form a formation. Just looking at the projection, Lin Moyu could see that this formation was very powerful. The green-robed old man said, "Do you know what realm they're at now?" Just looking at the projection, one couldn't tell their strength level. The green-robed old man chuckled. Not long ago, the 6 of them entered the Great Tao Realm together. Great Tao Realm? Lin Moyu could hardly believe it. So fast, all 6 had reached the Great Tao Realm. The green-robed old man chuckled. Don't be surprised, this isn't considered fast. If we didn't need to let them solidify their foundation, it could be even faster. Lin Moyu didn't understand. Since you have this ability, why do you still need me to cultivate on my own? Why not just take me there too? The green-robed old man shook his head. You're different. You'll naturally understand it in the future. Lin Moyu really disliked the phrase, you'll naturally understand in the future. At least give me a goal? How far in the future exactly? The green-robed old man said, become a Tao Lord first. By then you'll know some things. Becoming a Tao Lord to know some things, this was clearly telling him that this green-robed old man's realm was even higher than a Tao Lord. What exactly was above Tao Lord? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of impatience. Why are you dawdling? Why say so much useless talk? Bring the person here. The old woman's 7-star great formation is missing one. The green-robed old man said, all right, don't rush. Coming right away. He looked at Lin Moyu. Sorry, the old woman is rushing. This old man will take this girl away first. You work hard on cultivating. We'll meet again when fate allows. The green-robed old man disappeared, and along with him, Gu Hanyu vanished as well. The space disappeared, and Lin Moyu returned to the origin continent. Without Gu Hanyu, the origin spirit vein's teleportation abruptly stopped, and Lin Moyu directly fell into the wilderness. It was an icy world here, with howling cold winds, not far from the cold water Holy Land. They hadn't teleported very far before being intercepted midway by the green-robed old man. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly, not moving. At this moment, his expression was solemn, showing neither joy nor sorrow, without any of the angry appearance he had shown when facing the green-robed old man earlier. From the moment he was intercepted, Lin Moyu already knew that no matter who did it, he had no power to resist. Then when the green-robed old man appeared, Lin Moyu had already guessed what he came to do, and he similarly had no way to resist. So those emotions from earlier were 90% feigned. He knew very clearly that he couldn't stop the green-robed old man, so he could only try his best to gain some benefits. Obviously, he didn't gain much. The green-robed old man was a thorough old fox, unwilling to say what he wouldn't say no matter how he was tricked. Fortunately, he did learn that his 6 wives were safe and sound. Lin Moyu had long guessed that Ning Yi and the other 5 were fine, including Gu Hanyu, who was taken away this time. She would also be fine. If something had really happened to them, he would have already fought the green-robed old man to the death, even if he couldn't win. At worst, he would die. It was precisely because he knew they were safe that he could act out this scene. Lin Moyu stood in the wind and snow, deep in thought. Hanyu has been taken away. No need to worry about her cultivation, it will only be better than if she stayed with me. The 7-star great formation, what kind of formation is it exactly? I've never heard of it before. And I'm not a chess piece, so what am I? Could I have been wrong before? From beginning to end, he never said a single word to Hanyu, not even looking at her once. This shows he didn't take Hanyu to heart at all. At his level, what kind of genius can't he find? Yet he specifically wants my wives. This can only mean that everything originates from me. What exactly do I have that's worth coveting by such an existence? What are they really planning? To know why, I need to become a Tao Lord first. This means his realm is even higher than Tao Lord. What realm is he exactly? The Lord of Hell shouldn't be weaker than a Tao Lord. The Lord of Hell fell, and Hell was shattered by someone. This means the other side also has existences stronger than the Tao Lord realm. Are their realms comparable? Lin Moyu kept analyzing, his thoughts racing like lightning, seeking answers from the details. Bit by bit, doubts were pulled out and analyzed thoroughly. Lin Moyu finally determined that everything originated from himself. The green-robed old man hadn't lied to him. There was only one purpose: to force him to keep advancing. As long as he still wanted to see his wives, his steps forward couldn't stop. Similarly, the green-robed old man had also said he could choose another method to make him hate him. Perhaps that way the cultivation effect would be even better. But in reality it wasn't so. The motivation produced by hatred might indeed make cultivation faster, but it would also leave hidden dangers. He might give up some of his foundation, affecting his ultimate limit. After understanding this, Lin Moyu suddenly revealed a slight smile. Although Hanyu has been taken away, it's not necessarily a bad thing. At least there, she can quickly reach the Great Tao Realm. The Great Tao Realm, which is as difficult as ascending to heaven for others, isn't anything difficult there. There's no use thinking too much about what's already happened. When I'm stronger than you one day, old man, I'll definitely give you a good beating to vent the hatred in my heart. Lin Moyu said fiercely, then after determining the direction, he headed towards the cold water Holy Land. After Gu Hanyu was taken away, the power that had descended upon the cold water Holy Land finally disappeared. The origin spirit vein was no longer suppressed, and the formation also resumed operation. Before the three elders could breathe a sigh of relief, they suddenly sensed a series of disturbances coming from the Nine Extremes Glacier. A terrifying power shot up from the Nine Extremes Glacier, but strangely, only the three of them could sense this power. Looking across the entire cold water Holy Land, countless disciples and other elders knew nothing of what had happened before. The three looked at each other. Song Ancestor said, "Let's go take a look first." No matter what happened, they had to go see for themselves to know. They immediately headed towards the Nine Extremes Glacier. When they arrived, they found the Nine Extremes Glacier had changed greatly. The two great formations from before were gone, and the stone tablets controlling the formations had shattered. Ice Ancestor's face was grave. Could it be that earlier was aimed at the Nine Extremes Glacier? Chin Ancestor shook his head. It wasn't. The power of the Nine Extremes Glacier clearly erupted from within. A biting cold wind rushed out from the depths of the Nine Extremes Glacier, forming an invisible icy vortex in the sky. Then a person slowly flew out from the Nine Extremes Glacier, hovering in midair. Gu Hanyu's gaze was extremely profound, sweeping across the cold water Holy Land. A hint of gratification gradually appeared in his cold eyes. Seeing Gu Hanyu, shock appeared simultaneously on the faces of the three ancestors. They immediately went over and bowed to the newcomer. Gu Hanbing, Gu Tsang, pay respects to the ancestor. Mu Chen also bowed. Mu Chen pays respects to the elder. Gu Hanyu said in a low voice, "The cold water Holy Land has an extraordinary atmosphere. I already thought it was good from what young friend Lin said, but seeing it with my own eyes, it's truly extraordinary. You have followed my instructions to guard this Nine Extremes Glacier. It has been hard work. For countless years, how many generations of the Gu family had established the cold water Holy Land and guarded the Nine Extremes Glacier? It was indeed very hard. But when Gu Hanyu said this, the three ancestors didn't dare claim credit. Ice Ancestor said, "As descendants of the Gu family, this is what we should do." Gu Hanyu looked towards the sky, drawing many divine talismans in his hand. The divine talismans flew out and fell onto the ground, forming a formation. Gu Hanyu said, the 9 Extremes Glacier will soon disappear. After that, if disciples want to awaken the Cold Plum bloodline, use this formation. The effect is better than the 9 Extremes Glacier. Ice Ancestor and Song Ancestor quickly said, thank you, Ancestor. The 9 Extremes Glacier would soon disappear. Although this surprised them somewhat, it actually didn't matter much. In their view, the greatest use of the 9 Extremes Glacier was to activate and awaken the Cold Plum bloodline. Other than that, there was just the 9 Extremes Glacier tea. But for the 9 Extremes Glacier tea, it was good to have it naturally, but it didn't matter if they didn't have it. As for awakening the Cold Plum bloodline, this was a big deal, related to the foundation of the Cold Water Holy Land. Now that the 9 Extremes Glacier would disappear, Gu Hanyu left a formation. The Cold Plum bloodline could still be awakened, so there was no problem. After setting up the formation, Gu Hanyu looked towards the distance. Come with me to see young friend Lin. As he spoke, he flew towards the outside of the Cold Water Holy Land. The 3 ancestors quickly followed, while also looking strange. Ice Ancestor asked curiously, friend Lin just left not long ago. How has he come back? Gu Hanyu said, some things happened. You don't need to ask more. Just follow me. The 3 didn't ask further and followed Gu Hanyu as he flew. The Cold Water Holy Land was covered by a formation. Without Gu Hanyu saying anything, Ice Ancestor had already controlled the formation, actively opening a path for Gu Hanyu. Before long, they flew out of the Cold Water Holy Land. In the wind and snow, Lin Moyu was slowly flying over. Ice Ancestor found it even stranger. It really was Lin Moyu. How could he be here? Lin Moyu was also somewhat surprised to see Gu Hanyu. He immediately flew over. Elder Gu, how did you come out? Gu Hanyu said, that person asked me to bring you some words. That person asked to bring some words? Lin Moyu immediately realized that that person Gu Hanyu referred to was the green-robed old man. Once Gu Hanyu left the 9 Extremes Glacier, he could not linger on the origin continent. Even if he could stay, it would only be for a brief moment, let alone talk with Lin Moyu here. To be able to do this now, the green-robed old man must have intervened. The green-robed old man indeed had this ability. At the same time, Lin Moyu was also basically certain that the strange treasures used by Gu Hanyu and Old Tree before also came from the green-robed old man. Otherwise, how could they have such good luck to suddenly obtain strange treasures? All of this was done by the green-robed old man. He had laid out this plan countless years ago. But why did he lay out this plan? No matter what he did, Lin Moyu believed the other party must have his own purpose. However, a plan spanning prehistoric times made Lin Moyu feel somewhat alarmed. At the same time, Lin Moyu was curious. The green-robed old man had clearly met with him before. What words could he not say then, and had to have Gu Hanyu bring them now? Lin Moyu said, what words do you have, elder? Please speak. Gu Hanyu said, that person said some words he cannot directly state are all here. Young friend Lin will know once you look. As he spoke, Gu Hanyu handed over a square piece of pure white jade. This piece of jade was square, like a large seal, but without any characters carved on its 4 sides. It felt cold to the touch, containing terrifying cold energy. Lin Moyu also sensed an extremely terrifying power from within. This power felt somewhat familiar. Lin Moyu's eyes flashed with a bright light. Is this just the 9 Extremes? Gu Hanyu said, that's right. That person's words are all inside. Young friend will see them after refining it. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, elder wants to give the 9 Extremes Glacier to this junior as well? Gu Hanyu said, this is also that person's intention. The 9 Extremes Glacier originally belonged to the green-robed old man. It was only temporarily lent to Gu Hanyu and Old Tree to use. Lin Moyu could not guess the green-robed old man's intentions for the moment, so he first accepted the 9 Extremes Glacier. Gu Hanyu turned around and said to the 3 ancestors, I am about to return to the outer Great Tao. Before I leave, I have one more thing to say. Ice Ancestor immediately said, "Please instruct us, Ancestor." Gu Hanyu said, "Young friend Lin is my good friend. You must not neglect him. If the Holy Land has any difficulties in the future, you can also ask young friend Lin for help. Do you understand?" How could Ice Ancestor not understand, and how could she dare not understand? She immediately responded, "Rest assured, Ancestor. We understand." Gu Hanyu finally said to Lin Moyu, "We part here. In the future on the Great Tao, this Gu will respectfully welcome young friend Lin." Lin Moyu bowed. "Take care, Elder." Gu Hanyu turned into a stream of light, flying towards the distant sky. At the same time, he let out a long cry, stirring up the wind and snow. Inside the cold water Holy Land, a beam of light shot into the sky, also crying out continuously. Old Tree rose into the sky from where the Nine Extremes Glacier had been, returning to the outer Great Tao together with Gu Hanyu. In the rosy clouds, the two ascended together, leaving the origin continent. Song Ancestor looked at the rosy clouds, his eyes filled with envy. Summoned by the Great Tao, ascending in broad daylight, truly enviable. Lin Moyu said, "Song Ancestor is not far off. You have a chance." Song Ancestor said, "This last step is difficult. But this old man indeed has a chance, all thanks to young friend's blessing." Song Ancestor's attitude towards Lin Moyu became even more polite. With Gu Hanyu's words, Lin Moyu's status had undergone an earth-shaking change. In the cold water Holy Land, Lin Moyu's status became extremely special. Even the 3 9th-level ancestors had to be very polite to Lin Moyu. Ice Ancestor asked, "Young friend Lin, may I ask where Hanyu has gone?" Lin Moyu said with a hint of helplessness, "She was taken away by that person. I suppose she's gone to the outer Great Tao." Ice Ancestor was full of surprise. What exactly happened? Lin Moyu shook his head. "Some things can't be said. You heard what Elder Gu said just now, right? That person not only took Hanyu away, but also had Elder Gu bring me some words." Some ancestors seemed to realize something. "Young friend Lin, is the one you and the ancestors spoke of the legendary one?" Lin Moyu nodded. "You are not wrong. It is the legendary one. I can only say this much. But you don't need to worry. Hanyu will be fine. Not only will she be fine, but Hanyu's cultivation speed there will be incredibly fast. It's only a matter of time before she surpasses you elders." Some ancestor murmured, "If it's really that person who took her away, then it's Hanyu's good fortune." Good fortune? Perhaps it is. Lin Moyu felt somewhat helpless, but thinking back, it might not be a bad thing. At least his wives would all be able to achieve the Great Tao and gain longevity. They also wouldn't have to follow him, enduring hardships and facing various dangers. And as long as he worked hard on cultivation and became a Tao Lord, there would come a day when they could meet again. Suddenly feeling something unusual, Lin Moyu raised his head and looked towards the direction of the cold water Holy Land. In the cold water Holy Land, the luck soared into the sky like a great bird, with divine dragons faintly flying within the luck. Song Ancestor asked, "Did young friend Lin see something?" Lin Moyu said, "The Holy Land's luck has become stronger. It seems Hanyu has arrived there, and Elder Gu has successfully returned to the outer Great Tao. No matter what, this is a good thing for the Holy Land. Let's go, it's time to return." Everyone returned to the cold water Holy Land. Ice Ancestor went directly to find Gu Hanjing. At this moment, Gu Hanjing had already begun to take over the affairs of the Holy Land, becoming busy. Ice Ancestor also led the elders to begin transferring power, especially the authority to use the Origin Spirit Vein. Ice Ancestor used the formation to remove Gu Hanyu's imprint on the Origin Spirit Vein, replacing it with Gu Hanjing's soul imprint, and had Gu Hanjing refine the Origin Spirit Vein. Only after initially refining the Origin Spirit Vein could one use it for teleportation. This was also the Holy Lord's most important privilege, a privilege that even the elders didn't have. In Thunder City, a teleportation formation glowed brightly. Lin Moyu and Little May walked out from the teleportation formation. The teleportation formation was set up in Thunder City by the Cold Water Holy Land. After all, Thunder City was one of the Cold Water Holy Land's spheres of influence. However, this teleportation formation was not normally used by anyone. It would only be activated when someone from the Cold Water Holy Land came. Lin Moyu left in a hurry this time, without saying goodbye to Gu Hanjing. He was afraid that if Gu Hanjing knew her sister had been taken away, it would cause unnecessary trouble. So he had Ice Ancestor drag Gu Hanjing away, and the two didn't meet again. Lin Moyu knew that once the teleportation formation was activated, the Lei family would know someone from the Holy Land had come. Let's wait here for a while. The Lei family should come over soon. Little May looked around, her little head tilted high, looking at the thunder clouds in the sky. Is this Thunder City? Lin Moyu said. May didn't come here in her previous life? Little May shook her head. I've heard of it, but never came. In my previous life, I spent most of my time cultivating and didn't care about outside matters. In her previous life, Little May spent most of her life in cultivation. Single-mindedly pursuing the Tao, not being confused by external things, her Tao heart was extremely firm. It was precisely because of this that she finally resolutely chose to dissolve her body and reincarnate. But such people have another name, cultivation idiots. If Little May were replaced with those scholars in the secular world, she would be a bookworm. Lin Moyu said, Little May can go around Thunder City in a while. It's been many years since I came to Thunder City. I wonder how those people in the Lei family are doing. Before long, Lin Moyu sensed some people rapidly approaching. In the sky, several figures wrapped in lightning crashed to the ground. They said to Lin Moyu, the Lei family's three thunders, respectfully welcoming the holy envoy. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Third Master Lei, long time no see. Lei Sanxiang was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened. Friend Lin, how is it you? Lin Moyu smiled. Is it strange that it's me? Lei Sanxiang quickly shook his head. It's not strange, but how did you join the Cold Water Holy Land? Lin Moyu said, I haven't joined the Cold Water Holy Land, I just borrowed their teleportation formation. Lei Sanxiang was still confused, but the Cold Water Holy Land's teleportation formation can only be used by people from the Cold Water Holy Land. Lin Moyu smiled. There are exceptions to everything. This is a long story. Does friend Lei not plan to invite me to sit at the Lei family home? Do you plan to chat here? Lei Sanxiang finally reacted, hurriedly saying, Of course not. Please come this way, friend Lin. I'll immediately have someone prepare a feast. Lin Moyu said, That's not necessary. Just prepare a quiet courtyard for me and my disciple. Is friend Lei Yiming here? I have some things to ask him. Lei Sanxiang was stunned for a moment. I don't know if the ancestor is in the clan or not. We need to ask the clan leader about this. Let's go back to the Lei family first. Following Lei Sanxiang back to the Lei family, on the way Lei Sanxiang had already given orders, and a quiet courtyard had been prepared for Lin Moyu. Lei Sanxiang went to find clan leader Lei Jingying to ask if the ancestor was in the clan. Actually, Lin Moyu's request was somewhat excessive, asking to see the Lei family ancestor as soon as he arrived, yet giving Lei Sanxiang a sense that it was natural. Lei Sanxiang found Lei Jingying in the study. Lei Jingying was practicing calligraphy and without raising his head asked, Who has come? Lei Sanxiang said, It's friend Lin. Friend Lin? Lei Jingying immediately thought of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu had left a very deep impression on him back then, and later ancestor Lei Yiming had also said to be polite to Lin Moyu. Lei Jingying asked, How could friend Lin use the Cold Water Holy Land's teleportation formation? Has he joined the Cold Water Holy Land? Lei Sanxiang said, Friend Lin said he just borrowed the Cold Water Holy Land's teleportation formation. He hasn't joined the Cold Water Holy Land. Lei Jingying's brush stopped. He also couldn't understand when the Cold Water Holy Land's teleportation formation could be borrowed by outsiders. This had never happened before. Lei Jingying asked, Did friend Lin say why he came? Lei Sanxiang said, he didn't say, but friend Lin said he wanted to see the ancestor. But I don't know if the ancestor is in the clan or not. Lei Zhangying found this even stranger. He felt this matter seemed somewhat complicated. The ancestor is indeed in the clan. I'll send a message to the ancestor. You go entertain friend Lin first, don't neglect him. Lei Sanxiang responded and turned to leave. Lei Zhangying suddenly called him back. Wait, what cultivation level is friend Lin at now? Lei Sanxiang only then realized he couldn't see Lin Moyu's cultivation level clearly. I can't see it clearly. Lei Zhangying's brow furrowed even more. He vaguely felt that Lin Moyu must have come for something, but he didn't know if it was good or bad for the Lei family. In recent years, the Lei family's relationship with the Cold Water Holy Land had become somewhat delicate. Although the Lei family was still affiliated with the Cold Water Holy Land, the Lei family wanted to break away from the Cold Water Holy Land. Of course, the Lei family alone couldn't do it. Any elder from the Cold Water Holy Land could easily destroy the Lei family. The Lei family's confidence came from the powerful existence in the Heavenly Thunder Mountain Range. The Cold Water Holy Land seemed to know about the Lei family's situation and had been turning a blind eye to the Lei family in recent years. Lin Moyu coming via the Cold Water Holy Land's teleportation formation and asking to see the Lei family ancestor by name couldn't help but raise Lei Zhangying's suspicions. Lei Zhangying thought for a moment, do this, try to find out indirectly why friend Lin has come. Bring Pingping over too. It's been many years since they've met. Let Pingping see friend Lin as well. Back then friend Lin saved Pingping's life. Remember, entertain him well, don't offend him. As the clan leader, Lei Zhangying couldn't consider things only from personal feelings. He was grateful to Lin Moyu, but at the same time he had to consider the entire Lei family. I hope nothing happens. Lei Zhangying shook his head lightly, then left the study, heading deep into the Lei family compound. The small courtyard Lei Sanxiang arranged for Lin Moyu had a very elegant environment. He also ordered people to prepare excellent fragrant tea, using the special top-grade thunder tea from the Heavenly Thunder Mountain Range, which was very courteous. Little Mei poured tea for Lin Moyu. Teacher, I feel like the Lei family's attitude towards you is a bit strange. Lin Moyu chuckled. What do you think is the reason? Little Mei thought for a moment and said, it should be the issue with the teleportation formation, right? They don't seem very friendly towards the Cold Water Holy Land. Lin Moyu said, actually, the Lei family has long had thoughts of breaking away from the Cold Water Holy Land. They're just afraid of retaliation from the Cold Water Holy Land, so they haven't dared to make a move. I have some past favors with the Lei family, so they're still polite to me. But for the sake of the entire Lei family, what does a bit of personal favor count for? Little Mei took a sip of tea. I see. But according to the Holy Land's rules, it's impossible for the Lei family to break away. If they did so, they would certainly be exterminated. Lin Moyu said, the Lei family understands this clearly. However, the Lei family does have some confidence. In the Heavenly Thunder Mountain Range where the Lei family originated, there's a powerful existence. You could say the Lei family is his Dao lineage inheritance. Little Mei pondered for a moment. I seem to have heard of that person. When the Thunder Dao person attempted to break through to the Great Dao realm, it was already tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, Little Mei might have been cultivating, or perhaps not even born yet. The exact time couldn't be determined. Later, after the Thunder Dao person failed to break through, he gradually faded from view, and fewer people knew about him. Little Mei only knew there was such a person, but didn't know the specifics. Lin Moyu said, that person is named Thunder Dao person. Tens of thousands of years ago, he attempted to break through to the Great Dao realm but ultimately failed. I had the fortune to meet him and he accepted me as his younger brother. However, at that time my cultivation was limited and I couldn't heal him. Little Mei said, so this time, you plan to heal him? Lin Moyu said, I can only say I'll try my best. If successful, Big Brother Thunder Dao might find it difficult to reach the Great Dao realm, but the pseudo-Great Dao realm shouldn't be a problem. Once he reaches the pseudo-great Tao realm, he can wait for an opportunity and then find a way to step into the great Tao realm. Little May giggled. Teacher is so kind, always thinking of others. Lin Moyu said, am I not good to you? Little May quickly denied, how could that be? Teacher is very good to Little May. But teacher, Little May is very curious, where did Master's wife go? Why won't you say? Lin Moyu shook his head, Han Yu went to a very special place. Don't ask about this matter anymore. I don't want to talk about it. Little May saw Lin Moyu's helplessness, and her voice lowered. Are the other master's wives also there? Lin Moyu sighed deeply. They're all there. They're doing well, cultivating rapidly there. Everything has cause and effect. Meeting me was the cause, parting from me is the result. Whether this is good or bad in between, it's hard to say. At this moment, the courtyard gate was suddenly pushed open with a bang, and Lei Pengpeng, dressed in red, rushed in. Uncle Lin, you're back. Lin Moyu chuckled. After many years, Miss Pengpeng is still so impetuous. Lei Pengpeng laughed heartily. It's hard to change one's nature. Where are sisters Xiaowu and Ye? Didn't they come with you? Lin Moyu said, they're in Yudao City. They didn't come with me. Where is Yudao City? I've never heard of it. Lei Pengpeng said loudly, her big eyes full of curiosity. After many years, Lei Pengpeng had grown up and become a great beauty. Lin Moyu said, Yudao City is my territory, in the eastern continent. Lei Pengpeng clearly hadn't listened, just casually saying oh. Her attention had already been drawn to Little May. This little sister is so cute. Is she Uncle Lin's daughter? Lin Moyu smiled and said, she's my newly accepted disciple. Lei Pengpeng had grown up, but her personality hadn't changed at all. She was still the same as before. Upon learning that Lin Moyu had arrived, she ran over like lightning, immediately asking this and that, without any sense of unfamiliarity despite not having met for many years. Lei Pengpeng asked many questions in one breath, from Xiaowu to Xiaoye, and then about Little May. Little May could also sense that this young miss of the Lei family had a simple and straightforward personality. After Lei Pengpeng chattered for a while, Lei Sanxiang finally caught up. Friend Lin, I've already informed the clan leader. The clan leader has gone to find the ancestor. The ancestor should be here soon. Lin Moyu nodded. Thank you for your trouble, third master. Lei Sanxiang hurriedly said, please don't say that. You are our Lei family's benefactor. I can't bear to hear you speak like this. It's been many years since we last met, friend Lin. Your cultivation must have advanced by leaps and bounds. I remember when you first came to Thunder City, you were still at the Heavenly Venerable Realm, but now I can't even see your level clearly. Lin Moyu smiled, it's just some small fortuitous encounters. Third Master's cultivation has also greatly improved. It seems you're not far from the fourth level of Tao Venerable. Lei Sanxiang wore a smile, friend Lin is too kind. Since you healed Pengpeng, my Tao heart became suddenly clear, so my cultivation progressed a bit faster. It wasn't just his Tao heart becoming clear, there must have been other reasons too, such as some resources from the Lei family. On the surface it seemed fine, but at this moment Lei Sanxiang's heart was churning like huge waves. Lin Moyu could see through his cultivation level at a glance, while he couldn't see through Lin Moyu's. This meant Lin Moyu's cultivation had already surpassed his own. But when he first met Lin Moyu years ago, Lin Moyu was only at the Heavenly Venerable Realm, who knows how far from Tao Venerable. Now in the blink of an eye, he had surpassed him. It had only been so many years, it was truly inconceivable and hard to believe. Lin Moyu looked at Lei Sanxiang and chuckled lightly, Third Master, the Wu family's people have been coming frequently lately, right? Lei Sanxiang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he came because of the Wu family's people? Before he could answer, Lei Pengpeng had already spoken. Yes, that Wu Xingguang fellow actually wants to marry me. He doesn't see how old he is, with so many adult children, yet still wants to be an old ox eating tender grass. Bah! Lei Sanxiang said in a low voice, Peng Peng, don't talk nonsense. This matter hasn't been decided yet. Lei Peng Peng snorted, I won't agree to this marriage. Whoever wants to marry can marry. I won't marry anyway. Uncle Lin, don't you agree? Peng Peng's lifelong event should of course be decided by Peng Peng herself. No one else can make decisions for me. Lin Moyu also smiled and said, that's natural. Uncle supports Peng Peng. Whoever wants to marry can go marry themselves. If Peng Peng doesn't want to marry, no one can force her. Whatever Wu Xingwang or Wu Xingchen, whoever dares to force Peng Peng, Uncle will help Peng Peng beat them. Lei Sanxiang stood to the side looking somewhat awkward. He forced out a smile. Peng Peng is exaggerating a bit. We haven't agreed to this matter yet. Lin Moyu said, Third Master might think I'm overstepping, but I saved Peng Peng's life, and Peng Peng calls me uncle. I should have some say in this matter. I won't say much else. Forget about Wu Xingguang, even if Wu Xingchen, the Wu family's internally designated young master came, as long as Peng Peng doesn't want to marry, no one can force her. Not long ago, Wu Xingguang just went to the Cold Water Holy Land to propose to Gu Hanjing, but was rejected, causing quite an unpleasant scene. The Lei family should also consider what the Cold Water Holy Land's reaction would be if you got involved with the Wu family in any way. I understand what the Lei family wants to do, but sometimes, some things can't be done. Lei Sanxiang's heart pounded as he listened. He knew nothing about the matters Lin Moyu spoke of. He didn't know how to respond, and could only stand awkwardly to the side. This time Lin Moyu came, it was completely different from before. Lin Moyu's aura was too great, pressing down on him so he could hardly breathe. Before, Lin Moyu was just an extremely outstanding junior, but now, Lin Moyu was high above. He hadn't felt this kind of pressure even when facing Lei Zhangying. Lei Peng Peng made a face at Lei Sanxiang. Third uncle heard it all, right? When father comes later I'll say the same thing. Whatever Wu Xingguang, they can all get far away from this young miss. I hate seeing him. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Has Peng Peng met Wu Xingguang? Lei Peng Peng said, I've met him. Father called me over that day. As soon as I saw him I felt annoyed. Anyway, I don't like him. I hate him to death. Lei Peng Peng spoke frankly. She liked what she liked and disliked what she disliked. She very much trusted her own intuition. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that Lei Peng Peng's soul seemed extremely sensitive. Lin Moyu beckoned, Peng Peng, come here. Let uncle take a look at your soul. Lei Peng Peng seemed to trust Lin Moyu implicitly. She bounced over to Lin Moyu's side, looking very forthright, Uncle Lin, go ahead and look. To let someone look at her soul just like that showed how much she trusted Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's soul power slowly extended out, entering Lei Peng Peng's soul world. This wasn't the first time Lin Moyu had entered Lei Peng Peng's soul world, but this time he saw a different scene. Lei Peng Peng's soul was wrapped in thunder, with lightning surrounding her body, like a god in the midst of thunder. As Lin Moyu's soul power extended out, a terrifying pressure arose in the small courtyard. Lei Sanxiang's face changed drastically. He felt his soul come under unimaginable pressure, as if the sky was collapsing down on him. In an instant, he broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning extremely pale. Such terrifying soul power. Not only is the soul power strong, but its level. Lei Sanxiang looked at Lin Moyu in shock, only to find Lin Moyu's gaze also on him. Their gazes met, then separated. Lei Sanxiang immediately realized this was Lin Moyu warning him. The Lei family hadn't offended Lin Moyu. The reason Lin Moyu was warning him must be because of the matter between Lei Peng Peng and the Wu family. Clearly Lin Moyu had seen through something. The soul pressure came quickly and left quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lin Moyu had already withdrawn his soul power. Congratulations Peng Peng, you've obtained the Heavenly Thunder's sacred body. Lei Peng Peng asked curiously, Uncle Lin, what is the Heavenly Thunder's sacred body? Lin Moyu said, it's a very powerful physique. With the Heavenly Thunder's sacred body, Peng Peng's cultivation of the Thunder Great Tao will certainly be twice as effective with half the effort. Lei Pingping asked, then can I become a Tao Venerable in the future? Lin Moyu smiled, forget about Tao Venerable, even above Tao Venerable isn't impossible. Lei Pingping let out a wow, is it that amazing? Lin Moyu said, of course. When the time comes, Uncle Lin will find you a very powerful teacher. With him teaching you, I guarantee Pingping's cultivation will be like riding a rocket. Lei Pingping asked curiously, what is a rocket? Lin Moyu smiled and said, it's a kind of arrow that can spew fire. It can fly very high, and its speed is very fast. Lei Pingping made an O sound, that's good then. Pingping wants to become very powerful, powerful enough that no one dares to bully me. Lin Moyu had already thought of the right person, the Thunder Dao person. Xiaoye was taken as a disciple by the Thunder Dao person because of her innate jade soul. But the Thunder Dao person cultivated the Thunder Great Dao. The most suitable for his path was still Lei Pingping's Thunder's sacred body. At that time, the Thunder Dao person would probably be grinning from ear to ear. Lin Moyu thought to himself, it seems the world has really changed. Special constitutions are becoming more and more common. Outside the courtyard, two people walked in. Clan leader Lei Zhengying and ancestor Lei Yiming had arrived. Lin Moyu did not stand up, his calm gaze sweeping over. After many years, Lei Zhengying had already stepped into the 4th level of Tao Venerable. What surprised Lin Moyu most was that the Lei family ancestor Lei Yiming had actually stepped into the 6th level of Tao Venerable. It seems in these years, Lei Yiming has gained quite a few benefits from Big Brother Thunder Dao, Lin Moyu thought to himself, then said aloud, it's been a long time, friends. He still addressed the two as friends, making his attitude clear that he considered himself their equal. Lei Zhengying found he could not see through Lin Moyu's cultivation level, which surprised him somewhat. Lei Yiming, with his 6th level Tao Venerable cultivation, could still see Lin Moyu's cultivation clearly. Although Lin Moyu was at the 5th level of Tao Venerable, one level lower than himself, when their gazes met, he could sense a deadly threat. He had a feeling that if Lin Moyu wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be difficult. The higher one's cultivation, the more one believes in their own feelings. Lei Yiming suppressed the shock in his heart and said with a smile, after many years, I didn't expect friend Lin to have already reached the 5th level of Tao Venerable. I truly admire you. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Elder Lei's cultivation has also greatly improved. Lei Yiming laughed, compared to friend Lin, my small improvement is nothing. After Lei Yiming revealed Lin Moyu's cultivation level, Lei Sanxiang and Lei Zhengying both showed surprised expressions. Although they were mentally prepared, learning that Lin Moyu was at the 5th level of Tao Venerable still shocked them. What shocked them was not Lin Moyu's cultivation level, but his cultivation speed. In just these few years, he had risen from Heavenly Venerable to the 5th level of Tao Venerable. If a few more years passed, wouldn't he become a 7th level elder? They realized how terrifying Lin Moyu was. Such a person truly could not be provoked. Lei Pingping let out a wow, Uncle Lin, you're already at the 5th level of Tao Venerable? That's amazing. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Pingping will be even more amazing in the future. Lei Pingping nodded her little head, of course, Pingping will definitely be even more amazing in the future. Lin Moyu looked at Lei Yiming, Elder Lei, I want to ask, how is Big Brother Thunder Dao recently? Lei Yiming said, Elder Thunder Dao is still the same as always. Lin Moyu said, I just took a look from afar at the depths of the Thunder Mountain Range. The thunder seemed to be raging quite fiercely. Do you know what happened? Lei Yiming said, Elder Thunder Dao is using thunder to treat his injuries. The elder said the world has changed, and he seems to have seen a glimmer of hope. The Thunder Dao person's condition was special. Although he had failed to break through to the Great Dao realm, his cultivation was a bit stronger than the 9th level of Tao Venerable. Basically, he was between the 9th level of Tao Venerable and the pseudo-Great Dao realm. His perception of heaven and earth was also superior to the 9th level of Tao Venerable. He could sense that heaven and earth had changed, and from this he found a glimmer of hope. But this glimmer of hope was very faint and difficult to grasp. Even if grasped, the process would be 9 deaths and 1 life. When Lin Moyu first arrived and looked towards the Thunder Mountain range from afar, he saw not only the thunder anomalies, but also the Thunder Dao person's luck, which was fluctuating between strong and weak, very unpredictable. So he asked Lei Yiming for clarification, worried if something else unexpected had happened, and whether it was appropriate for him to go over. Lin Moyu said, "I want to go to the Thunder Mountain range." Lei Yiming said, "Friend Lin, please go ahead." Lin Moyu said, "Elder Lei is the master of Thunder City. As an outsider guest like me, I should always inform the host, otherwise it would be too impolite." Lei Yiming laughed heartily. "What are you saying, friend Lin? You are Elder Thunder Dao's brother. Carefully calculated, you are actually my elder." Lei Yiming was extremely polite to Lin Moyu, his words showing a hint of respect. Lin Moyu said, "All right then, I'll go. During my absence, I'll trouble Elder Lei to look after this disciple of mine. Also regarding Peng Peng's matter, please send away the Wu family people. Someone like Wu Xingwang is not worthy of Peng Peng. When I return, Peng Peng might become Big Brother Thunder Dao's disciple. Elder Lei should understand the implications." Lei Yiming's heart skipped a beat. "All right, friend Lin, please go ahead. There will absolutely be no safety issues in the Lei family. I've already opened the permissions. Friend Lin can fly within the city." Lin Moyu nodded and turned into a stream of light, flying towards the Thunder Mountain range. After Lin Moyu left, Lei Yiming looked at Lei Zhengying. "Zhengying, what's going on with the Wu family?" Lei Zhengying immediately said, "The young master of the Wu family, Wu Xingguang, came over some days ago to propose marriage. He wants to marry Peng Peng." Lei Yiming asked, "What do you think?" Lei Zhengying said, "I didn't agree, but I also didn't immediately refuse. I just said we'd consider it." How could Lei Yiming not understand Lei Zhengying's thoughts? Saying they'd consider it actually meant they were already half agreeing. After all, the other party was the Wu family, an existence on par with the Coldwater Holy Land. The Wu family coming to propose marriage was clearly the Lei family marrying above their station. Lei Pengpeng said, "I don't agree. Great-grandfather, I don't want to marry that Wu whatever light." Lei Yiming showed a kind smile. "Don't worry, Pengpeng. No one will force you." At this moment, Little Mei suddenly spoke. "The Lei family wants to break away from the Coldwater Holy Land. Unless your own strength is sufficient, if you try to rely on the Wu family, you'll only end up with your family destroyed and people dead. Wu Xingguang is not in power in the Wu family. This time he came out, first going to the Coldwater Holy Land to propose marriage. After being rejected, he came to the Lei family as a second choice. According to the Wu family's rules, if he fails in his marriage proposal, he'll be abandoned by the Wu family when he returns, becoming a discarded piece. Moreover, the Coldwater Holy Land won't allow such a thing to happen." Lei Yiming looked at Little Mei in shock. This little girl who seemed to have low cultivation spoke with incredible maturity. Her insight completely surpassed her age. Moreover, Little Mei was Lin Moyu's disciple. Lin Moyu was extraordinarily mysterious, and it seemed Little Mei was also unusual. Lei Yiming tentatively asked, "Little girl, what do you think is the correct choice?" Little Mei said, "The Lei family has the Thunder Dao person as a backer. As long as you don't do anything out of line, the Coldwater Holy Land won't move against you. If your Lei family has outstanding descendants, they can join the Coldwater Holy Land, or you can propose marriage to the Coldwater Holy Land. Rather than thinking about breaking away from the Coldwater Holy Land's constraints, it's better to think about binding yourselves together with the Coldwater Holy Land. Think about it, in all these years, has the Coldwater Holy Land ever oppressed you? You're just afraid that as you grow stronger, you'll provoke the Coldwater Holy Land's jealousy. Actually, there's no need for this. The Coldwater Holy Land's tolerance isn't that small. Their elders' tolerance isn't small, and the tolerance of their ancestors in the outer Great Tao is also not small." The more Lei Yiming and the other two listened, the more shocked they became. They never imagined a 16 or 17-year-old girl could speak such words. In comparison, Lei Zhengying felt that he, as the clan leader, had been living in a dog's belly. The difference in their perspectives was so vast. Lei Yiming said, "Little girl, did you think of all this yourself?" He still couldn't believe these were things a little girl could think of. Little Mei said, "Most of it is from my teacher's guidance along the way. Actually, it's not difficult to analyze. As long as you step out of your own limitations, you can also see things clearly. Moreover, my teacher just checked Peng Peng's constitution. Peng Peng has the rare heavenly thunder's sacred body. Would you send away such a genius? I've said all I can. You think about it yourselves." Everyone fell silent, having to admit that what Little Maid said made a lot of sense and was worth deep consideration. In the Thunder Mountain Range, Lin Moyu turned into a stream of light and shot straight towards the core depths. Thousands of lightning bolts fell on his body, but he paid them no mind. "Big Brother Thunder Dao, I'm back." Lin Moyu's voice echoed throughout heaven and earth. The Thunder Mountain Range contained a rare lightning attribute origin spirit vein that ran through the entire mountain range. This lightning attribute origin spirit vein was 8th grade, but its range was not large. Its power was concentrated, causing thunder to rumble year-round in the Thunder Mountain Range. Even Dao Venerables had to be extremely careful when entering its core area. Only when the Lei family opened the Thunder Mountain could they use special methods to enter the outer areas. Lin Moyu's sudden arrival triggered millions of lightning bolts to strike. Lin Moyu ignored the lightning as if it were nothing. His clear voice echoed throughout the entire Thunder Mountain Range. "Big Brother Thunder Dao, I'm back." His voice turned into waves of sound that suppressed even the thunder. A few seconds later, a loud laugh rang out, "Brother Lin, you finally returned." Millions of lightning bolts gathered together, paving a brilliant road. A mountain peak in the Thunder Mountain Range slowly split open, like a grand door opening to welcome an honored guest. Lin Moyu chuckled lightly and flew inside. Hearing the Thunder Dao person's voice, he knew the Thunder Dao person's condition was not bad, and even better than before. It seems there have indeed been some changes in heaven and earth. The changes in heaven and earth were very subtle. Very few people could sense them. The Thunder Dao person, who had once attempted to break through to the Great Dao realm, had sensed them and benefited. Entering the core area of the Thunder Mountain Range, Lin Moyu saw the Thunder Dao person again. After many years, the Thunder Dao person's soul was still a remnant soul, and his physical body still lay there motionless, seemingly unchanged. Lin Moyu could still see that the heavenly punishment power that had once settled in his soul seemed to have dispersed somewhat. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Big Brother Thunder Dao, this little brother has come late. Please don't mind." The Thunder Dao person waved his hand. "What formalities between us? I knew you must have had things to do. If you had free time, you would have come earlier. I also guessed what little brother Lin was busy with. Now that I see you, I know. It's only been so many years, yet little brother Lin has already reached the 5th level of Dao Venerable. Truly amazing." The Thunder Dao person kept praising. Lin Moyu could feel that he was truly happy for him, and also not angry at all about his late arrival. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It was just some fortuitous encounters. It's nothing special. But Big Brother Thunder Dao, your condition now seems better than before." The Thunder Dao person said, "In recent years, there have been some changes in heaven and earth. The remnants of the heavenly punishment power suddenly decreased a lot, which has made things much better for me. At the same time, I feel my luck has also increased. I'm just not sure if it's because of the changes in heaven and earth causing the heavenly punishment power to decrease, or if it's because of increased luck wearing away the heavenly punishment power." Lin Moyu thought for a moment. "It should be both, I think. I've heard from several elders that heaven and earth have indeed likely changed. A 9 wheels unified Buddha, equivalent to the pseudo-great Dao realm, has appeared in the Buddhist race. Moreover, several human race ancestors have also obtained methods to reach the great Dao realm. According to the 3 ancestors of the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce, the path has opened. What follows depends on opportunity." Lin Moyu also knew that heaven and earth had indeed changed. However, the Thunder Dao person's situation was also related to luck. Because of his relationship with the Thunder Dao person's luck would be affected by his own. As he grew stronger and his luck improved, it in turn affected the Thunder Dao person. Lin Moyu said, "Big brother Thunder Dao, this time I should be able to heal your injuries." The Thunder Dao person's eyes revealed wild joy. "Really?" Lin Moyu nodded, "I'm about 80% confident. Besides this, I have 2 more pieces of good news to tell you, big brother. But let me keep you in suspense for now. We'll do things one by one." The Thunder Dao person laughed happily. Good. I'll do whatever little brother Lin says. 80% confidence is already very high. Even if it doesn't work, it's fine. So many years have passed, I've gotten used to it. Lin Moyu pointed his finger, and a spirit flower flew out, blooming in midair. He had once used a spirit flower to treat the Thunder Dao person, but unfortunately his strength was insufficient then, and his soul was not strong enough to heal the Thunder Dao person. Now his strength had greatly increased. After several fortuitous encounters, the World Tree had also become much stronger. The effect of the spirit flower had greatly improved. Although its healing effect on pseudo-Great Dao realm beings was still discounted, at least it could be useful. At worst, he could use several spirit flowers. The only thing Lin Moyu wasn't sure about was the heavenly punishment power. He wasn't certain if the spirit flower could remove the heavenly punishment power. The Thunder Dao person's soul floated into the spirit flower, which wrapped tightly around it. His originally damaged soul began to recover under the nourishment of the spirit flower. The Thunder Dao person's soul was very strong. Although he hadn't passed through the heavenly punishment, he had managed to preserve his life under it, showing how powerful the Thunder Dao person had been back then. His soul and physical body already had 1 foot in the Great Dao realm. From another perspective, he could basically be seen as a severely injured pseudo-Great Dao realm being. The only problem was that he couldn't show himself in the outside world. He had already been targeted by the Great Dao. Once he went out, he would be attacked by the Great Dao. So the Thunder Dao person could only hide in the Thunder Mountain range, using the power of the 8th grade origin spirit vein to avoid the Great Dao. Although the Thunder Dao person was severely injured, he had also gained corresponding benefits. His lifespan was no longer an issue, as he had gained some of the characteristics of the Great Dao realm. The power of 1 spirit flower was quickly exhausted, and the Thunder Dao person's injuries had recovered somewhat. Lin Moyu immediately produced a 2nd spirit flower to continue the treatment. As 1 spirit flower after another was used, the Thunder Dao person's soul injuries were gradually recovering. But Lin Moyu showed no joy at this moment. The injuries were recovering, but the heavenly punishment power in the soul still existed. It had decreased somewhat, but couldn't be completely erased. This was a mark given by the Great Dao. As long as the heavenly punishment power didn't disappear, the Thunder Dao person still couldn't go out, and would forever remain at this level, unable to advance further. 3. There must be destruction before there can be construction. It seems this is the only way. Lin Moyu quickly thought of a solution and transmitted to the Thunder Dao person, the heavenly punishment power in the soul can't be completely removed. Does Big Brother Thunder Dao have any good ideas? The Thunder Dao person responded. There's no good method. We can only wear it away with time. It will probably take another 1,000,000 years. Lin Moyu said, this little brother has a method, but it will be very painful. The Thunder Dao person laughed heartily. If there's a method, what are we waiting for? Come quickly. Mere pain is nothing to worry about. Lin Moyu said, then Big Brother, please endure for a while. He flicked out a line of fire, and the world-burning fire flew into the Thunder Dao person's soul. Lin Moyu wanted to use the world-burning fire to wear away the heavenly punishment power. The heavenly punishment power had left a mark in the Thunder Dao person's soul, like a wound that couldn't heal. When the world-burning fire collided with the heavenly punishment power, a terrifying force immediately erupted. Lin Moyu instantly felt as if he was facing the heavenly punishment directly. An immense pressure crashed down like the sky falling. Hold on. His thoughts surged wildly, his Dao heart as firm as a rock, not moving an inch, precisely controlling the world-burning fire to burn the heavenly punishment power. It seemed that anything related to the soul was within the burning range of the world-burning fire, and the heavenly punishment power was no exception. The two forces constantly collided, using the Thunder Dao person's soul as their battlefield. The Thunder Dao person's soul kept trembling. One can imagine how painful it was. Soul pain is a kind of pain that's hard to bear. But the Thunder Dao person endured it like this, without making a sound. During the struggle, the soul was damaged again. The spirit flower continuously healed the soul, repairing as much as was destroyed. The heavenly punishment power was gradually worn away, also bringing the Thunder Dao person an indescribable feeling of pleasure. The feeling of pain and pleasure together was something only the Thunder Dao person himself could understand. The world-burning fire continued burning for 10 minutes, finally burning away the heavenly punishment power in the soul completely. At the moment the heavenly punishment power was burned away, Lin Moyu simultaneously withdrew the world-burning fire. The Thunder Dao person suddenly let out a long howl. "Ah, that feels good." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Big brother is truly amazing, to be able to endure such pain. This little brother admires you." The Thunder Dao person laughed heartily. "A little pain is nothing, as long as it can be cured. Little brother, that fire of yours should be the great Dao essence fire, right?" Lin Moyu said, "It should be. That's what those elders said too." The Thunder Dao person was in a great mood now, his voice several times louder than usual. "Little brother is truly extraordinary, to be able to master such a flame. Big brother admires you." Without the heavenly punishment power, the spirit flower's healing effect seemed to improve even more. After using several more spirit flowers over half a day, the Thunder Dao person's soul was completely restored. The restored soul returned to the physical body. In an instant, countless lightning bolts struck towards the Thunder Dao person. The 8th grade origin spirit vein shook violently. The lightning attribute origin power completely boiled over, turning into lightning dragons that entered the Thunder Dao person's body. A powerful aura emanated from the Thunder Dao person's body. The pressure of a pseudo-great Dao realm being spread throughout this not-so-large space. As expected, after recovering from his injuries, Big Brother Thunder Dao naturally stepped into the pseudo-great Dao realm. Actually, he should be even stronger, but now the path of heaven and earth hasn't fully opened yet, so the pseudo-great Dao realm is the limit. Once the heavenly path opens and heaven and earth are no longer separated, Big Brother Thunder Dao will have a chance to step into the great Dao realm. To be able to attempt breaking through to the great Dao realm without dying while heaven and earth were separated showed that the Thunder Dao person's talent and aptitude were among the top of his generation, with none above him. After the lightning dissipated, Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Congratulations, Big Brother Thunder Dao, on your rebirth and directly stepping into the pseudo-great Dao realm. With this, you need not worry about lifespan." The Thunder Dao person laughed. "It's all thanks to Brother Lin. Otherwise, this big brother would never have been able to recover." Lin Moyu said, "Although heaven and earth are still separated now, and the possibility of entering the great Dao realm is extremely low, I believe heaven and earth will be restored one day. That will be Big Brother's chance. Big Brother's cultivation method is the method of our era. Actually, the path of our era has already deviated. In the era before the origin catastrophe, cultivators perceived the great Dao and cultivated the Dao pattern method." The Thunder Dao person said, "I know about the Dao pattern method too. I once searched throughout heaven and earth and saw some ancient records. Unfortunately, the Dao pattern method has long been lost in the river of time." Lin Moyu said, "This little brother happened to obtain the Dao pattern method by chance." The Thunder Dao person couldn't help but exclaim, "You mean, it's the second path?" Lin Moyu said, "That's right, the Dao pattern method is the second path. However, this little brother once made an oath not to pass on the Dao pattern method casually. I can only trouble Big Brother to also make a great Tao oath not to pass on the Tao pattern method. The Thunder Tao person asked, since you've made a great Tao oath, if you pass on the Tao pattern method again, will you be punished? The Thunder Tao person's first reaction was actually to ask if Lin Moyu would be punished, rather than eagerly wanting to obtain the Tao pattern cultivation method. Lin Moyu knew very well how tempting the Tao pattern cultivation method was for a cultivator at his level. Lin Moyu smiled and said, when I made the oath, I left some small loopholes. As long as it's not passed on casually, there's no problem. So I can only trouble Big Brother to also make a great Tao oath. As he spoke, Lin Moyu took out a great Tao stone. The Thunder Tao person very readily made a great Tao oath, agreeing not to pass on Lin Moyu's teachings casually. Lin Moyu passed on the Tao pattern method to the Thunder Tao person. With the Thunder Tao person's talent, he understood after hearing it just once. He murmured, using Tao patterns to interpret the true meaning of the great Tao, this cultivation method is more direct than today's cultivation methods, pointing directly to the core of the great Tao. It's indeed a good method, and not difficult to cultivate. Why can't it be passed on? Lin Moyu said, an elder once said, the great Tao is incomplete, and now is not the time. The Thunder Tao person nodded slightly, perhaps so. That catastrophe buried too many secrets. I once tried to explore the beginning and end, but in the end only got fragments. Beings like the three ancestors are even less likely to tell others. Lin Moyu said, all right, the third piece of good news, I found a successor for Big Brother. The Thunder Tao person asked curiously, hasn't Xiaoya already been accepted? Her cultivation level should be. Lin Moyu said, Xiaoya was born with a jade soul. No matter what she cultivates, she progresses by leaps and bounds, and she's also very hard-working. But as Big Brother's great Tao successor, Xiaoya isn't actually the best choice. The Thunder Tao person asked, then who has little brother found this time? Lin Moyu said, the little princess of the Lei family, Lei Pengpeng. Big Brother should have met her before. I healed her injuries before, and this time when we met, I discovered she had awakened the Heavenly Thunder's sacred body. Heavenly Thunder's sacred body. The Thunder Tao person's breathing suddenly became heavy, and his expression involuntarily became excited. Is it really the Heavenly Thunder's sacred body? To make a pseudo-great Tao realm powerhouse so excited, one can see how tempting the Heavenly Thunder's sacred body was to him. Lin Moyu seemed to have expected this reaction and wasn't surprised at all. It is indeed the Heavenly Thunder's sacred body. I think the Heavenly Thunder's sacred body should be more suitable than Xiaoya's innate jade soul for inheriting Big Brother's Tao, right? The Thunder Tao person suddenly stood up, of course. There's nothing in this world more suitable than the Heavenly Thunder's sacred body. Let's go quickly, Big Brother wants to accept a disciple. The Thunder Tao person looked extremely eager, as if he wanted to rush to the Lei family immediately and snatch Lei Pengpeng away. Lin Moyu felt that the Thunder Tao person's impetuous manner was quite similar to Lei Pengpeng's. The Thunder Tao person really couldn't wait. He waved his hand, and the Thunder Mountain range shook and opened with a rumble. Countless thunder clouds appeared in the sky. The thunder clouds were also affected by the Thunder Tao person's mood, sending down 10,000 lightning bolts. The Thunder Tao person pulled Lin Moyu and flew out of the Thunder Mountain range. Both of them bathed in lightning at the same time. The heavenly punishment didn't descend. The heavenly punishment power in the soul had been removed. From now on, the Thunder Tao person could move freely, the pseudo-great Tao realm being who could come and go freely and act freely. He still cultivated the extremely powerful Thunder Great Tao. With his strength, except for the three ancestors and a few others, he was almost the strongest in the current world. Lin Moyu knew that with the Lei family latching onto the Thunder Tao person's thigh, the Lei family was about to rise. The Thunder Tao person's face was full of pleasure. This old man hasn't been out for how many years, it feels so good. The previous sentence was still sighing, and the next sentence had already changed to another topic. Let's go to the Lei family. He waved his hand, and the two turned into lightning, instantly leaving the Thunder Mountain range. The Thunder Dao person's speed was shockingly fast, like teleportation, leaving only a thin, long lightning bolt in heaven and earth. The lightning was like a sharp blade, cutting space in half. The lightning then exploded, shattering a large area of space, revealing the pitch-black chaotic void. The Thunder Dao person's speed seemed to have exceeded the limit that space could bear, yet he controlled it extremely well, so the earth wasn't affected at all. Lin Moyu only felt his vision blur, and he had already returned to Thunder City. The Thunder Dao person casually determined the direction, and like teleportation, instantly arrived in the Lei family compound. Lei Pingping was talking with little Mei when her vision suddenly blurred, and an old grandfather wrapped in lightning appeared before her eyes. Lei Pingping was startled, then looked curious. "Grandpa, who are you looking for?" The Thunder Dao person's eyes were bright and shining, sparkling with light. He stared at Lei Pingping without blinking, as if looking at the world's most precious treasure. Without Lin Moyu's introduction, from the moment he first saw Lei Pingping, his gaze couldn't move away. It's real, it's really the Heavenly Thunder's sacred body. A Heavenly Thunder's sacred body that's rare even in thousands of years. The Tao has truly not treated this old man poorly. Although it made me stay confined for so many years, it let me wait for a Heavenly Thunder's sacred body. The Thunder Dao person was extremely excited internally, to the point that his whole body was trembling. Seeing the Thunder Dao person not only not speaking, but staring at her like that, Lei Pingping's little face turned pale with fright. Lei Pingping immediately found Lin Moyu, who was not far away, and whoosh, hid behind Lin Moyu. "Uncle Lin, this old grandpa is so scary." Although Lei Pingping's cultivation was not weak now, and she was not young, her personality was still like a child's. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Pingping doesn't need to be afraid. This is the teacher Uncle Lin found for you. With him around, no one will dare bully you anymore." Lei Pingping seemed half-believing, and asked cautiously, "Really?" At this time, the Thunder Dao person finally reacted and said loudly, "Of course it's true. As long as you become this old man's disciple, not only will no one dare bully you, you can bully whoever you want. This old man will back you up." Lei Pingping still didn't quite believe it. "Are you really that powerful?" The Thunder Dao person thought for a moment, then suddenly shouted, "Lei Yiming, come see me." His voice was like a thunderclap, shaking the entire Lei family compound. The thunder formation in the sky almost collapsed on the spot. The Lei family was like experiencing a small earthquake, and the origin spirit vein almost exploded on the spot. Several figures immediately rose into the air. They were all elders and powerful figures in the Lei family. The Thunder Dao person snorted, "Get back down." In an instant, 10,000 thunderbolts struck. The thunder formation sent down countless lightning bolts, forcing these Lei family powerhouses back down. The Lei family's powerhouses fell to the ground one by one, unable to move, their eyes full of shock. They had actually been attacked by their own family's formation. The thunder formation that the Lei family was so proud of had changed owners in this moment, becoming the Thunder Dao person's property. Lin Moyu understood clearly why this was so. The source of the Lei family's inheritance was the Thunder Dao person. Whether it was various techniques or formations, it was all like this. The thunder formation might seem profound and unfathomable in the eyes of the Lei family, but in the Thunder Dao person's eyes, it was child's play. He had only moved his thoughts slightly, and had already taken control of the formation. Throughout the whole process, only Lin Moyu could understand what had happened. "Elder, please stop." With a cry of alarm, Lei Yiming, Lei Zhengying, and Lei Sanxiang rushed over quickly. After landing, Lei Yiming immediately knelt before the Thunder Dao person with a thud. Yiming pays respects to the elder. At this time, Lei Zhengying and Lei Sanxiang had also guessed the Thunder Dao person's identity and immediately knelt down and kowtowed. The Thunder Dao person was their true ancestral master. With the ancestral master personally arriving today, how could they not kneel? The Thunder Dao person said, "Rise." Lei Yiming quickly stood up, with joy and surprise. "Elder, your injuries have healed?" The Thunder Dao person made an affirmative sound, then pointed at Lei Pengpeng and said, "Is this girl your descendant?" Lei Yiming said, "She's Zhang Ying's daughter." Lei Yiming gave Lei Zhengying a look, signaling him to speak. But before Lei Zhengying could speak, he was interrupted by the Thunder Dao person. "That's not important. You tell the little girl, is this old man powerful or not?" Lei Yiming said, "That goes without saying. Elder's abilities, how many in the world can compare?" The Thunder Dao person looked at Lei Pengpeng. "Little girl, do you understand now? Become this old man's disciple, and in the future, whoever you want to bully, you can bully." Lei Pengpeng was now half believing. Really? When she asked this, she was looking at Lin Moyu, as if she only believed Lin Moyu's words. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It's true. Big Brother Thunder Dao is very powerful." Lei Pengpeng continued to ask, "More powerful than Uncle Lin?" Lin Moyu said, "Yes, more powerful than Uncle Lin." At this time, the Thunder Dao person said, "Now this old man is a bit more powerful than Brother Lin, but in the future, Brother Lin will definitely be more powerful. Little girl, if you become this old man's disciple, this old man will teach you everything. In the future, you can also be more powerful than this old man." Lei Pengpeng said, "I can really bully whoever I want to bully?" The Thunder Dao person patted his chest and guaranteed, "Of course you can. If anyone doesn't let you bully them, your master will stand up for you." He hadn't officially become her master yet, but the Thunder Dao person was already calling himself her teacher. Little Mei, watching from the side, was secretly laughing, feeling that this Thunder Dao person seemed different from what she knew, appearing somewhat cute. Lei Pengpeng continued to look at Lin Moyu. "Uncle Lin, should I really take him as my master?" No matter how much the Thunder Dao person boasted, Lei Pengpeng only believed Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Trust Uncle Lin. As long as you take him as your master, Pengpeng will be free in the future. You can do whatever you want." Lei Pengpeng made an O sound. "All right then, I'll be your disciple." The Thunder Dao person was overjoyed, and Lei Yiming was equally ecstatic. This way, the Thunder Dao person was truly tied to the Lei family. With the Thunder Dao person presiding and backing them up, whether it was the Cold Water Holy Land or the Wu family, if they wanted to move against the Lei family, they would have to think twice. The Thunder Dao person's gaze swept over. "What are you standing there for? Quickly go prepare the discipleship ceremony." Lei Yiming immediately called out, "Good, we'll prepare immediately." He flew off in a flash to prepare the discipleship ceremony. In the southern continent, the discipleship ceremony was indispensable. Once the ceremony was over, the Thunder Dao person would truly become Lei Pengpeng's teacher. It wasn't just a change in title, but also an intertwining of fortunes. Both parties' fortunes could be shared, eventually reaching a balance. Add to that Lei Pengpeng's identity, and even the Lei family's fortune would become related to the Thunder Dao person. Without the discipleship ceremony, the effect would be much weaker. The discipleship ceremony wasn't about being simple or luxurious, it just had to happen. Even when Lin Moyu accepted Little Mei as a disciple, there was an extremely simple ceremony. It's just that later, Lin Moyu gave Little Mei another chance to choose, making their relationship even more stable. The Lei family quickly prepared. Because time was limited, and Lei Yiming could see that the Thunder Dao person was very anxious, the ceremony was very simple. Offering tea, respectfully drinking tea, kowtowing, one call of master, and the ceremony was complete. The Thunder Dao person laughed heartily. "I, Thunder Dao, finally have a successor." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Congratulations, Big Brother Thunder Dao, on gaining a satisfactory disciple." Lei Yiming and the other two also congratulated the Thunder Dao person. "Congratulations, Elder, on gaining an excellent disciple." The Thunder Dao person said, "It's all thanks to Brother Lin. Otherwise, this big brother would still be trapped there unable to move, let alone think about accepting a disciple. This big brother has two things here, to be given to Brother Lin and Pengpeng respectively." As he spoke, he took out 2 boxes and handed them to Lin Moyu and Pengpeng respectively. Lin Moyu didn't stand on ceremony and didn't decline. There was no need to be particular about such things between him and the Thunder Dao person. Pum Pum's face was full of joy. I have one too. The Thunder Dao person smiled and said, of course, this is your master's welcome gift. I hope Pum Pum will like it. At this time, Little May suddenly spoke up, Uncle Master, Little May wants a welcome gift too. Little May was completely shrewd and naturally wouldn't miss any opportunity to ask for benefits. This call of Uncle Master came very naturally from Little May, and the Thunder Dao person couldn't bring himself to refuse. Lin Moyu smiled and said, this is my disciple, Little May. The Thunder Dao person immediately said, so it's Brother Lin's disciple. Of course there's a welcome gift. As he spoke, the Thunder Dao person took out another box and handed it to Little May. Little May very nimbly put away the box, her face full of smiles. Thank you, Uncle Master. Uncle Master is so kind. What was in the box wasn't important. Given the Thunder Dao person's status, the things he gave wouldn't be bad. If it were too poor, that would be embarrassing. The Thunder Dao person cared about face and definitely wouldn't do such a thing. The Thunder Dao person looked at Lei Pingping. Pingping, look at the gift your master prepared for you. Do you like it? Lei Pingping had grown up in luxury and had seen many good things, so she didn't have much of a reaction. But Lei Yiming and the others were different. They knew the Thunder Dao person's identity, and what he gave to Lei Pingping must be something good. Its value might even be higher than the entire Lei family. Lei Pingping opened the box, and a bolt of lightning shot out from the box, exploding into a firework in midair. Fortunately, Lei Pingping was already used to thunder sounds and wasn't frightened. When she saw what was in the box, she couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so beautiful." In the box was a gorgeous piece of clothing. The clothing looked as if it was woven from lightning, small but extremely magnificent. The Thunder Dao person was very satisfied with Lei Pingping's reaction. Pingping, start refining it. Thank you, Master. Lei Pingping politely thanked the Thunder Dao person before beginning to refine it. As she refined it, this beautiful and small piece of clothing flew out of the box, hovering in midair, suddenly releasing 10,000 bolts of lightning. The Thunder Dao person said, this old man used the Thunder Great Dao as the foundation, the essence of an 8th grade origin spirit vein as the material, supplemented by a 7th grade thunder system formation, spending 100,000 years to forge these thunder treasure cloves. These treasure cloves can attack and defend, can resist ordinary attacks, can also resist soul attacks, and can even mobilize the Thunder Great Dao to kill enemies. Its appearance can change at will, and it can even be stored in the soul. The Thunder Dao person introduced the Thunder Treasure Cloves with some pride. This was a treasure he had spent 100,000 years of effort to forge. Its own grade had already reached the 8th level of Dao Venerable. If you add its comprehensive functions, even some 9th level Dao Venerable treasures weren't as good as it. Lei Yiming was somewhat worried, such a top-tier treasure, how can Pingping refine it with her current level? The Thunder Dao person smiled and said, don't worry. Pingping has the Heavenly Thunder's sacred body. Any treasure related to thunder under the heavens can be refined by her. Although Lin Moyu didn't know this point, he believed the Thunder Dao person wouldn't speak without foundation, and even more wouldn't joke about Lei Pingping. Another question arose in his mind, Big Brother Thunder Dao, when you forged this thunder treasure, how did you know that the disciple you would accept in the future would be female? This treasure clothing was obviously prepared for a woman. If the gender didn't match, wouldn't it have been forged in vain? The Thunder Dao person chuckled, I was trapped for many years. How could I have only forged one? Lin Moyu couldn't help but laugh. So it was like this. Indeed, he hadn't thought comprehensively enough. The Thunder Dao person had been trapped for so many years. Naturally, he wouldn't have only forged one. At least he would have forged two, one for each gender. Most likely it wasn't just two. He might have forged several. Lin Moyu was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed slightly. Lei family head, please arrange a quiet room for me. Lei Zhengying didn't even think and said, friend, please follow me. He immediately led Lin Moyu to the nearest quiet room. Lin Moyu entered the quiet room and activated the formation. The surroundings immediately became quiet. Then Lin Moyu took out a formation disc. It was a ceiling formation disc, which he activated. The quiet room was completely isolated from the outside world. No one could peek at what was happening inside the quiet room. After making preparations, Lin Moyu took a deep breath and entered his soul world. In the soul world, a piece of pure white beautiful jade was shining brightly. Gu Hanyu, following the green-robed old man's instructions, had brought him the 9 extremes glacier and also mentioned that he had something to say to him. As a result, when he was refining the 9 extremes glacier, he encountered some trouble. This treasure's level was too high. Even for him, refining it was very slow. So Lin Moyu put it in his soul world to refine. Until just now, he had finally completed the initial refinement. Lin Moyu thought to himself, let's see what you have to say to me. No matter what you say, don't let me catch you in the future. I must give you a good beating, beat you half to death. His soul began to communicate with the 9 extremes glacier. A large amount of soul power was injected into it. The 9 extremes glacier became brighter and brighter, with cold energy frantically gushing out. The 9 extremes glacier slowly unfolded, finally turning into a circular disc about 1 meter in diameter, looking like a jade cushion. Light danced on the circular disc, and the green-robed old man slowly appeared. He smiled kindly, "Little one, we meet again." Lin Moyu snorted lightly, "If you have something to say it quickly." Lin Moyu wouldn't give the green-robed old man any good face at all. The green-robed old man said, "Don't be so rude. Mind your manners. This is just a strand of this old man's divine thought. No matter how much you curse, this old man won't lose a hair. Don't waste your energy." Lin Moyu still said impatiently, "Then don't waste time either." The green-robed old man said, "When I saw you before, there were indeed some things inconvenient to say, so I used this method to tell you. The reason this old man did this is that there's a reason, which you'll know in the future, but it's definitely not to harm you. You say you're a chess piece. This old man doesn't think so. At least I haven't treated you as a chess piece. If you still think you're a chess piece, then try to break free from this chessboard, change from a chess piece to a chess player. At that time, you'll discover who the real chess player is. Don't worry about your wives. They're all very safe. We'll protect them and won't let anything happen to them. Also your teachers, they're fine too. There's no need to worry about them either. I think you've already guessed some things. That's right, that small world was taken away by this old man. It had already completed its main task, so there was no need to leave it there anymore. 1. There are many secrets in this world worth you slowly exploring. Although cultivation should be fast, it can't be too rushed. You at least need to go to the origin ancestral land once. There are many answers you want to know there. The origin continent will face great changes. You need to become the leader of these changes. Only then can you gain the greatest benefits. Becoming a Tao Lord isn't that easy. The world of the outer great Tao isn't as beautiful as you think. Although the origin catastrophe has ended, the struggles in the outer great Tao haven't ended. In thousands of years, quite a few great Tao realm beings have died. This old man has said all he can. I hope that one day you'll become a Tao Lord. After listening, Lin Moyu didn't speak. He instinctively pondered the green-robed old man's words. Just as this thought arose, suddenly the green-robed old man spoke again, interrupting Lin Moyu's thoughts. Also, this ice jade cushion is given to you. When cultivating, place it under your soul. It can have twice the effect with half the effort. As for what other uses it has, you can research on your own. This old man is leaving. We'll meet again when fate allows. This time he had truly finished speaking. The green-robed old man's figure slowly disappeared. Lin Moyu's thoughts also began to race rapidly. What he was thinking about was not these words the green-robed old man said, but the green-robed old man's first sentence, that some things were inconvenient to say face to face. Why was it inconvenient to say face to face? These words seemed to have no problem. Why couldn't he say them when he met him at that time, and instead had to use this troublesome method? Could it be that there were eavesdroppers? This was the only reason Lin Moyu could think of. Besides this, he really couldn't think of anything else. For an existence at the green-robed old man's level, how could he still be afraid of people eavesdropping? And who could eavesdrop? But he did it this way, which shows there really was someone who could hear. Otherwise, the green-robed old man wouldn't do such a superfluous thing. Eavesdropping that even someone at his level couldn't avoid, who could that be? What in this world could be hidden from that person? There certainly were some things, such as conversations in the soul world. The soul world was the most mysterious place, a truly private place, reflecting reality yet existing in the soul void. So things in the soul world couldn't be eavesdropped on or monitored. It seems I need to be more careful in the future too. Some things and words can't be said openly. After guessing this answer, Lin Moyu had some ideas in his mind and knew what to do in the future. There were many habits to change. Even some small habits of talking to himself needed to be changed. Whatever he wanted to think, he should just think in his mind and not say it out loud. After understanding this point, Lin Moyu continued to think about what the green-robed old man said. First, he could be certain that his wives were very safe. Lin Moyu believed the green-robed old man wouldn't lie to him. Second, he said he hadn't treated him as a chess piece, but also said if he thought he was a chess piece, then he should find a way to jump out. At that time, he would be able to see clearly who the chess player was. This indicated that there really were chess players. These chess players treated all living beings in heaven and earth as chess pieces, holding the chess pieces and scheming for the world. But at that level, whether it was the origin continent or other worlds, what was there that they wanted but couldn't get? There must be something. Only when he jumped out could he truly see clearly. After understanding these 2 points, Lin Moyu put aside his worries about his wives, and also somewhat understood the underlying logic of this world. Everything in the entire world was within the schemes of certain existences. If he wanted to truly obtain eternity, he needed to find a way to resolve those existences, or at least reach the same level as them. His thoughts continued. The rest of what the green-robed old man said seemed much more practical. He must go to the origin ancestral land, and must go before becoming a great Tao realm being. Once he became a great Tao realm being, he couldn't go anymore. The other party had said that in the origin ancestral land, he could find many answers he wanted. There was also the upcoming great change in the origin continent. He needed to become the leader to gain the greatest benefits from the change. On the surface, this sentence didn't seem to have any problem. But thinking deeper, one would discover that besides himself, there might be others waiting for this great change, also wanting to become the leader. There could only be one leader. Once becoming the leader, the benefits gained would certainly be unimaginable. As for how to become the leader in the change, that could only be fought for. Finally, there was the outer great Tao. Although the outer great Tao was still far from him, it was definitely the ultimate goal. The outer great Tao wasn't beautiful. This was also within Lin Moyu's expectations. Where in the world was there a paradise? Where there were people, there would be struggles. It's just that Lin Moyu hadn't expected that after the catastrophe, great Tao realm beings were still falling. What exactly was happening in the outer great Tao? The green-robed old man didn't say, only conveying a message that it was very dangerous there and to be careful. Even without answers, it gave him a mental preparation. These words the green-robed old man said, except for the first 2 sentences that needed him to think about, the rest were actually very obvious. Anyone who wasn't too stupid could understand their implications. And these words, the green-robed old man was afraid of people eavesdropping, so he specially used this method to tell him. It seemed the origin continent was still not peaceful. He couldn't be careless. Pausing his thoughts, Lin Moyu took the ice jade cushion in hand. He could feel the power of the ice jade cushion. It had once torn apart the Black Blood Fist Saint and transformed into the 9 Extremes Glacier to suppress him. Its power had already far surpassed the realm of 9th level Dao Venerable treasures. Even some great Dao realm treasures weren't as good as it. But besides having powerful strength, it surprisingly couldn't assist cultivation. It was very difficult to refine it. It needed a vast amount of time to grind. Lin Moyu could only initially refine it a bit now. Placing the ice jade cushion under himself, in an instant, cold energy rose up, turning into a faint white mist spreading out. His soul buzzed and shook. The speed of condensing Dao patterns suddenly became faster. After advancing to the 5th level of Dao Venerable, the speed of condensing Dao patterns had slowed down again. Before, it was 1 pattern a year. After the 5th level of Dao Venerable, it needed 2 years to condense 1 Dao pattern, slowing down by a full half. Now under the effect of the ice jade cushion, the condensing speed doubled again, becoming 1 pattern a year again. This way, he still only needed 18 years to condense 18 Dao patterns, thereby advancing to the 6th level of Dao Venerable. Besides speeding up the condensation of Dao patterns, the ice jade cushion also improved the learning speed of Divine Rune. Lin Moyu felt that before long, he would be able to convert all the formations and runes he had learned in his life into Divine Runes, fully integrating them. At that time, his ability to set up formations would certainly improve greatly. The Divine Rune formations of the prehistoric era would also reappear in the world again. The ice jade cushion was indeed a good thing. It saved him a lot of time. His consciousness returned to reality. Lin Moyu sat in the quiet room without moving, but took out the box given by the Thunder Dao person. He also knew that what the Thunder Dao person gave wouldn't be bad. It was just right to look at it now. The box opened, and an extremely sharp aura shot out from the box, stirring up a breeze like sword chi in the quiet room. The breeze hit the ceiling formation, actually making the formation shake nonstop. Inside the box was placed a small, exquisite sword. This sword was very delicate, with very complex patterns carved on it, which were actually divine runes. This sword is a treasure from the prehistoric era, but why does this sword's aura feel so familiar to me, as if I've seen it somewhere before? Lin Moyu pondered and finally found the answer. When the fallen Sword Star Lord briefly awakened, the aura he emitted was just like this, almost identical. Lin Moyu couldn't help but guess, could it be that this sword belongs to the fallen Sword Star Lord? Summoning the 1,000-star Great Dao, Lin Moyu quickly found the lofty fallen Sword Star Lord. At this moment, the fallen Sword Star Lord was still in slumber and hadn't awakened. Lin Moyu picked up the small sword and brought it close to the fallen Sword Star Lord. The fallen Sword Star Lord's star suddenly brightened. An invisible force emanated from it, firmly grasping the small sword. The small sword was pulled over, finally merging with the fallen Sword Star Lord. At this moment, Lin Moyu seemed to hear steady and orderly heartbeats. That feeling was like something was about to awaken. It really is the fallen Sword Star Lord's treasure. I wonder if he will awaken after absorbing the treasure. After Lin Moyu waited quietly for a moment, he finally heard the fallen Sword Star Lord's voice again. Thank you, Dao Lord, for finding the fallen sword's lifebound sword. I am the Dao Lord. He had already said he wasn't the Dao Lord, but the fallen Sword Star Lord still insisted he was. Lin Moyu felt very strange. The fallen Sword Star Lord said, back when the 1,000-star army fought to collapse, the old Dao Lord had a prophecy. He said when the Great Dao becomes dormant, whoever can reawaken the 1,000-star Great Dao will be the new Dao Lord. The old Dao Lord's words were never wrong, so you must be the new Dao Lord. Even if you're not the Dao Lord now, you will certainly be in the future. Lin Moyu asked, then do you know how to become a Dao Lord? The fallen Sword Star Lord said, to truly become a Dao Lord is very difficult. It requires many conditions. Lin Moyu smiled and said, tell me about it. He could finally learn some information about the Dao Lord. Once he knew how to become a Dao Lord, he would have a corresponding goal, and his path would be smoother. The fallen Sword Star Lord said, the first requirement is to have a first-grade innate soul. Just this point alone is already very difficult. Since ancient times, those who could reach a first-grade innate soul have been extremely rare. Lin Moyu asked, is it just a first-grade innate soul? I remember that even among equal innate souls, there are early, middle, and late stages. The fallen Sword Star Lord said, the Great Tao also has strong and weak divisions. Weaker Great Taos have correspondingly lower requirements for the soul. For origin Great Taos like the Thousand-Star Great Tao, at least the middle stage of a first-grade innate soul is required. And for some illusory Great Taos, a late-stage first-grade innate soul or even a perfect state is needed. The soul is just one of the conditions to become a Tao Lord. It's a necessary condition, but not the main condition. After the soul reaches the requirement, another requirement needs to be met, gaining the Great Tao's recognition. Gaining the Great Tao's recognition isn't so simple. First, you need to find a way to communicate with the Great Tao Spirit. And to communicate with the Great Tao Spirit, you need one thing. This thing isn't in the Great Tao, but in the Soul Void. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed slightly. The Soul Void? Is there no specific location? The fallen Sword Star Lord said, that's unknown. What I know is only what the old Tao Lord told me. After all, I'm not the Tao Lord, just a Star Lord in the Thousand-Star Great Tao. Lin Moyu asked, then what if there's already a Tao Lord in the Great Tao? The fallen Sword Star Lord said, then it becomes more complex. You need to engage in a great Tao struggle with the original Tao Lord. It's very difficult, and very few people can succeed. But I remember, the number of Tao Lords isn't very large, especially Tao Lords of origin Great Taos are even rarer. Many origin Great Taos don't have Tao Lords. Actually, it's because of this that the origin catastrophe descended. If all those Great Taos had Tao Lords, the origin catastrophe wouldn't have appeared at all. Even if the Black Blood Realm and Celestial God Realm had several more guts, they wouldn't dare to come over. Lin Moyu pondered the fallen Sword Star Lord's words. Was this also said by the old Tao Lord? The fallen Sword Star Lord said, yes, it was also said by the old Tao Lord. Lin Moyu pressed further, did the Tao Lord say anything else? The fallen Sword Star Lord said, that's all. There are many things the old Tao Lord wouldn't tell us. He didn't say much. There seemed to be quite a few catastrophe remnants on the origin continent. These fellows might pose a threat to you. I can sense that the origin continent is currently in a state of separation from heaven and earth. In this state, I can't act on the origin continent. Tao Lord, you need to be careful about your safety on the origin continent. Lin Moyu was slightly startled. You can act now? The fallen Sword Star Lord said, the Tao Lord has found my lifebound sword for me. I now have the power for one strike. If it's in the outer Great Tao, I can strike for the Tao Lord to kill enemies. If I forcibly act on the origin continent, I'll be subject to heavenly punishment and might be obliterated. Lin Moyu asked, what level can your one strike reach? The fallen Sword Star Lord said, enough to annihilate a great Tao realm being with a 7th grade innate soul, and can severely injure one with a 6th grade innate soul. Hearing this answer, Lin Moyu couldn't help but be surprised. What was your battle power at your peak? The fallen Sword Star Lord said, late stage of 3rd grade innate soul. If I fought to the death, I should be able to exchange my life with an early stage 2nd grade innate soul. Lin Moyu had long guessed that the fallen Sword Star Lord was very strong, otherwise he couldn't have become a Star Lord in the 1000-star Great Tao. The 1000-star Great Tao was an origin Great Tao. Among countless Star Lords, the weakest were all 9th-level Tao Venerables, and slightly stronger ones were Heavenly Tao Realm. As the strongest among them, it seemed quite normal for the fallen Sword Star Lord to reach a 3rd grade innate soul. Even though he was severely injured now, he could still kill a great Tao realm being with a 7th grade innate soul, which was already extremely powerful. It should be known that ancestors like Gu Hanyu only had 8th grade innate souls. In other words, the fallen Sword Star Lord could easily kill Gu Hanyu. At this time, the fallen Sword Star Lord sighed. It's a pity that the Tao Destruction Star Lord disappeared back then. If he were still here, perhaps the 1,000-star Great Tao wouldn't have become dormant. Lin Moyu asked curiously, who is the Tao Destruction Star Lord? The fallen Sword Star Lord said, among all the Star Lords of the 1,000-star Great Tao, I was the leader of the 1,000-star army. My battle power ranked second among all Star Lords. The Tao Destruction Star Lord was first. Unfortunately, shortly after the catastrophe broke out, the Tao Destruction Star Lord disappeared. Not only did the person disappear, but even his position as Star Lord disappeared along with him. I asked the old Tao Lord, but the old Tao Lord was unwilling to say where the Tao Destruction Star Lord went. He only said he had his mission. This matter has passed. It's meaningless to talk about it now. I sense that the Great Tao's heavenly punishment is approaching. I need to go dormant now. Tao Lord, if you have anything, come wake me again. Be careful. After saying this, the fallen Sword Star Lord's aura disappeared. Lin Moyu also vaguely sensed a powerful force that had already arrived above his head. The fallen Sword Star Lord was too strong. He shouldn't exist on the Origin continent. Even just saying a few words would attract the Great Tao. Lin Moyu withdrew the 1,000-star Great Tao, took a deep breath, then removed the formation and pushed open the door to leave the quiet room. He had gained a lot from this conversation, learning how to become a Tao Lord. Moreover, the matter of the Tao Destruction Star Lord's departure at the end was also worth pondering. It was understandable for a person to leave, but for even the position of Star Lord to disappear was difficult to understand. And where did he go? What did he go to do? There must be a reason. The old Tao Lord was unwilling to say, obviously knowing the reason for his departure. Another mystery. Lin Moyu sighed lightly in his heart. Returning to the previous small courtyard, Lei Pengpeng had already completed refining the Thunder Treasure Clothes. She had turned the Thunder Treasure Clothes into an exquisite and gorgeous robe, jumping around in the courtyard with a face full of smiles. The Thunder Tao person was smiling as he watched his precious disciple, his old face beaming with joy. Lin Moyu was about to speak when suddenly a powerful aura rose up from not far away. A powerful aura rose up, coming from the direction of the Lei family's main hall. At the same time, the thunder formation in the sky rumbled nonstop, already beginning to operate. Several other auras shot straight towards the sky, almost flipping over the Lei family compound. As the auras collided, the Lei family compound shook nonstop, its walls cracking all over. Lei Pengpeng, who had been laughing and joking just a second ago, suddenly stopped. She was obviously very worried. Master, nothing bad will happen, right? The Thunder Tao person didn't care at all. Don't worry, with your master here, nothing will go wrong. Lin Moyu walked into the courtyard. Indeed, with Big Brother Thunder Tao here, these small fry can't cause any trouble even if they try. Although Lei Pengpeng already knew the Thunder Tao person was very powerful, in such a short time, she still trusted Lin Moyu more. Hearing Lin Moyu say this, she felt more at ease. If Uncle Lin says it's fine, then it must be fine. The Thunder Tao person's mouth twitched, feeling somewhat helpless. His status as a teacher was actually not as good as an Uncle Lin. Lin Moyu sensed the auras clashing in the sky. It's those two 7th-level elders from the Wu family. Looks like the marriage proposal didn't go well. Lei Pengpeng said, Wu Xingwen came earlier. The ancestor and father went over, planning to refuse them. Lin Moyu already understood what was going on. Big brother, shall we go take a look together? After all, those are two 7th-level elders. If a real fight breaks out, the Lei family will suffer, and people might die unnecessarily. He gave the Thunder Tao person a look. He naturally knew that the Thunder Tao person didn't care at all about the Lei family's life or death. How many people in the Lei family died was none of his business. The Thunder Tao person only cared about Lei Pengpeng, this precious disciple. Lin Moyu gave him a look, telling him to do something, which could also curry favor with Lei Pengpeng. This teacher who had been forced upon her sometimes needed to flatter his disciple a bit. Fortunately, the Thunder Dao person understood and immediately said, "All right, let's go take a look. Let's see if those two fellows from the Wu family have come to seek death." Lin Moyu noticed that Little Mei wasn't here. "Peng Peng, where did Little Mei go?" Lei Pengpeng said. "Little Mei said she went to watch the excitement." Lin Moyu couldn't help but laugh. "This girl, she's addicted to being a spectator." 1. Lei Pengpeng nodded vigorously. That's right, that's right. Little Mei was holding a watermelon when she left. Learning this of all things, Lin Moyu was very helpless, but didn't know what to say. After all, she had learned this from him. In the Lei family's main hall, Lei Yiming was surrounded by lightning, wearing lightning armor. The roof of the hall had already been blown off, with bolts of lightning falling from the sky. At this moment, Lei Yiming was one with the formation. Just in terms of momentum, he was not at all inferior to the two elders from the Wu family. However, he hadn't made a move. He knew very clearly that if a real fight broke out, he wasn't a match for them. The reason he was doing this was actually to wait for the Thunder Dao person. Lei Yiming wasn't a fool. As the Lei family's ancestor, he understood very well how to weigh things. He stared coldly at Wu Xingguang. "Wu Xingguang, although you're the young master of the Wu family, there are rules in this world. This is the Lei family, the Cold Water Holy Land's territory. Aren't you afraid the Cold Water Holy Land will come after you for doing this?" Wu Xingguang's expression wasn't good at this moment. This young master came politely to propose marriage before. Lei family head should know that for someone of my status to do this, I was already giving the Lei family plenty of face. Your Lei family might look powerful, but so what? If I really destroyed your Lei family, do you think the Cold Water Holy Land would go to war with my Wu family for your sake? They can barely handle the Question Dao sect. I don't believe the Cold Water Holy Land would stand up for you. If they really dare to come, do you believe the Wu family and Question Dao sect would join forces to destroy the Cold Water Holy Land? Wu Xingguang spoke with absolute certainty. Upon hearing this, Lei Yiming's face became extremely ugly. He knew that although Wu Xingguang's words were somewhat exaggerated, they weren't impossible. As far as they knew, the Question Dao sect had been restless recently and might go to war with the Cold Water Holy Land again. The two sides were evenly matched. They had fought countless times over the years, basically maintaining a balance. But if the Wu family intervened, the result would be completely different. So Wu Xingguang wasn't wrong. The Cold Water Holy Land wouldn't offend the Wu family for the sake of the Lei family. But what he relied on wasn't the Cold Water Holy Land at all. For a period of time, he had even been thinking about how to break away from the Cold Water Holy Land. Lei Zhengying was looking outside the hall at this moment, as if waiting for something. Behind the hall, Little Mei suddenly poked her head out to look, with watermelon juice still on the corner of her mouth. Seeing Little Mei, Wu Xingguang was stunned for a moment and instinctively said, "Why are you here?" He certainly remembered Little Mei. Little Mei was with Lin Moyu. Thinking of Lin Moyu made his teeth itch with anger. After the incident at the Cold Water Holy Land, he had thought carefully and felt that everything seemed to be because of Lin Moyu. If not for Lin Moyu, things wouldn't have developed to this point. Little Mei walked out from behind the hall, holding half a large watermelon. "Why can't I be here?" Wu Xingguang said in a low voice, "Where's Lin Moyu?" "Where is he?" Lin Moyu's voice drifted in, "I'm here. Friend Wu, we meet again." Wu Xingguang looked at Lin Moyu with a complex gaze. "Why are you here?" Lin Moyu chuckled. "Does friend Wu live by the sea? Why are you minding so much? Where this Lin goes seems to be none of friend Wu's business." At this time, Lei Pengpeng said coquettishly, "Master, it's this guy who insists on marrying me." The Thunder Dao person's gaze swept over, staring at Wu Xingguang. "You want to marry Pengpeng?" Wu Xingguang immediately felt as if his whole body had been electrocuted, but he endured the discomfort and gritted out, "That's right." The Thunder Dao person said in a low voice, "This old man doesn't agree to this matter. You can get lost now." Wu Xingguang's face turned ashen. "Who are you?" The Thunder Dao person said in a low voice, "You don't have the qualifications to know who this old man is." Get lost quickly. If you don't leave, this old man will kill you. As he spoke, lightning appeared in the Thunder Dao person's hand, crackling loudly. Even the formation in the sky rumbled in response. At this time, the two 7th-level elders behind Wu Xingguang simultaneously stepped forward, shielding Wu Xingguang. The Thunder Dao person casually clenched his fist, the lightning in his hand exploding. Immediately after came two miserable screams. Lightning burst out on the bodies of the two 7th-level elders in front of Wu Xingguang. They fell to the ground, their bodies charred black, severely injured. Wu Xingguang was stunned on the spot. The two 7th-level elders protecting him had been taken down so easily. Who exactly was this person? How could he be so strong? The Thunder Dao person said calmly, "They're not dead yet. Now take them and get lost. Get out of Thunder City. If this old man sees you again, I'll kill you directly." Wu Xingguang wanted to say something. After all, he was the young master of the Wu family. He didn't believe the other party would dare to kill him. But a weak voice came from below, "Don't say anything. Let's go quickly." Wu Xingguang wasn't stupid. He immediately grabbed the two and left quickly, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The Thunder Dao person said to Lei Pengpeng, "When dealing with this kind of person, don't be polite. Just beat them directly. Beat them half to death. I guarantee they won't even dare to fart." Lei Pengpeng's eyes were sparkling. "Master is so amazing." The Thunder Dao person chuckled, "If Pengpeng studies well, you'll be even more amazing than your master in the future." Lei Pengpeng was obviously moved, and her gaze towards the Thunder Dao person also changed. Lin Moyu knew that the Thunder Dao person had done this deliberately, to show off his strength and thereby attract Lei Pengpeng. Those two 7th-level elders from the Wu family could only be considered unlucky. Lei Yiming and the others were most delighted by the Thunder Dao person's powerful arrival. The Wu family was indeed a danger to them, but now with the Thunder Dao person, they no longer needed to fear the Wu family. However, what Lin Moyu said earlier was also correct. They currently didn't have the qualifications to break away from the Cold Water Holy Land. The power they relied on was the Thunder Dao person, not their own strength. This kind of external power was unreliable. If a family wanted to become independently strong, they ultimately had to rely on themselves. The Lei family still had a long way to go. Lin Moyu looked at Little Mei. "Have you watched enough?" Little Mei came bouncing over holding her watermelon. "Uncle Master is so amazing, scaring them away with just one move." The Thunder Dao person smiled. "This kind of person needs to be scared off in one go." Little Mei thought for a moment. Actually, it would be better to kill them. Letting a tiger return to the mountain always leaves future troubles. What if they come back to cause problems for the Lei family later? You can't stay here forever, right? The Thunder Dao person was stunned for a moment, realizing she had a point. At this time, Little Mei suddenly let out an ouch. Lin Moyu had flicked her on the head. "Where did you get such a murderous heart? Always talking about killing. Why don't you suggest wiping out the entire Wu family while you're at it, to cut the grass and eliminate the roots?" Little Mei covered her head, saying very seriously, "That's not impossible either. Uncle Master should be able to do it." The Thunder Dao person's mouth twitched twice. "Little brother, this disciple of yours is really something." Lin Moyu said, "Don't mind her, she's just talking big." Lin Moyu knew very well that Little Mei's behavior was learned from him, combined with her past life memories. She was too mature, and killing people or setting fires seemed like nothing to her. Lin Moyu said to Lei Yiming, "Elder Lei, this Lin's business at the Lei family is finished." Lei Yiming said, "Friend Lin is leaving already?" Lin Moyu nodded. "I've been away for a long time, it's time to return." He came to the Lei family mainly to treat the Thunder Dao person's injuries. There was no other important business. Now that the Thunder Dao person had recovered, he could naturally leave. Lei Pengpeng said, "Uncle Lin, are you going back to the Eastern Continent?" Lin Moyu made an affirmative sound. "When Pengpeng comes to the Eastern Continent someday, remember to come play at Uncle's place. Xiao Wu and the others are all there." Lei Pingping obediently responded, okay, I'll definitely come. The Thunder Dao person said, the Thunder Mountain Range is a good place to cultivate the Thunder Great Dao. Pingping has just started cultivating and can't leave the Thunder Mountain Range for now. Big brother won't see you off. Lin Moyu smiled and said, there's still a long future ahead. We brothers don't need such polite words. We'll meet again when fate allows. The Thunder Dao person nodded, indeed. When Pingping's cultivation has progressed, Big Brother will bring her to see Little Brother. Lin Moyu said, Big Brother, haven't you forgotten about Xiaoye? The Thunder Dao person laughed heartily, how could I forget? She's this old man's first disciple. Can't forget. Lin Moyu took Little Mei and left the Lei family, heading towards the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce in Thunder City. His trip was over, and he would naturally take the Hurricane warship back to the eastern continent. He wanted to see how Yudao City had developed. Yudao City was changing rapidly, developing very fast. Although he knew the general situation of Yudao City through the human emperor, it wasn't the same as seeing it with his own eyes. By the way, he would send Little Mei back to supervise Xiaoye and the others' cultivation. With her memories from her previous life, Little Mei had rich cultivation experience. Even without his supervision, there wouldn't be any problems. Calculating the time, he could go to the two realms' convergence again to gnaw on the fragments of the Crimson Blood Great Dao. Now that the skeleton hell had become stronger, the fragments of the Crimson Blood Great Dao were great nourishment for the skeleton hell. It was just a pity that the fragments of the Hell Gate were lost. If the fragments of the Hell Gate couldn't be found, it would be very difficult for the Hell Gate to truly recover. The Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce was still as busy as usual, bustling with people coming and going. As soon as they entered, a Chamber of Commerce attendant immediately came up to greet them. Sir, how may I help you? Lin Moyu took out his Chamber of Commerce token. I want to see your manager here. 1. Lin Moyu was a high-level customer. His Chamber of Commerce token was different from others, with details exuding high-class status. The attendant immediately became very polite. Please wait a moment, I'll go notify the manager. The attendant notified the Chamber of Commerce manager through a formation. Soon, a middle-aged man with heavenly venerable cultivation quickly walked down from the second floor of the Chamber of Commerce. This person was unfamiliar. Lin Moyu hadn't met him before. It wasn't surprising that the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce often changed managers at various branches. The middle-aged man came before Lin Moyu, bowing very politely. Welcome, Mr. Lin. Please come upstairs. This humble one has already prepared a private room for Mr. Lin. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. Lead the way. As he led the way, the middle-aged man introduced himself. This humble one is named Luli. I've long heard of Mr. Lin's great name. I never thought I'd see you in person today. It's truly my great fortune. Lin Moyu asked curiously, am I very famous in the Chamber of Commerce? Luli nodded repeatedly, of course. Mr. Lin saved 166th level Dao venerable elders of our Chamber of Commerce. You've long been famous. It's just that this humble one is quite lucky. Among those 160 Dao venerables, one is this humble one's grandfather, so I know a bit more. A middle-aged man, calling himself this humble one over and over, not caring about the age difference at all. In this world, strength was respected. Although he was far older than Lin Moyu, his cultivation level was there. By rights, he should call Lin Moyu elder. Lin Moyu said, that was a transaction between me and the three ancestors. No need to remember it. I see this time, it seems you knew I was coming. Luli said, it's not that we knew you were coming. Lady Lu Lian instructed that as soon as you came, we should contact her immediately. Lin Moyu vaguely felt that there must be some matter. Otherwise, Lu Lian wouldn't have given such instructions. But it probably wasn't anything urgent. Otherwise, the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce would have sent someone to find him long ago. With their abilities, unless he went to the two realms' convergence, it shouldn't be difficult for them to find him. Lu Lian looking for him actually meant the three ancestors were looking for him. He just didn't know what it was about. Leading Lin Moyu and Little Mei to a private room, Lu Li activated the formation in the room. The formation has been activated. Please wait a moment, Mr. Lin. This humble one will wait outside. If you need anything, just call me. The door closed, and under the formation's cover, the entire room became extremely quiet. Little Mei looked curiously at the formation. I've long heard that only the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce can set up such ultra-long-distance communication formations. Lin Moyu said, actually, there's nothing special about this kind of formation. In terms of formation level, it's just a 7th grade formation. It's just that they used some special materials and methods to achieve this effect. Little Mei said, only 7th grade? Does that mean teacher can do it too? Lin Moyu said, as long as I have the materials, it's not a big problem. Lin Moyu hadn't understood before, but now he did. What the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce used was a divine rune formation, which is why they achieved the function of ultra-long-distance communication. If he were given the corresponding materials and some time to thoroughly research divine runes, setting up such a formation wouldn't be a problem. The formation operated to form a small vortex. The three ancestors' figure appeared in the vortex, opening with an irritated tone, "Kid, you've become impressive." Hearing the three ancestors' slightly teasing tone, Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Which matter are you referring to?" The three ancestors snorted lightly. "Which of the things you did in the Western continent wasn't impressive?" Going to the Western continent, stopping the 3 lives Buddha's plan to exterminate the Dragon Clan, slaughtering the Netherworld Clan, forcing Withering Glory to leave, and making mortal enemies with the Insect Clan. Any one of these things was unimaginable, but Lin Moyu had done them all personally. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "This junior was just going with the flow." The three ancestors are overpraising me. The three ancestors snorted, "You think I'm praising you?" Lin Moyu said shamelessly, "This junior indeed thought so." The three ancestors seemed too lazy to argue with Lin Moyu, who would have thought that this ancestor's arrangements of many years would only be equal to you. "No more nonsense, I want to set up a branch in that territory you occupy." Lin Moyu looked strange, "There's no one there. What's the use of setting up a branch?" The three ancestors said, "Never mind whether it's useful or not. Just tell me if you agree or not." Lin Moyu roughly understood the three ancestors' meaning. "Since you've asked, how could I not agree?" The three ancestors said, "Even if you agree, don't think this ancestor will thank you. Because of you, this ancestor's branch set up in the Insect Clan is gone." Lin Moyu hadn't expected that the Insect Clan would still settle accounts with the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce in the end. These fellows really didn't reason much. He couldn't help but ask, the Insect Clan didn't dare touch the Chamber's people, right? The three ancestors said, they didn't. They just drove them back. Although the Insect Clan was crazy, they hadn't lost their reason. If they had touched the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce's people, their fate would probably be very miserable. The three ancestors couldn't exterminate the Insect Clan, as it involved extremely great karma, but giving them a lesson was inevitable. Although the Insect Clan was strong, compared to the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, they seemed to be a bit lacking. Lin Moyu said, "You specifically waited for me to come. Is there something?" The three ancestors said, "Indeed there is. Haven't you been looking for hell fragments?" Lin Moyu's eyes suddenly brightened. "You have news of hell fragments?" The three ancestors snorted, "I've always had news. It's just that before we were sure you could suppress the hell fragments, the butcher didn't tell you." Lin Moyu understood. The three ancestors were afraid he couldn't suppress the hell fragments, so they were unwilling to say. Previously telling him there were hell fragments in the Buddhist clan and Netherworld clan was also because if he couldn't do it, there were still the Buddhist clan and Netherworld clan. They weren't afraid of anything happening. The three ancestors' fear of the hell fragments was actually to such an extent. More accurately, what the three ancestors really feared was hell. They were afraid the whole world would evolve into hell. Actually, Lin Moyu knew very clearly that the three ancestors didn't need to worry so much. The hell fragments were far from being able to evolve into hell. The key netherworld black pool and hell gate couldn't be restored. How could they talk about hell? Now that they discovered he had the ability to suppress hell fragments, they were prepared to tell him the location of another hell fragment. Lin Moyu instantly understood the cause and effect. You never do unprofitable business. If you have any requirements, just say them directly. The three ancestors laughed, straightforward. This ancestor's requirement is very simple. After you suppress that hell fragment, help this ancestor bury something there. That's all. Lin Moyu asked, is it that simple? The three ancestors said, this ancestor is most trustworthy. When have I ever deceived you? Lin Moyu murmured, that's true. But I can imagine that the place where that hell fragment is located won't be too simple. The three ancestors said, that fragment is in the very center of Riftwind Cliff. It's the Wu family's territory. The Wu family again? We really have a fate. Lin Moyu was somewhat surprised. Three ancestors, I need detailed information. The three ancestors said, it's already prepared for you. When you get to Wind City, the chamber manager there will give it to you. Lin Moyu nodded, good. Is there anything else besides this matter? The three ancestors said, do business one transaction at a time. First do this matter well. I'll tell you in advance, the Wu family isn't easy to deal with. At this time, the three ancestors suddenly noticed little Mei to the side. He said with some confusion, this little girl seems familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Lin Moyu smiled and said, it seems you've gotten old too. Her name is Little Mei. She's my newly accepted disciple. The three ancestors thought for a moment, shook his head lightly, and the formation slowly stopped. The three ancestors disappeared along with it. Lin Moyu pushed open the door. Luli was still waiting outside. Seeing Lin Moyu, he immediately smiled. Has Mr. Lin's business been taken care of? Lin Moyu nodded lightly, it's done. As he spoke, Lin Moyu was already walking towards the outside. Luli respectfully saw Lin Moyu off to the door. Only after Lin Moyu disappeared from sight did he turn back. Although Luli's cultivation wasn't high, he was very smart in dealing with people. For an existence like Lin Moyu, he knew he didn't qualify to become friends with him, but at least he could avoid offending him and become somewhat familiar. That was enough. After Lin Moyu and Little Mei left Thunder City, Lin Moyu took out the cloud-piercing sword, and they rode the sword together. The cloud-piercing sword was fast enough. It would only take a few days to reach Wind City. Lin Moyu asked, Little Mei, what do you think of the three ancestors? Little Mei tilted her head and thought for a moment. The three ancestors is a businessman. He's very trustworthy. Lin Moyu said, what else? Little Mei thought again. Also, he never does unprofitable business. His bottom line is fairness. If he can gain some advantage, naturally that's best. Lin Moyu said, Little Mei is right. Actually, it's quite good to deal with someone like the three ancestors. Little Mei nodded, indeed. There's no need for scheming. Whatever the matter is, it's put out in the open. Lin Moyu said, that's right. Compared to the scheming within some sects and great clans, it's much better. The cloud-piercing sword flew faster and faster. Thunder City had long disappeared behind them. Lin Moyu thought of how he once lurked in the wilderness to avoid pursuit. Looking back now, it seemed quite interesting, a different kind of experience. After just half a day, the two had already arrived at the chaotic area where origin spirit veins converged. The convergence area was still in a chaotic state. Once forced by circumstances, Lin Moyu had entered to hide from enemies, but because of this he found the balanced gemstone, which was a great opportunity for him. The four words blessings and misfortunes are interdependent were interpreted vividly at that time. This time, Lin Moyu didn't need to enter the chaotic area again. He could enter the questioned Dao Sect sphere of influence through the passage between Jade Sword City and Dao Sword City. Lin Moyu said, on our way to Wine City, we'll pass by the Question Dao sect and Broken Sky Domain. In the floating city of the Jiang family and Broken Sky Domain, I once met Jiang Ruoxue. I also promised her some things. We might as well go there this time. Little May looked at the surrounding scenery, having no opinion. Is that Miss Jiang Ruoxue beautiful? Lin Moyu asked, why are you asking this? Little May said, Little May is guessing if she might become a new master's wife. Ouch! Before she finished speaking, she had already been flicked on the head by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu said irritably, what nonsense are you talking? If you talk nonsense again, teacher won't be polite. Little May giggled, not minding at all, I'm not afraid at all. In the chamber, the three ancestors finally remembered why Little May looked familiar. He had indeed seen Little May before, but not in this life, but in her previous life. As a great Dao realm being, his memory couldn't be wrong. The three ancestors' voice slowly sounded, dissolving the body and reincarnating actually succeeded. The changes in heaven and earth have already shown their first signs. How exactly should one lead to great changes? I hope my arrangements will be useful. Jade Sword City was ancient and desolate, with towering ice towers reaching into the clouds. Lin Moyu brought Little May into the city, heading towards the Question Dao sect. Last time he came, he was still a heavenly venerable. After arriving here, he was targeted by the old fellows of the Question Dao sect and found himself in danger. This time, he was already at the 5th level of Dao Venerable. The world had become completely different. Lin Moyu didn't deliberately control his aura. The aura of a Dao Venerable naturally emanated from him. Cultivators passing by all cast reverent glances at him. After all, Dao Venerables were still rare. The vast majority of people couldn't become Dao Venerables even after cultivating for a lifetime. Heavenly Venerable was often their limit. Some people couldn't even reach Heavenly Venerable. Being able to become a Dao Venerable was already at the top of the pyramid on the Origin continent. Little May asked softly, Teacher, why did you think of going to the Jiang family? The Jiang family isn't a great family. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and slowly uttered 4 words, to resolve karma. Little May asked with confusion, is karma really that important? Lin Moyu said, it's very important, but also not important. Being entangled in karma will cause many things to change unpredictably. If you want to have everything under control, you either need to cut off all karma as much as possible, or transcend karma and control it. Control karma. Little May repeated these 4 words. How could she not know how difficult it was to achieve these 4 words? Since ancient times, who could truly control karma? The Karma Great Tao was mysterious and unfathomable. Even the Karma Great Tao was hardly comprehended by anyone, let alone controlling karma. It was simply a joke. 1. At the passage from Jade Sword City to Dao Sword City, there was a sea of people, with many coming and going. The moment Lin Moyu stepped into the passage, both Jade Sword and Dao Sword began to vibrate. A brilliant 7-colored light lit up in the sky. Sword chi crisscrossed, interweaving with the 7-colored light to form an independent passage. Lin Moyu knew this was Jade Sword welcoming him. He had once obtained Jade Sword's Sword Chi seed and gained Jade Sword's recognition. This passage was cut out by Jade Sword and Dao Sword using Sword Chi. Naturally, he would receive some preferential treatment, which was quite normal. Many people looked up at this suddenly appearing 7-colored passage. Some wanted to go up, but before they could get close, they were blasted back by the sharp Sword Chi. Little May said, it's so beautiful. Lin Moyu smiled and said, let's go up. Under everyone's gaze, he took Little May and flew into the 7-colored passage, heading towards the Question Dao sect in a superior manner. As the 7-colored passage formed, at the exit of the passage in the Question Dao sect's location, a voice suddenly rang out, good, good, good. Even Dao Sword knows this young master has come, specially opening a 7-colored passage for this young master. Not bad, not bad. A young man, with some arrogance, spoke loudly and willfully, immediately attracting many people's attention. Some people's eyes held a hint of disdain, saying in low voices, "Who is this? How can he be so flamboyant? You don't even know him? His name is Wang Haoyu, the son of the Question Dao sect master. No wonder he's so flamboyant. He became a Dao venerable at such a young age. He indeed has the qualifications to be flamboyant. Of course. He has a good background. He's been nourished with all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures since childhood. His cultivation speed naturally can't be compared to ours. Wang Haoyu was just over 10,000 years old and was already a Dao venerable. Although he couldn't compare to geniuses, he was still an outstanding talent. Add to that his background, and the Question Dao sect's territory, he was enough to be called a king. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Haoyu felt like he was the center of attention and became even more arrogant. Under the gaze of hundreds or thousands of people, he flew up, rushing towards the seven-colored passage. Before he could get close to the seven-colored passage, sharp sword chi crashed down, directly blasting him back. Caught off guard, Wang Haoyu was blasted to the ground by the sword chi, falling flat on his face, extremely embarrassed. Wang Haoyu was stunned, and so was everyone else. At this time, the followers who came with Wang Haoyu finally ran over in a panic, each calling out "Young Master." The crowd of onlookers finally reacted, and in an instant, discussions erupted. Some people were trying hard to hold back their laughter, not daring to laugh out loud. Wang Haoyu's face was extremely ugly. He felt he had lost a lot of face. This seven-colored passage wasn't prepared for him at all. Someone suddenly shouted, "Someone's coming." Everyone looked over at the sound and saw two figures appear in the seven-colored passage. Lin Moyu and Little Mei stepped on the seven colors, as if walking on a rainbow, moving step by step, seemingly slow but actually fast. Lin Moyu arrived at the exit of the passage. His gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Wang Haoyu. A disciple of the Question Dao sect, Lin Moyu saw the Question Dao sect's emblem on Wang Haoyu's clothes. However, now that he was in the Question Dao sect's territory, seeing a few Question Dao sect disciples was quite normal. Lin Moyu shook his head lightly, then walked on the wind, disappearing on the horizon. Someone suddenly called out, so the seven-colored passage was prepared for them. To make Jade Sword and Dao Sword create an independent seven-colored passage, what kind of background do they have? No matter what background they have, they're not ordinary people. We can't compare to them. Indeed, not only can we not compare, some others can't compare either. Amidst various discussions, Wang Haoyu's face alternated between red and white. He really wanted to slap all these talkative people to death, but he couldn't do so due to the rules. If he really did that, the Question Dao sect's reputation would be completely ruined. This place wasn't just full of ordinary people. Some people were also from various families. Who knew if there were any children of great families or powerful forces among them? Wang Haoyu snorted and said to his followers beside him, "Go investigate who they are." The followers immediately obeyed and went to investigate. This was the Question Dao sect's territory. There was nothing they couldn't find out. On the cloud-piercing sword, Little Mei asked, "Teacher, you said the owners of the 72 swords of heaven and earth are very powerful, right?" 1. Lin Moyu nodded, "Of course. Even if they're not Dao Lords, they're at least close to Dao Lords." Little Mei said, "I think even the 72 swords are not as good as the Divine Province Cauldron." Lin Moyu said, "Indeed, they're not as good as the Divine Province Cauldron. Now the Origin Continent still has 4 continents left, and the 72 swords can still suppress them. If the 9 continents reappear, the 72 swords would be somewhat inadequate." Little Mei sighed, sounding a bit like an old person. "It's a pity the Divine Province Cauldron has disappeared. I really don't know what kind of treasure the Divine Province Cauldron is, to be able to suppress all the origin spirit veins of the Origin Continent." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It's just a golden cauldron. Maybe you'll see it in the future." The Divine Province Cauldron was now in his hands. If there were great changes in heaven and earth in the future and the Origin Continent recovered, then the Divine Province Cauldron might play a huge role, at least in suppressing the origin spirit veins of the origin continent and re-establishing the 9 continents. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that one part of leading the great changes in heaven and earth might be the divine province cauldron. This possibility wasn't small. Without the divine province cauldron, how would the origin spirit veins of the origin continent be established? Lead the changes, gain the greatest benefits. What exactly are the benefits? Lin Moyu murmured to himself. Time had passed unknowingly, and they had already flown over more than half of the questioned Dao sect's territory. In another half-day, they would be able to leave the questioned Dao sect and enter the territory of the Broken Sky domain. A black dot appeared in the distance. A warship was rapidly approaching from afar, its target clearly Lin Moyu. The huge warship was aggressively charging straight at them. Wang Haoyu stood at the bow, looking at Lin Moyu in the distance with a cold smile. "I'll ram you to death." Beside him stood a 4th-level Dao venerable cultivator from the questioned Dao sect. "Young master, you say this is the person who made you lose face?" Wang Haoyu said, "That's right, it's because of that guy that this young master almost lost all face. This time I must get even somehow. Uncle Ming, don't try to persuade me, I know what I'm doing. Actually, I'm not really going to ram him, just scare him. Then we'll record his frightened appearance and display it in Dao City for dozens of days." Uncle Ming knew Wang Haoyu's temperament and knew he couldn't persuade him, but he still spoke up. "Young master, I can't see through the other party's cultivation level. His cultivation might be very high. If we do this, I'm afraid we'll offend someone." Wang Haoyu didn't care at all, so what? Could he dare to be enemies with my questioned Dao sect? "Don't worry, Great Uncle is protecting me from behind. Nothing will happen." Hearing that Great Uncle was there, Uncle Ming immediately felt much more at ease. With Ancestor Xian there, then there's no problem. The two sides were getting closer and closer. Lin Moyu had already seen Wang Haoyu clearly on the warship and roughly guessed the purpose of this trip. He didn't avoid at all, ram through. A small spirit appeared on the sword body. The spirit made a sword seal with its fingers, and the power of the cloud-piercing sword became even stronger. The cloud-piercing sword hummed, its speed suddenly increasing. With or without a spirit, the power of a treasure would be completely different. Without using the spirit, the cloud-piercing sword was just an ordinary 7th-grade treasure. When the spirit appeared and worked together with the master, the power of the treasure could increase by at least 1 grade. Moreover, the cloud-piercing sword was originally a 9th-level Dao venerable treasure, but its grade had dropped later. Even if it had dropped, its power was still beyond that of a 7th-level Dao venerable treasure. As for this warship charging head-on, in terms of treasure grade, it was only at the 5th level of Dao venerable, far inferior to the cloud-piercing sword. Apart from being larger in size, it had nothing else to compare. The cloud-piercing sword didn't dodge or avoid, crashing straight into the warship. An enormous power suddenly erupted. The warship was torn to pieces in an instant, exploding into dust in mid-air. Screams rang out as many people on the warship were injured, flying out one after another with cries of pain. Wang Haoyu was among them. Although his personality was wayward, his cultivation wasn't bad. After all, he was a Dao venerable. Under the impact, he was only blasted away without suffering much injury. Lin Moyu slowly stopped, turning the cloud-piercing sword to look back. "Why did you try to ram me?" Wang Haoyu finally recovered and roared, "You dare to destroy this young master's ship? This young master will teach you a lesson." Lin Moyu frowned. "Young master? The young master of the questioned Dao sect? Are you Wang Haoyu?" Wang Haoyu snorted coldly, with some arrogance. "Now you know to be afraid." Lin Moyu said, "Indeed, you're far inferior to Wang Qingdao. They say the questioned Dao sect's Wang Xiandao had 2 sons, one a dragon and one a worm. Wang Qingdao is the dragon, and you Wang Haoyu are the worm. Seeing you today, it's truly so." Wang Qingdao was Wang Haoyu's brother. They had the same father but different mothers. Their father was the current questioned Dao sect master Wang Xianzong, but their mothers were different people. Wang Qingdao was a genius who had interacted with Lin Moyu at the Genius Conference. Lin Moyu's evaluation of Wang Qingdao was that he was passable and could become the successor of the Question Dao sect without problem. As for Wang Haoyu, from the information given by the three ancestors, Lin Moyu knew this person was just a useless fool. He had barely become a Dao venerable by relying on a large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures and countless pills. However, Wang Haoyu had one advantage: he was good at flattery. He had pleased his grandfather very well, and Lin Moyu had also met his grandfather, who was the ancestor Wang Hong, with a 9th-level Dao venerable cultivation. At that time, Lin Moyu had some grudges with the Question Dao sect, and Wang Hong's attitude towards him was also very cold. Because the three ancestors were present at that time, Wang Hong didn't make a move. Otherwise, he might not have let Lin Moyu go. Being spoken to like this by Lin Moyu, Wang Haoyu's face rapidly alternated between red and white. He gritted his teeth. "Shut up. Don't mention that guy Wang Qingdao." Lin Moyu chuckled. "The mouth is on other people's bodies. Even if I don't mention him, others will talk. With all the mouths in the world, can you make them all shut up? Moreover, calling you a worm is already giving you enough face. In my view, you're not even as good as a worm. Telling me to shut up? Even Wang Qingdao wouldn't dare to speak to me like that. Who do you think you are?" Lin Moyu's words were as sharp as knives, stabbing Wang Haoyu one after another. Wang Haoyu was completely enraged, almost losing his reason. He summoned his treasure and slashed a sword towards Lin Moyu. "I'll kill you." "You can't." Uncle Ming shouted loudly, wanting to stop him, but it was already too late. Uncle Ming had already seen that Lin Moyu was no ordinary person. Being able to instantly shatter the warship wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Lin Moyu chuckled, activating the cloud-piercing sword Qi, shattering Wang Haoyu's sword light and crashing overwhelmingly. The sword Qi was magnificent. Wang Haoyu was immediately frightened silly. As the young master of the Question Dao sect, he was used to being arrogant, but in the Question Dao sect's territory, no one dared to lay hands on him. His combat experience was pitifully little. Despite having Dao venerable cultivation, his combat power was far inferior to an ordinary Dao venerable. Uncle Ming instantly revealed his great Dao true body. The great Dao surged forth, forming a water wall, trying to block Lin Moyu's attack. But he knew that with his strength, it would be difficult to block it. Wang Haoyu was completely frightened silly, losing even the most basic reactions. "Stop!" With a roar, the person who had been protecting Wang Haoyu appeared. Wang Haoyu's great-uncle, whom Uncle Ming called Ancestor Xian, was a true 7th-level elder. Ancestor Xian descended from the sky, landing in front of Uncle Ming. He revealed his great Dao true body, transforming into a giant and blocking all the sword Qi. Lin Moyu chuckled, "Try taking my punch." He also revealed his great Dao true body. Although he was only at the 5th level of Dao Venerable and his great Dao true body was far inferior to Ancestor Xian's, Lin Moyu's physical strength had reached the 7th level. Let alone facing a 7th level elder, Lin Moyu dared to fight even an 8th level elder. The power great Dao true body revealed, turning Lin Moyu into a 1,000-meter giant, even larger than Ancestor Xian's true body. The power great Dao gathered all the strength in his body into one punch. This punch changed the color of heaven and earth, shattering space. Ancestor Xian's face changed drastically. He roared, summoning a shield-shaped treasure that instantly grew to cover the sky. Bang! As the fist and shield collided, the shield-shaped treasure only lasted half a second before shattering. Ancestor Xian spat blood and was punched to the ground. With just one punch, Ancestor Xian was severely injured. If another punch came, Ancestor Xian would very likely die. Lin Moyu shook his head and said in a low voice, "A 7th-level elder? Too weak." Then he looked at Wang Haoyu, who was almost scared to the point of wetting himself. "You're such a waste. Killing you would be dirty. Go back and tell Wang Xianzong not to provoke me, or I'll slaughter your Question Dao sect." Lin Moyu snorted coldly and turned to leave. Only after Lin Moyu had disappeared did Uncle Ming immediately fly down to Ancestor Xian's side. Ancestor Xian, are you all right? Ancestor Xian was now severely injured and extremely weak. Help this old man back. Report this matter to the sect master. On the cloud-piercing sword, Little May asked softly, Teacher, you seemed to do that on purpose just now. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Little May has made good progress to notice that. Tell me, where did your teacher not act well? Little May said, if it were usual times, those people wouldn't have survived. Lin Moyu killed people as easily as crushing ants. He either didn't make a move, or once he did, he basically wouldn't let people off. In Lin Moyu's words, this was called resolving karma. But just now, Lin Moyu clearly could have killed them, yet he deliberately let them go. This seemed a bit odd. Lin Moyu continued to ask, anything else? Little May said, also, teacher, you slowed down your speed, and even changed direction. This way, it will take us half a day longer to leave the Question Dao sect's territory. So Little May boldly guesses that teacher actually wants to lure the Question Dao sect's people over, then find an excuse to destroy the Question Dao sect. Lin Moyu laughed heartily, then can Little May explain why do this? Little May said, this is even simpler. It's because the Question Dao sect seems to intend to go to war with the Cold Water Holy Land. Now that Jinger has just taken the position of Holy Lord and is unfamiliar with everything, going to war now would cause great losses for the Cold Water Holy Land, and would also affect Jinger. Moreover, teacher is going to the Wu family. Actually, going through the Heaven Sword sect's route would be closer. Teacher deliberately came to detour through the Question Dao sect's territory, which perfectly confirms Little May's guess. This time, even if Wang Haoyu hadn't come to provoke teacher, I guess teacher would have found an excuse to go after the Question Dao sect. Lin Moyu nodded, very good, you've guessed most of it right. But there's another reason. Your teacher once incurred enmity with the Question Dao sect. At that time, the Question Dao sect had 2 6th-level Dao Venerable Elders who were killed by your teacher and Han Yu working together. It's time to settle this karma too. Little May asked curiously, Teacher, although I don't understand why you want to settle karma, I feel like you seem to be in a hurry. Lin Moyu nodded, indeed, I am a bit hurried. But there's no choice. The Origin continent is about to face great changes. Your teacher has a feeling that we need to resolve all karma cleanly before the changes come. Otherwise, in the future, unexpected things might happen. Little May asked, when will the great changes in heaven and earth come? Lin Moyu shook his head, it could be very soon, or it might be thousands or tens of thousands of years later. Everything is unpredictable. We can only prepare as quickly as possible. At this point, Little May's expression also became a bit serious. After returning, Little May also needs to speed up cultivation. At least during the great changes in heaven and earth, I won't drag teacher down. During the visit to the Cold Water Holy Land, Little May had activated her Cold Plum bloodline early. She had become the earliest person among all the Gu family to activate the Cold Plum bloodline. With the Cold Plum bloodline, plus Little May's own cultivation experience and the boost from her innate Dao soul, Little May's cultivation speed would be shockingly fast. Half a day later, Lin Moyu's speed slowed down again. He had already reached the edge of the Question Dao sect's territory. In a few more hours, he would be able to leave the Question Dao sect's territory. But until now, no one from the Question Dao sect had come to cause trouble for him. Could my judgment be wrong? It shouldn't be. Lin Moyu had made his judgment based on his understanding of the Question Dao sect and analysis of Wang Haoyu's personality and behavior. He believed his accuracy rate was over 80%, but now, no one had come looking for him. He hadn't hidden his whereabouts in the past half day. If the Question Dao sect wanted to find him, it shouldn't be difficult. Just like Wang Haoyu could intercept him halfway before, they could use teleportation formations, which would be much faster. Little May giggled, Teacher, it seems your judgment was wrong. They didn't come. What does teacher plan to do? Lin Moyu said, if they really don't come, then we'll find another opportunity. We can only say the timing wasn't right. Little May said, why not just go attack them directly? Lin Moyu shook his head, I'm resolving karma, not creating new karma. Any result must be based on previous causes. We can't add new ones, otherwise karma will keep accumulating and become bigger, which isn't worth it. Little May asked, Teacher understands the Tao of karma so well, why not comprehend the karma great Tao? Lin Moyu shook his head, the Tao of karma, the more deliberate you are, the harder it is to obtain. When you let go of everything, perhaps you'll obtain it. Little May became even more curious. Teacher, Little May is really curious. How did you comprehend these things? When you get to Yudao City, you'll meet Little Five. Then you'll know. Lin Moyu didn't explain, but left her in suspense. 1. Little May stuck out her tongue. All right, I just wanted to know. Lin Moyu slowed down again. He decided to wait a bit longer for the Question Dao sect. If they really didn't come, he could only consider it as the Question Dao sect dodging a bullet. Finally, when they were less than 100,000 miles from the Question Dao sect's border, Lin Moyu smiled, they've finally come. Little May's eyes brightened, really? Where? Lin Moyu looked ahead, right in front. They're just hidden by a formation. Quite a lot of them have come. Ordinary formations couldn't fool Lin Moyu at all. He saw through it at a glance. Little May asked, then what does teacher plan to do? Lin Moyu said, since they want to lure me over and catch a turtle in a jar, let's see who's really the turtle in the jar. Lin Moyu continued to fly forward, seemingly unaware of the formation. Until he was less than 1,000 meters from the formation, he suddenly stopped. Then one Dao rune after another flew out from Lin Moyu's fingertips, merging into the formation in midair. In an instant, hundreds of Dao runes flew out, revealing a huge formation over 100,000 meters in diameter in the sky. In Lin Moyu's view, this formation had no advantages except for its size. It was full of loopholes, which he could easily exploit. More and more Dao runes flew out. In just a few dozen seconds, the formation changed hands. The formation became a real jar, and the Question Dao sect's forces inside became the turtles. As the formation was revealed, Little May also saw clearly what was inside. She murmured, there really are a lot of people. One warship after another, at least 100 ships. Each warship had at least 1,000 people, adding up to a full 100,000. This was the Question Dao sect's great army. Although each person's cultivation wasn't high, not even Dao venerables, they could form a large formation using the warships. With a powerful Dao venerable leading, they could exert tremendous power. This large formation was called the Question Heaven Dao Formation. If a 7th-level Dao venerable elder backed this formation, they could exert combat power almost at the 8th level of Dao venerable. So the battle formation wasn't the main attack. The main attack was the elder in front of the formation. In front of the formation, an 8th-level Dao venerable elder was in command, with 2 7th-level cultivators standing on his left and right. At this moment, they were completely unaware that the formation had already been taken over by Lin Moyu. They were still waiting for Lin Moyu to walk into their trap. Little May had sharp eyes. Wang Haoyu is there. Lin Moyu smiled. No rush, let's go in first. Lin Moyu could kill directly, but to resolve karma, he couldn't do it this way. He needed to let the cause appear, so he could resolve the effect. He flew into the formation, then stopped and looked at Wang Haoyu with a calm face. I let you off before. Why are you still not giving up? Wang Haoyu now seemed to have something to rely on and became arrogant again. Last time this young master was careless. This time, where can you escape to? You're dead for sure. Lin Moyu smiled and said, this Lin has dealt with the Question Dao sect before. Do you know Zhao Dongxing? He wanted to kill me back then, but ended up being killed by me instead. I think there was also someone called the Giant Sword Dao Venerable with him, also from your Question Dao sect. I didn't expect it would be you this time. Very well, this karma should end now. Lin Moyu used his words to bring out the cause. At this moment, Lin Moyu felt as if some subtle changes had occurred in heaven and earth. He vaguely saw an extremely illusory Great Tao. When he was unconcerned with the Karma Great Tao, the Karma Great Tao appeared instead. Lin Moyu didn't pay attention to the Karma Great Tao. He didn't think about these things, but resolved karma. With a thought from Lin Moyu, the space within the formation distorted. In an instant, countless skeleton divine generals rushed out densely. Behind the skeleton divine generals were also many dragon riders. The entire battle was commanded by a Dragon Rider Legion commander. Lin Moyu didn't even need to take a look. After the undead army was deployed, Supu followed and attacked, targeting those three elders. The moment the undead legion appeared, the Question Dao Sect's army immediately became panicked. The undead legion's numbers were dozens of times theirs. Even the weakest skeleton divine generals had combat power of early 6th level Dao Venerable. This battle was simply a one-sided slaughter. For a time, screams filled the formation. Little May said, "This is truly catching turtles in a jar. These turtles are too miserable." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Those who kill will be killed in turn." If war broke out between them and the Cold Water Holy Land, countless people would die. Looking back through history, how many cities have been destroyed in wars? Billions of people died unjustly. Who can those people cry out to? In your teacher's eyes, those ordinary people who have never cultivated are no different from these heavenly venerables. There's no such thing as one being nobler than the other. Ordinary people are like ants in their eyes. In your teacher's eyes, they are also like ants. Little May didn't speak. Her mood was a bit complex at the moment. Even though her instincts told her there was nothing wrong with what Lin Moyu said, she still felt it was a bit strange. What was stranger was that when Lin Moyu slaughtered the entire Netherworld race before, she didn't seem to have any feelings about it. Why did she have this feeling now? Little May was suddenly startled. She suddenly realized that she was still thinking about problems with the mindset of an ordinary person. But Lin Moyu was already thinking about problems on another level. Her teacher's way of thinking was more like the Great Tao. The so-called unfairness of the Great Tao, yet ultimate fairness of the Great Tao, wasn't this the principle? In the eyes of the Great Tao, an insect, a person, or a spirit beast are all living beings, with no difference. The Great Tao won't think who is nobler or who is more important. Even if you are a heavenly venerable, and the other is just an ordinary small beast, they are the same in the eyes of the Great Tao. At this time, Lin Moyu spoke again. "Actually, in the eyes of some existences, whether it's your teacher or even this world, we are all just ants." Little May was suddenly startled. But are there such existences? Lin Moyu shook his head lightly. "Not in this world, but outside this world." At this moment, Little May felt that her teacher's figure was infinitely tall, as if he was no longer in this world. The height he stood at had already reached a level she couldn't understand, full of unreality. Fortunately, Lin Moyu only maintained this for a moment before returning to the human realm. Lin Moyu said, "It's almost over." Supu, holding the claw-piercing sword, very neatly and decisively killed the three elders of the Question Dao sect. The rest of the people were also killed or injured to the last under the siege of the Undead Legion. Over half of the 100 warships were destroyed. Wang Haoyu's face was filled with terror, pale and bloodless. Corpse after corpse fell beside him, scream after scream stimulating his soul. He saw with his own eyes the three elders he had invited die right in front of him. His Dao heart was completely shattered. A stench flowed from his lower body, mixing with the smell of blood permeating the air. Lin Moyu coldly looked at him. "Is this the result you wanted?" Wang Haoyu shuddered, his whole body trembling. You. After stuttering you for a long time, Wang Haoyu couldn't say a complete sentence. Lin Moyu sighed lightly. "Since you can't say it while alive, then say it after you're dead." A cold light flashed before Wang Haoyu's eyes. He felt his head fly up, saw his own body, and his consciousness quickly sank into darkness. Supu cut off Wang Haoyu's head with one sword stroke, completely ending this war. Little May asked, "Teacher, What will you do next to deal with the Question Dao sect? Lin Moyu said, use killing to stop killing. Back then, Zhao Dongxing and the other wanted to kill your teacher. This was the cause. Your teacher killed Zhao Dongxing in return. This was the effect. Back then, your teacher thought this karma was resolved, until I saw the Question Dao sect's ancestor Wang Hong and realized the karma was far from over. Although it's not exactly beat the dog and the owner comes, it's not far off. They were just waiting for a suitable opportunity. Your teacher is not alone. Behind me is Yudao City. If the Question Dao sect knew Yudao City's location, they would certainly seek revenge on a large scale. Besides this, it was because of entangled karma that we encountered Wang Haoyu here, turning a trivial matter into this slaughter. This is also caused by karma. Karma grows from small to large, complex, and difficult to understand. Before, your teacher didn't understand how to thoroughly resolve this karma. But now I understand. This karma arose from killing and will end with killing. Little Mei felt that Lin Moyu's words were becoming more and more profound, and she understood less and less. Lin Moyu had inadvertently seen the karma great Dao just now, and thus had some unusual insights. Only then did he know how to resolve this karma. As he spoke, a ball of fire exploded in the air, bursting into a sea of fire that fell down. The undying fire burned fiercely. The Question Dao sect people who had just died were revived one after another in the flames. They had died not long ago, so the revival speed was very fast. Before long, they had all been revived. Nearly 100,000 Question Dao sect disciples, 2 7th-level elders, and 1 8th-level elder all knelt before Lin Moyu. They had become reborn ones. From now on, they were Lin Moyu's subordinates. If Lin Moyu told them to die, they wouldn't hesitate at all. Lin Moyu looked at the only 8th-level elder. What's your name? What's your relationship with Wang Haoyu? He answered respectfully, my name is Bai Shi. I'm a disciple of Ancestor Wang Hong. Ancestor Wang Hong is Wang Haoyu's grandfather. So that was the relationship. The one really standing behind Wang Haoyu was Wang Hong, this 9th-level elder. No wonder he could act so unrestrained in the Question Dao sect's territory. Lin Moyu continued to ask, how many 9th-level elders are there in the Question Dao sect? Why didn't Wang Hong take action personally? Bai Shi said, there are 3 9th-level elders in the sect. Ancestor Wang Hong is currently attempting to break through to the Great Dao realm and can't take action for now. Lin Moyu smiled, what a coincidence, the same number as the Cold Water Holy Land. What did Wang Hong say about this matter? Bai Shi said, Ancestor Wang Hong told us to kill the master. He was that confident? Well then, let's go see him. Lin Moyu said with a hint of disdain. He guessed that Wang Hong definitely didn't know the person to be killed was him, otherwise he wouldn't have been so arrogant. Lin Moyu and Little Mei flew to a warship that was still in relatively good condition and gave the order, board the ship. Return to the Question Dao sect. Everyone returned to the warships and flew towards the Question Dao sect. The warships were 5th-level Dao venerable treasures. Their speed wasn't slow. After flying for half a day, they had already approached the headquarters of the Question Dao sect. The headquarters of the Question Dao sect was located among mountains, surrounded by an enormous mountain range. This mountain range coiled like a dragon, stretching for 100,000 miles. It was called the Question Dao Mountain Range. Beneath the mountain range lay a top-tier 8th-grade origin spirit vein. The warship stopped far away. Lin Moyu observed the terrain. After a moment, he revealed a slight smile, then let's try a new formation. Lin Moyu recalled all the reborn ones who had returned with him, then casually refined a formation disc with only a 5th-grade ceiling formation. He activated the formation disc, using the ceiling formation to envelop himself within it. The 5th-grade ceiling formation wasn't strong, but it was enough to conceal Lin Moyu and Little Mei's auras. Then Lin Moyu took Little Mei and descended into the Question Dao mountain range. When he was in the air, he had already observed the range of the Question Dao sect's protective formation. Where he landed was several hundred miles away from the questioned Dao 6 protective formation. Lin Moyu measured the ground, throwing out pieces of origin crystals, either burying them underground or embedding them into ancient trees. At the same time, he was drawing Dao runes in his hand, combining them with the origin crystals. In recent days, Lin Moyu had been dividing his attention to research divine talismans. Although he still couldn't use divine talismans to set up high-grade formations, as his understanding of divine talismans deepened, Lin Moyu gradually understood how those powerful beings from prehistoric times set up and deployed formations. Gradually, he gained a completely new understanding of formations. Now, Lin Moyu had fully entered the ranks of 8th grade formation masters, becoming a very proficient formation master. Lin Moyu measured the ground, setting up the formation. He needed to perfectly avoid the questioned Dao sect's protective formation while also encompassing the entire questioned Dao sect within it. The difficulty was extremely high. Other 8th grade formation masters couldn't complete this task. But Lin Moyu had confidence in himself. In his mind, he had already sketched out the complete form of the formation. Now he just needed to verify it. Little Mei followed behind Lin Moyu, watching him set up the formation without interrupting. She understood very well how difficult what Lin Moyu was doing now was. Little Mei carefully remembered every technique of Lin Moyu's, trying hard to learn. She might not understand now, but in the future, it would certainly become her valuable wealth. Little Mei knew she didn't have the same talent for formations as Lin Moyu, but Lin Moyu had also said that as long as she worked hard enough, becoming an 8th grade formation master was just a matter of time. Time passed day by day. Lin Moyu spent a lot of time setting up this formation. The range was too large, covering an area of hundreds of thousands of miles. There were too many points this formation needed to pay attention to. After a full 10 days, Lin Moyu's formation finally reached its end. In the territory of the former 100 Herbs Alliance, the Withering and Flourishing Elder took over 1,000 years to set up that formation. But Lin Moyu only used 10 days. Although the range was reduced by many times, the difficulty was only higher, not lower. Only when Lin Moyu had completely finished did Little Mei speak up and ask, "Teacher, what formation did you set up this time?" Lin Moyu said, "This formation is called the Heavenly Water Formation. It belongs to one branch of the 5 elements great formations. It can draw upon the power of the water great Tao to summon heavenly water to kill enemies." Little Mei thought for a moment. "I remember, the Heavenly Water Formation is a 6th grade formation, right?" Lin Moyu nodded. "That's right, it's only a 6th grade formation. Your teacher used the method of combining Dao runes to set up the formation, barely touching the threshold of 7th grade formations. Although its power isn't very strong, it has one characteristic." Little Mei knew Lin Moyu was testing her, but she thought for a long time and couldn't figure out what characteristic. Little Mei doesn't understand. "Please enlighten me, teacher." Lin Moyu smiled and explained, "The questioned Dao sect's protective formation is called the 9 Heavens Raging Flame Great Formation. Its power belongs to the fire element of the 5 elements. It's a top-tier 7th grade great formation. Borrowing the power of the origin spirit vein, its power is comparable to an 8th grade formation and can even block several 9th level Dao venerables. The 5 elements generate and restrain each other. Among them, water can't extinguish fire, and fire can also evaporate water, but the most likely outcome is that water and fire are incompatible." Little Mei's eyes brightened. "Is teacher planning to use the Heavenly Water Formation to detonate the questioned Dao sect's 9 Heavens Raging Flame Great Formation?" Lin Moyu said, "It's not quite detonation, but at least it can severely damage the 9 Heavens Raging Flame Great Formation. Little Mei, you must remember, there's no strongest formation in the world, only the most suitable formation. Formations must be appropriate to the location. An excellent formation master must understand flexibility and adaptability." Little Mei nodded. Little Mei has remembered teacher's words. Lin Moyu said, "The formation is set up. Now it's time for the next step." He snapped his fingers, and a large number of people appeared. These people were disciples and elders of the Question Tao sect in life, but now they were all reborn ones. They still wore the clothes of the Question Tao sect and emitted the aura of the Question Tao sect. It was hard to distinguish them. Even the Question Tao sect's formation couldn't detect that their identities were different. After they entered the Question Tao sect, half a day passed. Suddenly, powerful auras rose up within the Question Tao sect, as if a time bomb had been detonated. Powerful forces instantly covered the entire Question Tao sect. Large-scale chaos appeared in various parts of the Question Tao sect. The 100,000 people followed Lin Moyu's instructions, entering the Question Tao sect in groups of 7 or 8, then dispersing and acting together. As fellow reborn ones, they acted in perfect unison, with almost no time difference. Lin Moyu chuckled, "We can start now. Activate the formation." He stomped his foot, and the formation roared into action. Lin Moyu immediately took Little Mei and retreated, moving out of the Question Tao sect's range. He knew what was about to happen. A great Tao appeared in the sky. The power of the great Tao turned into boundless heavenly water crashing down, as if to submerge the Question Tao sect. The Question Tao sect's protective formation instantly activated. Raging flames burned like a volcanic eruption, shooting straight up to the 9 heavens, colliding with the heavenly water. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. Terrifying power swept through the Question Tao mountain range. The mountains outside the heavenly water formation were instantly destroyed. Countless ancient forests were flattened. In the explosion, heavenly water continued to pour down like waterfalls from the 9 heavens, not just one, but hundreds or thousands. The Question Tao sect's 9 heavens raging flame great formation also spewed out endless flames, turning into a sea of fire to resist the heavenly water. Water and fire were incompatible, constantly clashing. The 9 heavens raging flame formation was very strong, much stronger than the heavenly water formation, but Lin Moyu had set it up very cleverly. He was using the aftershocks produced by the explosions to constantly impact and shake the 9 heavens raging flame formation. Almost all the explosions occurred above the 9 heavens raging flame formation, which bore the brunt of the impacts. In the series of violent explosions, the 9 heavens raging flame formation began to waver. Lin Moyu watched everything, smiling. In a while, the 9 heavens raging flame great formation will collapse. Little Mei asked curiously, "Isn't there anyone controlling the formation?" Lin Moyu said, "Of course there is, but facing the attacks of the heavenly water formation, they have no better option than passive defense, because they've lost the initiative. The best method now would be to destroy the heavenly water formation, so your teacher first incited internal chaos in the Question Tao sect, preventing them from taking action." Little Mei nodded. "Then after the 9 heavens raging flame formation collapses, does teacher plan to slaughter the Question Tao sect?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "No, the Question Tao sect can't be destroyed for now. Otherwise, many people will fight over its territory, causing widespread suffering. All that karma would fall on your teacher's head. This time is to sever karma, not to create new karma. Killing those involved in the karma is enough. As for the Question Tao sect, let time decide their fate." Finally, someone rushed out of the Question Tao sect, trying to destroy the heavenly water formation. They endured the aftershocks of the explosions, searching for the formation eye of the heavenly water formation. The heavenly water formation wasn't strong, just a 6th grade formation. For powerful formation masters, finding the formation eye wasn't difficult, and the Question Tao sect certainly didn't lack formation masters. But when they found the formation eye, what awaited them was Su-Pu. The formation masters who came out from the Question Tao sect were all cleanly and neatly killed by Su-Pu, without stirring up any waves. Lin Moyu sneered, "How foolish. The Question Tao sect probably hasn't been attacked for too many years to do something so stupid. If I could set up a formation to trap the Question Tao sect, how could there not be someone guarding the formation eye?" With this, the Question Tao sect lost several formation masters. Although formation masters' cultivation wasn't very high, they were extremely difficult to cultivate. Losing a few formation masters would definitely pain the Question Tao sect for a long time. Finally, a 9th-level Dao Venerable Elder fought his way out. But Su Pu's strength was clearly superior to his, suppressing him without giving him any chance to fight back, let alone destroy the heavenly water formation. In a battle between two Dao Venerable realm beings, even an 8th-level Dao Venerable could hardly intervene. Now the Question Dao sect was in a dilemma. They could neither withdraw the 9 heavens raging flame formation nor continue. If they continued, the 9 heavens raging flame formation simply couldn't hold on. Lin Moyu smiled. It's time to make a decision, isn't it? Less than 3 seconds after he finished speaking, a huge boom came from the 9 heavens raging flame formation. The 9 heavens raging flame formation completely went berserk, turning into a sea of fire, almost engulfing the entire Question Dao mountain range. The Question Dao mountain range, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, instantly turned into scorched earth. The 9 heavens raging flame formation destroyed the heavenly water formation in an almost self-destructive manner, but in the short term, the 9 heavens raging flame formation couldn't be used either. Without the 9 heavens raging flame formation, the situation inside the Question Dao sect was completely exposed. Battles were happening everywhere. At a glance, the disciples of the Question Dao sect were killing each other. Who is it? Come out! A 9th-level elder roared angrily. He attacked towards Bai Shi, who had become a reborn one, while shouting, "Bai Shi, have you gone mad?" Bai Shi didn't say a word, focusing all his efforts on killing the Question Dao sect disciples, completely ignoring the 9th-level elder attacking him. This was Lin Moyu's order to him: kill all of Wang Hong's people. That 9th-level elder was furious, launching attack after attack at Bai Shi. Bai Shi endured the attacks, continuing to slaughter. Lin Moyu watched from afar. It seems Wang Hong is really in seclusion. He hasn't come out even now. The Question Dao sect had a total of 3 9th-level elders. Now 2 had appeared, leaving only Wang Hong, who hadn't shown up. Lin Moyu knew Wang Hong must be inside the Question Dao sect. He searched for Wang Hong's whereabouts, finally discovering a clue in the center of the Question Dao sect. So he's underground. He sensed that Wang Hong was in seclusion underground, probably trying to break through to the 9th level of Dao Venerable using the Origin Spirit Vein. However, an 8th grade Origin Spirit Vein wasn't enough for him to truly break through. When he was really about to break through, he would still need to borrow a 9th grade Origin Spirit Vein from the 3 ancestors. Lin Moyu wouldn't give Wang Hong this opportunity. Since you won't come out, I'll force you out. With a light point of his finger, accompanied by space distortion, the skeleton hell instantly appeared above Wang Hong's seclusion spot. Countless hell fiends pounced out, frantically gnawing at the earth, while hellfire gushed out, melting the ground. The skeleton hell sank into the ground at an astonishing speed, seeking Wang Hong. Stop! The 9th-level elder chasing Bai Shi roared, but he couldn't spare any effort to stop the skeleton hell. He steeled his heart, his attacks suddenly becoming heavier, starting to truly kill with the intent to slay Bai Shi. He knew he couldn't let Bai Shi continue killing. Bai Shi was an 8th-level elder. He originally didn't want to kill him, but now there was no choice. Bai Shi continued to slaughter Wang Hong's people, still not caring about anything else. For a 9th-level Dao Venerable to kill an 8th-level Dao Venerable wasn't actually very difficult, especially when the 8th-level Dao Venerable wasn't trying to escape at all. Under the others' frenzied attacks, Bai Shi couldn't hold on for long. In just over 10 seconds, he was already on the verge of death. Die! The 9th-level elder launched his final attack. At this moment, Lin Moyu smiled coldly. Explode! At the instant Bai Shi was killed, a terrifyingly powerful explosion overturned the Question Dao sect. How strong would the self-destruction of an 8th-level Dao Venerable powerhouse be? In an instant, at least a third of the Question Dao sect was destroyed, with tens of thousands of disciples dying on the spot. The 9th-level elder closest to the explosion screamed as he was blasted away. Even he couldn't withstand the self-destruction of an 8th-level Dao Venerable. The skeleton hell continued to sink at this moment, finally finding Wang Hong. The secret chamber where Wang Hong was in seclusion collapsed on the spot, and countless hell fiends pounced over. Facing the overwhelming tide of hell fiends surging towards him, Wang Hong woke up with a roar and shot up into the sky. He burst out from underground, not yet clear about what was happening, when suddenly a dragon's roar sounded in his ears. Heiyu rushed out, its huge dragon mouth reeking of blood, biting down from above. Wang Hong shouted angrily, summoning a treasure. The treasure turned into a large net, covering Heiyu. Heiyu's scales all over its body stood on end, turning into countless sharp blades, shredding the large net to pieces. With his treasure destroyed, Wang Hong didn't feel distressed. He had only used the treasure to gain a brief moment to catch his breath and see clearly what had happened. When he saw the miserable state of the questioned Dao sect, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What happened?" He had just finished his seclusion and didn't know what had happened. At this moment, a light chuckle sounded in his ears. "Elder Wang Hong, long time no see." Wang Hong looked towards the voice and saw Lin Moyu. "It's you." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "We haven't met for many years. It seems the elder's complexion is not bad. The great Tao is within reach." At Lin Moyu's signal, Heiyu didn't launch another attack, and the hell fiends didn't rush up either. Wang Hong said coldly, "Why are you doing this?" Lin Moyu said, "Didn't you tell Wang Haoyu to kill me? 100,000 people to kill one person, such a grand formation. Have you forgotten?" Wang Hong suddenly remembered that he had indeed received a message from Wang Haoyu earlier, asking to kill someone. He hadn't paid much attention. After all, in Wang Haoyu's words, the target was just a little fifth-level Dao venerable, not worth his attention. But Wang Hong never imagined that the person Wang Haoyu wanted to kill was actually Lin Moyu. Wang Hong said, "It was just a misunderstanding." Lin Moyu said, "It's not a misunderstanding. Now Wang Haoyu has been killed by me. He was your grandson. We can be said to have a deep blood feud. Back then in the Eastern continent, you actually had the intention to kill me. Lin doesn't forget. Also, the matter of Zhao Dongxing trying to kill me back then, we need to settle this karma too. So today, Lin has come to resolve karma." Hearing that Wang Haoyu had been killed, a flash of killing intent passed through Wang Hong's eyes, and his face turned ashen. "How do you want to resolve it?" Lin Moyu said, "It's very simple. Kill you and your people. I don't need to kill them all, just 8 or 9 out of 10, and it will be considered resolved." Wang Hong shouted angrily, "Such big words." Lin Moyu said, "Whether the words are big or not, you'll know very soon. That person is your son, right? Seems to be called Wang Xianzong, the current sect master, right?" The person Lin Moyu pointed to was wearing luxurious clothes. Even in the midst of chaos, he still had an extraordinary bearing, making people recognize him at a glance. Before Wang Hong could acknowledge, Lin Moyu shook his head and said, "Since you've come out, this grand play should come to an end." Accompanied by peals of thunder, the lightning lich appeared beside him. A drop of ancestor water flew out, along with the burning power of belief. The lightning lich, wrapped in the thunder great Tao, swung out a bolt of lightning. Chain lightning. Chain lightning, using bloodline as a guide, attacked Wang Xianzong alone, but the lightning exploded on all those with blood connections to Wang Xianzong, including Wang Hong. Lin Moyu wasn't joking when he said he came to kill Wang Hong's lineage. Under chain lightning, there was no escape. Tens of thousands of golden lights burst out from Wang Xianzong's body, protecting him within the lightning. He wasn't killed on the spot. Others weren't so lucky. In the lightning, hundreds of people were killed instantly. Lin Moyu wasn't surprised. As the leader of a sect, Wang Xianzong naturally had some protective treasures. How could he die so easily? As for Wang Hong, he certainly wouldn't die. The lightning lich's attack was far from enough for him. Wang Hong was furious. "You deserve to die." The people who just died were all from his bloodline. Lin Moyu said casually, "Then come kill me, otherwise you'll be the one to die." Heiyu roared and attacked Wang Hong again. Hell fiends also pounced frantically, surrounding and attacking Wang Hong. At the same time, Lin Moyu lightly pointed at Wang Xinzong, corpse explosion. A 7th level Dao Venerable corpse in his hand turned to dust, and Wang Xinzong's body exploded. This time, Wang Xinzong's treasure couldn't protect him. With the sound of explosion, Wang Xinzong was obliterated. Nearly insane howls came from Wang Hong in the skeleton hell, but it was useless. He was already trapped in the skeleton hell with no chance to escape. At this moment, the mighty Question Dao sect, a top power among humans in the southern continent, had over half its sect turned to ruins. One 9th level Dao Venerable was being suppressed by Su Pu, another was severely injured, and the third was swallowed by the skeleton hell, caught between life and death. Lin Moyu said loudly, Lin came here only to resolve karma with Wang Hong's lineage, not to slaughter the Question Dao sect. If you don't want to die, please retreat and stop fighting immediately. Lin promises to spare all your lives. His voice, like a demon's, echoed throughout the entire Question Dao sect. After Lin Moyu's actions, the Question Dao sect's people were already on the verge of collapse. The sect master had died, and died without any warning, just from such a casual point by the opponent. Even the 3 9th level elders could barely protect themselves now. In the eyes of the Question Dao sect's people, this person was like a god or demon, completely unmatched. Now Lin Moyu had given them a way out, a glimmer of hope. Anyone not too foolish would grasp this glimmer of hope. Immediately, some people stopped fighting and quickly retreated. Indeed, they weren't pursued further. Lin Moyu looked at the 2 9th level elders of the Question Dao sect. You 2 elders are already at the 9th level of Dao Venerable. Now longevity is within reach. Do you want to die and have your Dao destroyed now, or keep your lives and preserve the Question Dao sect's legacy? Please consider carefully. At this time, the injured 9th level elder said in a low voice, Will you keep your word? Lin Moyu said, Of course I'll keep my word. However, there's one small requirement. Seeing him say this, Lin Moyu knew he had already submitted and accepted his fate. At this point, unless the Question Dao sect had another trump card, they were doomed. Lin Moyu believed the Question Dao sect did have a trump card, but this trump card wouldn't be used easily, only when the sect was about to be destroyed. Now, it seemed it wasn't time yet. The 9th level elder frowned. What requirement? Lin Moyu said, As long as you 2 elders make a great Dao oath that from now on, your sect and Lin will be even, and you won't shelter anyone from Wang Hong's lineage anymore, Lin will stop here. How about it? The requirement Lin Moyu proposed wasn't actually excessive. He had made it clear from the beginning that he came to resolve karma with Wang Hong's lineage, not to cause trouble for the Question Dao sect. It's just that his methods were a bit violent, too forceful, making it hard for people to accept. At this point, Wang Hong was firmly trapped, with almost no chance of survival. The 2 9th level elders had lived for a long time and naturally weren't fools. Even if they were extremely unwilling in their hearts, they had no choice but to bow their heads now. After hesitating for a moment, the 2 elders finally stopped fighting and also ordered the others to stop. Wang Hong's people had basically all been killed, with only some who weren't in the sect still alive. The survivors now were all their people, so their orders were extremely effective. The 2 made the Great Dao Oath according to Lin Moyu's requirements. Not only would the grudge between the Question Dao sect and Lin Moyu be settled from now on, but all of Wang Hong's people would also be expelled from the Question Dao sect, severing all relations. Only after they made the oath did Lin Moyu learn their names. The one fighting Su Pu was called Han Xingyu. The one injured by the self-destruction was called Song Quan. Those who could cultivate to the 9th level of Dao Venerable weren't fools. They were geniuses in their youth and knew what the correct choice was. Not just for their own lives, but also for the Question Dao sect's legacy, they decisively abandoned Wang Hong. Lin Moyu smiled and said, The 2 elders made the correct choice. Han Xingyu asked, Can you tell us what karma exactly existed between friend Lin and Wang Hong? One moment they were fighting to the death, the next moment they were calling each other friends. This was the world of cultivators. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "That's a long story. Since the karma has been resolved, let's not mention it. I see Wang Qingdao doesn't seem to be here this time." Han Qingyu said, "He went out for training. We don't know where he went or when he'll return." Lin Moyu nodded, "It doesn't matter. He can't make any waves anyway. If we happen to meet in the future, I'll kill him casually." At this moment, the skeleton hell suddenly expanded. Roars of anger came from within the skeleton hell. Wang Hong was fighting fiercely with Heiyu inside. In terms of strength, Wang Hong was actually superior to Heiyu, but the river Styx flower weakened Wang Hong's power, allowing Heiyu to firmly hold the upper hand. Add to that the endless hell fiends, and Wang Hong didn't even have a chance to fight back. With a roar of anger, Wang Hong's body began to expand. He knew he had no hope of escaping and was preparing to self-destruct. The hell eye suddenly opened, sweeping over coldly and mercilessly. A massive soul impact crashed into Wang Hong's body. Wang Hong was stunned for a second, his self-destruction interrupted. Heiyu suddenly opened its mouth and bit down. Sharp teeth crushed Wang Hong's upper body. Wang Hong was only affected for a second. Then, with a roar of anger, his body expanded again. With only his upper body left, he still wanted to self-destruct. Heiyu frantically tore at him, trying to bite Wang Hong into pieces, but it was still a step too late. With a huge boom, the skeleton hell was torn apart by Wang Hong's self-destruction. The self-destruction of a 9th-level Dao Venerable had power no less than a full-force attack from a pseudo-great Dao realm being. The skeleton hell couldn't withstand it and was torn to pieces on the spot. Wang Hong was obliterated. Lin Moyu silently collected Wang Hong's remains. It didn't matter that the skeleton hell was destroyed. It wasn't the first time it had been destroyed. It wouldn't take long to recover. Lin Moyu said to Han Qingyu and Song Quan, "Wang Hong is dead. Lin's business here is finished. I won't disturb you further. Elders, we'll meet again if fate allows." After saying this, Lin Moyu turned and left. Those reborn once from the Question Dao sect collapsed when Lin Moyu left. Since he said he wanted to resolve karma, he didn't take anything related to the Question Dao sect with him. The Question Dao sect was no longer a treasure land now, but a scorched earth. The sect had turned to ruins, the Question Dao mountain range had become barren land, and the flames no longer burned fiercely. It was unknown how long it would take to repair the sect's protective formation. The losses this time were too great. Han Qingyu said in a low voice, "Go to the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce and find out all information about Lin Moyu." Sitting on the cloud-piercing sword, Little Mei asked curiously, "Teacher, why did you think they would definitely agree to stop fighting?" Facing Little Mei's question, Lin Moyu said, "This has to do with the factions in the Question Dao sect. Unlike ordinary families, the Question Dao sect's power is actually held by several elders. The 3 9th-level elders each have their own factions. Below them are even more complex interest relationships. The 3 factions compete with each other and are not harmonious. Usually, the sect is led by Wang Hong's faction. Wang Hong is also the strongest among the 3 elders in terms of strength and influence. This time, by killing Wang Hong, I actually gave them a chance to turn the tables and take charge. Do you think they would seize this opportunity?" Little Mei knew Lin Moyu was right, but she was more curious. How does teacher know all this? Lin Moyu said, "By looking at information and then observing their reactions just now. Wang Hong's faction kept their distance from others, and the other 2 factions did the same. So this information isn't hard to deduce." The more Little Mei listened, the more reasonable it seemed. Indeed, things were exactly as Lin Moyu said. Teacher is still amazing. Nothing escapes teacher's eyes. Lin Moyu chuckled, Little Mei's flattery skills are getting better and better. The cloud-piercing sword flew through the sky at an astonishing speed, leaving the Question Dao sect's territory and entering the Broken Sky domain. In the Question Dao sect, the disciples Han Qingyu sent to investigate Lin Moyu's information returned. But the information they brought back surprised Han Qingyu somewhat. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce actually refused to sell any information about Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's information had been strictly confidential, and no one except the three ancestors could access it. This made Han Xingyu feel Lin Moyu was even more mysterious. A fifth-level Dao Venerable actually had the power to slaughter the Question Dao sect. Such a figure was unheard of. Fortunately, he only came for Wang Hong and didn't really intend to slaughter our Question Dao sect. Han Xingyu still felt a bit uneasy. Having just struggled back from the brink of death, even a ninth-level elder would find it hard to recover quickly. Song Quan said, "Should we report this matter to the founding ancestor?" Han Xingyu thought for a moment. "We should mention it, but wait a few more days. First, send someone to investigate." Although the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce won't say anything, a figure like this must have left some traces. We can inquire from other sources. Song Quan said, "I seem to remember Wang Hong mentioning that he had met him at the Genius Conference some years ago. Wang Hong said he wanted to make a move then, but because the three ancestors were present, he didn't have the chance. Later he came back to seclude himself, and the matter was dropped." Han Xingyu chuckled. "I guess Wang Hong never imagined he was nurturing a tiger that would eventually devour him." Song Quan said, "I think this matter isn't over yet. The founding ancestor is after all the ancestor of Wang Hong's lineage. When he learns that Wang Hong is dead and his bloodline legacy is cut off, he might fly into a rage." Han Xingyu said disdainfully, "So what if he flies into a rage? We didn't do anything wrong, so there's nothing to worry about. At most, we'll slightly alter the situation when we report it. No matter how he tries to settle accounts, it won't come down to us." Song Quan felt this made sense. "That's right. Then we should discuss this carefully and not let anything slip. Do you think we should tell him about this?" Han Xingyu thought for a moment. "It's good to mention it, but we must be careful about this matter. We can't let outsiders know." Lin Moyu didn't know that the Question Dao sect's founding ancestor was actually the ancestral progenitor of Wang Hong's bloodline, and like Gu Hanyu, was at the Great Dao realm. However, even if he knew, Lin Moyu wouldn't change what he intended to do because of this. He took his Dao heart as his foundation. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't easily change it. The scenery in the Broken Sky domain was very unique. Everywhere in the Broken Sky domain, one could see cliffs and countless truncated high mountains. Some mountains were tens of thousands of meters high, or even over 100,000 meters, soaring into the clouds. The peaks of many mountains were completely inaccessible to people. It was said that even ninth-level Dao Venerable Elders couldn't go up, as they would be blocked by an invisible force. On some mountain peaks, water flowed down, forming waterfalls. This kind of water was called heavenly water. On other mountain peaks, yellow sand fell like dust, mixing with the clouds and mist to form the unique sand-mist environment of the Broken Sky domain. These mountain peaks, seen from afar, looked like swords that had cut through the sky, hence the name Broken Sky domain. This was Lin Moyu's first time coming to the Broken Sky domain and seeing this scenery. Little Mei said, "This place looks exactly the same as before." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Little Mei has been here before?" Little Mei nodded. "I've been here twice. The first time was when I was at the Heavenly Venerable Realm. At that time, I came with an elder from the Holy Land. The second time I was already a 7th-level elder. But both times were for the same thing. The Dongfang family in the Broken Sky domain holds a 9 Heavens competition every 100 years. The 2 times I came were both to participate in the 9 Heavens competition." Lin Moyu quickly found information in his mind about what the 9 Heavens competition was. In the center of the Broken Sky domain, there was a mountain peak called the 9 Heavens Peak. The 9 Heavens Peak was the largest and highest mountain in the Broken Sky domain. It was said that it connected directly to the outer Great Dao. If someone could reach the top, they could truly ascend to the 9 Heavens and see a different world. But not everyone was qualified to climb the 9 Heavens Peak. One needed to participate in the competition to gain qualification. The Dongfang family held a competition every 100 years. All large and small families in the Broken Sky domain could send disciples to participate. At the same time, the Dongfang family would invite several other top powers to come and participate in the Nine Heavens competition. As the hegemon of the Broken Sky domain, the Dongfang family could have monopolized the Nine Heavens peak, but they chose to open it to the world, showing the Dongfang family's extraordinary spirit. Lin Moyu revealed a slight smile. So this is the Nine Heavens competition. The Nine Heavens peak is worth seeing. If it's on our way this time, we'll go take a look. Little May smiled and said, Teacher, your mood seems to have improved since the Question Dao sect trip. Before, because Gu Hanyu had been taken away, Lin Moyu's mood had always been not very good. But after the Question Dao sect trip, his mood began to improve. Little May could clearly feel the change in Lin Moyu before and after. Lin Moyu said, I resolved a big karma, and my thoughts have become clear. If I had dragged it on for some more days, Wang Hong might have had a breakthrough. Once he became a pseudo-great Dao realm being, it would have been troublesome to deal with. Little May flattered him. Even if he really became a pseudo-great Dao realm being, Teacher would still have a way to deal with him. Lin Moyu chuckled, nice flattery. Keep it up in the future. The cloud-piercing sword flew through the Broken Sky domain. This was the Dongfang family's territory, but the Dongfang family's control over their sphere of influence wasn't very tight, even somewhat loose. Strangely, under these circumstances, the large and small families in the Broken Sky domain all followed the Dongfang family's lead. As long as the Dongfang family gave an order, it was almost always obeyed without question. Almost no one would defy the Dongfang family. In Lin Moyu's view, the Dongfang family truly ruled by virtue. He thought of Dongfang Wuwen. Among the many geniuses, Dongfang Wuwen's cultivation was top tier, and he was also kind and gentle, a refined young man. He had once explored the Slaughter God sect's ruins with Lin Moyu. Although he ultimately failed, his strength was undeniable. With Dongfang Wuwen's talent, becoming a great Dao realm being might be uncertain, but at least becoming a 9th-level elder wouldn't be a problem. Half a day later, Lin Moyu saw the floating city. Looking from 10,000 miles away, yellow sand danced in the sky. The city appeared and disappeared in the yellow sand, as if floating and drifting. Passing through the vast yellow sand, the floating city gradually became clear. The environment here was very unique. Within 100 miles outside the floating city, howling yellow sand formed storms, making travel extremely difficult. But once past the yellow sand, within 100 miles of the floating city, it was completely calm again. Lin Moyu could see that the yellow sand was not some formation, nor was it a naturally formed spectacle. Rather, it was formed by the remnants of some power, creating the scene of vast yellow sand. After entering the Broken Sky domain, Lin Moyu had sensed this power. This power was very ancient, having existed for countless years. Lin Moyu judged it to be power left over from the origin catastrophe. For a power to remain from the time of the origin catastrophe until now showed how strong its owner was, far beyond comparison with ordinary great Dao realm beings. The floating city was very large, with only 2 families inside, the Jiang family and the Xiao family. The 2 great families jointly managed the floating city. They got along fairly well and hadn't caused any conflicts. Moreover, over the years, there had been intermarriages between the 2 families, forming a situation where each was part of the other. This way, for the people living in the floating city, it was a good thing, allowing them to live peacefully. Entering the floating city, Lin Moyu quickly found the Jiang family's location. In front of the Jiang family's main gate, 2 Jiang family disciples stood straight. The gate was wide open, with noisy sounds coming from inside. Outside the gate hung large red couplets, and big happiness characters were pasted up. Lin Moyu chuckled, we came at a good time, just in time for someone's wedding. Little May squinted her eyes, Teacher, why don't we go join in the festivities? She smiled somewhat flatteringly, clearly just wanting to go take a look. Seeing that Lin Moyu didn't immediately agree, Little May shook Lin Moyu's arm, her flattery turning into coquettishness. In my previous life, I never attended a wedding ceremony or drank wedding wine. Let's just go take a look. Lin Moyu said, your previous life seems to have been lived in vain. Since you want to go so much, let's go take a look. Little May jumped up happily. Teacher is the best. Having merged with her previous life's memories, Little May was sometimes mature, sometimes like a child who never grew up, interested in everything. One could only say that in her previous life, Little May had spent too much time on cultivation and experienced too little of worldly matters. The two walked to the Jiang family's gate. The Jiang family's gatekeepers immediately came up politely. Esteemed elder, have you come to attend the wedding ceremony? The two Jiang family disciples guarding the gate both had God King realm cultivation, which wasn't very high. But the fact that God King realm disciples were assigned to guard the gate showed that the Jiang family was quite powerful. Lin Moyu smiled and said, we happened to be passing by and thought to join in the festivities and drink a cup of wedding wine if possible. I wonder if the Jiang family welcomes us. The man immediately said, the family head said that today, all who come are guests. This junior will lead the way for the elder. He led Lin Moyu and Little May into the Jiang family compound. After passing through the front courtyard, they saw a large area set up with banquet tables. Over 100 banquet tables were already set up, laden with exquisite dishes. Many people were seated, engaged in lively conversation and toasting each other. At this time, the newlywed groom was making toasts, but the bride hadn't arrived yet. The Jiang family disciple leading Lin Moyu said, except for the front row, the elder may sit anywhere. The family head said that today is a joyous occasion, so we're not standing on ceremony. This junior still needs to go guard the gate, so I'll take my leave now. Lin Moyu smiled and said, good, thank you. Lin Moyu and Little May casually found a table to sit at. This table already had two people seated, dressed similarly, clearly from the same sect. Although the food on the table couldn't compare to the delicacies of the dragon race, it was still quite exquisite. Little May started eating without any hesitation. Lin Moyu smiled and said, did you come to eat or to watch the wedding? Little May said, they don't conflict. Teacher, let me finish eating at this table first, then I'll change to another table to eat. As she spoke, her mouth didn't stop, not much different from wolfing down the food. Lin Moyu looked helpless. You're like a starving ghost reincarnated. Little May had a matter-of-fact expression. In my previous life, I lived on wind and dew, and indeed didn't eat much food. Lin Moyu understood. Little May hadn't come to join the festivities at all, she had purely come to eat. At this time, one of the people at the same table said kindly, friend's disciple is truly hardy. Using the word hardy for a man would be fine, but using it for a little girl like Little May sounded somewhat strange no matter how you heard it. Fortunately, Lin Moyu's face was thick enough, friend is too kind. May I ask friend's surname? The man cupped his hands in greeting, speaking more formally, this one is Pan Boji, and this is my clan brother Chen. Pan Chen also greeted Lin Moyu. The two had heavenly venerable cultivation, which wasn't bad among the many guests. Lin Moyu smiled and said, I am Lin Moyu. Is friend Pan from the Pan family of the floating city? Pan Boji was slightly startled. Friend Lin knows of the Pan family? The Pan family was a small family in the floating city, not very notable. But Lin Moyu had seen them mentioned in the information about the floating city, so he remembered. The Pan family head's daughter had married a young master of the Jiang family, so they were also considered in-laws. Lin Moyu smiled and said, I've heard that the Pan family head is benevolent and charitable, establishing schools in the floating city to provide cultivation enlightenment for the common people. Seeing that Lin Moyu could speak about some of the Pan family's affairs, Pan Boji's face immediately lit up with a big smile. At least Lin Moyu wasn't one of those people who claimed to have long admired them but actually knew nothing. In an instant, Lin Moyu's favorability greatly increased in the eyes of the two Pan family members. Lin Moyu asked, May I ask which young master of the Jiang family is getting married today? Pan Boji said, Today is the wedding of the Jiang family's direct line young master Jiang Lisan, and Miss Xia Shernan of the Xiao family. However, Miss Xia Shernan hasn't arrived yet. According to our local custom, the bride will arrive after half the wine has been drunk. Children of the Jiang and Shao families intermarrying had been a tradition for many years, so Lin Moyu wasn't surprised at all. Jiang Lisan was from the Jiang family's new generation. His cultivation wasn't high at the moment, only at the supreme realm. In the information Lin Moyu had obtained, there was no mention of Jiang Lisan, indicating he wasn't qualified to be recorded by the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Pan Boji was very talkative and said a lot about Jiang Lisan. From Pan Boji's words, Jiang Lisan was an undoubted genius with a good chance of becoming the Jiang family head in the future. It was precisely because of this that the Shao family was willing to marry their young miss over. Xia Shernan was the granddaughter of the Shao family head and wouldn't be married off lightly. More and more people came to attend the banquet, and gradually every table was filled with guests. Even little Mei, thick-skinned as she was, felt too embarrassed to change tables. Lin Moyu looked at the dozens of tables in the front 3 rows, which still had no one seated. The Shao family hadn't arrived, and few people from the Jiang family had come either. He couldn't help feeling a bit strange. His gaze focused slightly as he looked up at the sky. In the sky, the Jiang family's fortune was like smoke, flickering between strong and weak. Lin Moyu realized that something seemed to have gone wrong with the Jiang family. Such fortune clearly showed that the Jiang family was about to encounter some changes. The changes wouldn't be too drastic. Judging from the fortune, the Jiang family wouldn't be destroyed, but they might suffer a major blow. Then Lin Moyu looked at the groom Jiang Lisan and couldn't help frowning slightly. Jiang Lisan had bad luck entangled around him, with wisps of black energy emanating from him. He was in mortal danger. Little Mei noticed Lin Moyu's abnormality. "Teacher, what's wrong?" Lin Moyu smiled. "There's a good show to watch." Hearing there was a good show to watch, little Mei's eyes immediately lit up. "What show?" Lin Moyu said, "You eat first, it hasn't started yet so there's no rush." Little Mei made an O sound and continued eating. Lin Moyu said to Pan Boji, "By my calculation, it should be about time. Even if the Shao family doesn't come, why haven't the Jiang family people arrived?" Pan Boji also felt something was off at this point. "That's right, why haven't the Jiang family people come? This doesn't seem quite right." At this time Pan Chen said, "Brother, could the rumors be true?" Pan Boji said, "This is just a rumor, don't believe it lightly." Lin Moyu smiled and asked, "Can Brother Pan tell us what this is about?" Pan Boji clearly didn't want to say, "It's just a rumor, friend Lin need not listen." Lin Moyu said, "Since it's a rumor, just treat it as a joke. It's no harm to listen." Pan Boji had been chatting happily with Lin Moyu, even feeling like they were old friends meeting late. Seeing Lin Moyu insist, he relented, "Then I'll just mention it casually, and friend Lin can listen casually. Actually, young Master Jiang Lisan and Miss Xia Shernan's marriage had been in preparation for half a year. Everyone in our floating city, big and small, knew about it and received invitations. But just 2 days ago, a piece of gossip suddenly spread, saying that the young master of the Wu family from Rift Wind Cliff had taken a liking to Miss Xia Shernan. Friend Lin should also know of the Wu family. The Wu family is extremely powerful, comparable to the Dongfang family. How could the Xia family dare to offend the Wu family's young master?" Lin Moyu asked, "Is the Wu family's young master Wu Xingwang?" Pan Boji said, "That's right, it's Wu Xingwang. It's said that his younger brother Wu Xingchen has already been designated as the Wu family's next head. With his brother's power, the Xia family is even less able to offend him." Lin Moyu already had a general idea of what was going on. The rest didn't need to be said. He took a sip of wine. "This probably isn't a rumor." Pan Boji was slightly startled. "What does friend Lin mean by that?" Lin Moyu said, "I know Wu Xingwang. He is indeed capable of doing such a thing." At this time, a group of people walked out from the Jiang family's back courtyard, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The Jiang family people had arrived, which meant this wedding was about to truly begin. Pan Boji's attention was immediately diverted. "The Jiang family people have come, there shouldn't be any problem." Lin Moyu didn't think so. Wu Xingguang had failed to propose marriage at the Cold Water Holy Land, then went to Thunder City only to be driven away by the Thunder Dao person, with even the two 7th-level elders protecting him severely injured. In Thunder City, Wu Xingguang had already shown a hint of tyranny, changing from proposing marriage to forcibly taking a bride. Now he had settled for second best and come here. Facing the floating city's Xia family, whose power was far inferior to the Wu family's, Wu Xingguang could simply take by force. Lin Moyu saw that the Jiang family people's faces didn't look good. The Jiang family's strength was similar to the Xia family's, with their highest realm being only a 4th-level Dao Venerable, worlds apart from the Wu family. Even a hair from the Wu family's 9 oxen would be stronger than the Xia family. Why would Wu Xingguang need to forcibly marry the Xia family's princess? It doesn't benefit him at all. Could it be that he really took a liking to the Xia family's princess? That shouldn't be the case. Given Wu Xingguang's character, he wouldn't be bewitched by beauty. Then there must be a deeper reason behind this. The problem is very likely with the Xia family's princess herself. Lin Moyu leisurely drank his wine. He had no intention of intervening in this matter, just wanting to watch the show. The Xia family was neither kith nor kin to him, so naturally he wouldn't touch this karma. Now he only wanted to sever karma. His coming to the Jiang family was also for this purpose, so naturally he would not interfere if he could avoid it. Little Maid glanced at Lin Moyu, roughly knowing Lin Moyu's thoughts. If her teacher wasn't going to interfere, she wouldn't either. She only cared about eating now, then watching the show. After the Jiang family people arrived, they didn't take their seats. Someone came to say a few words to the groom Jiang Lisan, and Jiang Lisan immediately retreated to the back courtyard. The Jiang family people then began to disperse, greeting the guests at each table, which could be seen as both placating and explaining. Lin Moyu watched Jiang Lisan as he left. The bad luck around him had thickened. Something was likely about to happen. Among the Jiang family people who came, there were 2 Lin Moyu knew. One of them was Jiang Bei, whom he had met at the Thunder Secret Treasury in the Eastern Continent. He held an important position in the Jiang family and was clearly presiding over this event. Jiang Bei suddenly felt someone looking at him and couldn't help but look over, meeting Lin Moyu's gaze. He was startled and quickly walked over, cupping his hands to Lin Moyu. "Friend Lin, long time no see." Lin Moyu also smiled and said, "Lin has come to drink a cup of wedding wine. I hope friend Jiang doesn't mind." Jiang Bei was extremely respectful. "How could I dare? Friend Lin's presence brings glory to our Jiang family. It is our Jiang family's fortune. It's just a pity." Jiang Bei suddenly transmitted to Lin Moyu, "It's just a pity that friend Lin probably won't be able to drink this wedding wine." Lin Moyu also smiled and said, "Is it because of Wu Xingguang?" Jiang Bei was stunned for a moment, and continued transmitting, "So friend Lin already knows. Please keep your voice down, we can't afford to offend the Wu family." Lin Moyu said, "You don't need to transmit, they can't hear." Jiang Bei looked around and found that indeed no one was paying attention to them, knowing that Lin Moyu had done something. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "That Wu Xingguang fellow is planning to forcibly take the bride, right?" Jiang Bei sighed, "More or less. He did offer some benefits, but we don't want them. Yet we don't dare to refuse." Lin Moyu asked, "What's the Xia family's attitude? Haven't you gone to the Dongfang family?" Jiang Bei said, "To be honest, Runan and Lisan can be considered childhood sweethearts. Their marriage is something both our families are happy to see. So neither the Xia family nor Shernan will agree. We've been to the Dongfang family, and they said they would send someone over, but it's very likely to be useless. The Dongfang family won't offend the Wu family for our sake. After all, Wu Xingguang is Wu Xingchen's elder brother, and Wu Xingchen might be the future head of the Wu family." Jiang Bei's words were full of helplessness. Lin Moyu said, "Then does friend Jiang know why Wu Xingguang insists on marrying Xia Shi? There were countless women in the world, many with better family backgrounds than Xia Shernan. Why did Wu Xingguang insist on forcibly marrying Xia Shernan? from Gu Hanjing to Lei Pingping, and now Jiang Shernan. Wu Xingguang's targets all seemed unusual. He probably wasn't choosing randomly. Jiang Beibei said, "We've thought about this question too. After thinking it over, there's only one possibility." At this point, Jiang Beibei showed some hesitation and didn't continue. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "If it's inconvenient, then forget it." Jiang Beibei gritted his teeth and decided to speak. "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just a secret technique of the Sha family, a kind of dual cultivation technique called spirit boosting. The spirit boosting secret technique can enhance all techniques, improve realm, and increase combat power by about 1 level. Moreover, this enhancement has no side effects and is effective for those below the 7th level of Dao Venerable. If a 6th level Dao Venerable uses this secret technique, they can rival a 7th level Elder. The only drawback is that it needs to be practiced regularly. After each practice, it can be maintained for a period of time. And it requires the Sha family person to be willing. If forced, it has no effect." Lin Moyu completely understood. He finally knew what Wu Xingguang wanted to do. What Wu Xingguang really wanted was not Sha Shernan, but the Sha family's spirit-boosting secret technique. The key was that this spirit-boosting technique could not be obtained through normal methods. It was a bloodline secret technique that could only be used by Sha family members. Moreover, it had to be used willingly to work. On this point, Lin Moyu believed Wu Xingguang would have ways to make Sha Shernan willing. For example, he could use drugs or special methods to control her. And Sha Shernan had to be kept alive, as the spirit-boosting technique needed to be used regularly, like recharging. Lin Moyu pondered in his heart, this guy should have some special treasure that can find people beneficial to him. Then through the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce's connections, he buys information to determine his targets. Looking at Jiang Beibei's worried and helpless face, Lin Moyu said, "Friend Jiang, send a message to Jiang Lisan now, tell him to come back." Jiang Beibei was slightly startled. "Friend Lin, do you have business with Lisan?" Lin Moyu said, "If Jiang Lisan and Shasher truly love each other, then Lin doesn't mind helping them. I won't interfere with what happened before, but from now on I'll be their guarantor. Let the Jiang and Sha families continue with this marriage agreement." Jiang Beibei's face changed drastically. "But what about the Wu family?" Lin Moyu said, "Don't worry about someone like Wu Xingguang. If he has any objections, I'll deal with him. If he dares to make trouble, I'll kill him." Jiang Beibei was shocked. He's the Wu family's young master, with 7th level elders by his side. Lin Moyu said, "No matter. Then I'll kill the 7th level elders too. As for the Wu family, they won't dare do anything to me." Jiang Beibei was so shocked he couldn't speak. He instinctively felt Lin Moyu was crazy. But thinking carefully, Lin Moyu didn't seem to be a madman. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Does friend Jiang not believe my words?" Jiang Beibei hurriedly shook his head. No, Jiang doesn't disbelieve friend Lin's words." Lin Moyu said, "I've shown you the way. The rest is up to you. Let me tell you one more thing, if you delay any longer, Jiang Lisan will die." Jiang Beibei exclaimed, "Why?" Lin Moyu said, "If I'm not mistaken, that little Jiang Lisan probably wants to elope with Sha Shernan. This is a very foolish move. Wu Xingguang's 7th level elder must have left a mark on Sha Shernan. They won't be able to escape." Jiang Beibei didn't dare delay and immediately sent a message to Jiang Lisan, but received no reply. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't happen. Jiang Beibei knew Lin Moyu was right. Jiang Lisan must have run away. Jiang Beibei looked distressed and somewhat at a loss. "Friend Lin, what should we do?" Running away was a small matter. If they could really succeed in escaping, Jiang Beibei would actually be happy to see it. But Lin Moyu was right, they couldn't escape. That was a 7th level elder. They could destroy the floating city with a wave of their hand. How could they escape? Lin Moyu said, "No worries, he hasn't gone far." As he spoke, the space beside him distorted and Su Pu appeared. "Follow this talisman's guidance, go bring back Jiang Lisan and Sha Shernan." If they don't comply, knock them out and bring them back. As he spoke, a talisman flew out towards the sky. Supu bowed slightly and instantly disappeared. Lin Moyu said to Jiang Beibei, "They'll be back soon. Friend Jiang should make a decision. If friend Jiang can't decide, you can go discuss with the two family heads." Jiang Beibei thought for a moment. "I'll go invite the two family heads over right away." After Jiang Beibei left, Little Mei curiously asked, "Teacher, didn't you say you didn't want to get involved in karma? Why are you helping them?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I'm very interested in the treasure Wu Xingguang has." Little Mei said, "What treasure?" Lin Moyu said, "It should be a treasure related to the Fate Great Dao or the Karma Great Dao. Anyway, we're about to go to Wind City. We'll offend the Wu family sooner or later. Offending them a few days earlier or later makes no difference." The subtext was that karma with the Wu family had already been formed and would only grow. A little more now didn't matter. If worst came to worst, he could deal with the Wu family like he did the questioned Dao sect. Lin Moyu indicated he could also rule by virtue. Little Mei asked, "Will the Jiang and Xiao families agree?" Lin Moyu said, "Who knows? Since ancient times, human hearts have been the hardest to fathom. Whether the Xiao family truly doesn't want their daughter to marry Wu Xingguang, or if it's just a facade, is unknown." Little Mei murmured, "That's right. After all, that's the Wu family. The tree is tall with lush branches. The Xiao family might want to climb up." Little Mei noticed Lin Moyu's enigmatic smile and suddenly realized Lin Moyu must already know the answer. She couldn't help but snort, "Teacher is fooling me again. Teacher must already know something." Lin Moyu said, "I'm not fooling you. It's just that I've observed the Jiang family's fortune. They're likely to suffer a great disaster, while the Xiao family might rise to power. The balance of the floating city might be broken. The Jiang family will decline, and the floating city will become dominated by one family." Little Mei was very clever and immediately understood why. She muttered to herself, "It's so good to have the fortune Great Dao." Little Mei also wants to comprehend the fortune Great Dao. Lin Moyu smiled, "Then go comprehend it. No one's stopping you." Little Mei snorted, "Little Mei will go comprehend it herself. But now, eating melon is more important." She once again opened her bloody maw to tackle the delicacies. Pan Boji and Pan Chen were completely unaware of Jiang Beibei's arrival and Lin Moyu and Little Mei's conversation. Lin Moyu didn't want them to know, so they wouldn't know. They didn't even know Jiang Beibei had been there. Moreover, they hadn't noticed that since Lin Moyu sat down, many more guests had come in, but no one had sat at their table. Lin Moyu leisurely drank his wine, muttering to himself, "I've given you the opportunity. Whether you can grasp it depends on yourselves. If you really can't grasp it, then I'll save the Jiang family once, to resolve the karma." The reason he was willing to help the Jiang family a bit was also because of the karma left by Jiang Ruoxue. There were many ways to resolve karma. Lin Moyu could also give what he had promised and then leave. However, because of the treasure on Wu Xingguang, Lin Moyu decided to give the Jiang family a chance. A moment later, Jiang Beibei led two people over. Jiang Beibei introduced, "Big brother, this is friend Lin I mentioned. Friend Lin, this is my big brother, family head Jiang Ruohui, and the Xiao family head, Xia Qinghe." Lin Moyu didn't stand up, but lightly tapped the table. "Family heads, please sit. Let's talk sitting down." Seeing Lin Moyu's lack of courtesy, Jiang Ruohui's eyes clearly showed some displeasure. After all, he was the Jiang family head. But he couldn't see through Lin Moyu's cultivation level and realized Lin Moyu's cultivation should exceed his own. He finally sat down. "Friend Lin, you told Beibei you have a way to resolve this matter?" Xia Qinghe also sat down. "Friend Lin, may I ask what your solution is?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I've already told friend Jiang. I'll be the guarantor for the young couple. If Wu Xingguang has any objections, he can come to me. But I believe he won't have any objections. If he really does, I'll kill him. A dead man certainly can't take a wife, can he, family head Sha? When Sha Ching'e was questioned like this by Lin Moyu, he couldn't help but look embarrassed. Friend Lin, don't joke around. That's the young master of the Wu family. He emphasized the words Wu family heavily, as if reminding Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu said, I know, the Wu family of Riftwind Cliff. To you, they're a behemoth. At this point, Lin Moyu changed his tone, but I said earlier, if Wu Xingguang has any objections, I can resolve it for you. Whether it's fighting or killing, that will be between me and the Wu family. It won't involve your two families. The key is, what does family head Sha think? Do you want Sha Shernan to marry into the Wu family? Or continue with the marriage agreement with the Jiang family? At this point, Jiang Ruohui seemed to sense something was off. Lin Moyu's words were all targeting Sha Ching'e. Though seemingly polite, they subtly conveyed suspicion. Sha Ching'e also realized something was wrong. His tone quickly turned cold. Friend Lin, what do you mean? Of course Sha wants to ally through marriage with the Jiang family. Shernan and Lisan are childhood sweethearts. Even if he had other thoughts, he couldn't say them in front of Jiang Ruohui, at least not now. Lin Moyu interrupted him, that's good then. As long as you have no objections, I assume the Jiang family won't have any problems either. Jiang Ruohui nodded. Of course Jiang hopes the two children can be together. Sha Ching'e couldn't help but ask, what exactly does friend Lin want to do? If not for the fact that he couldn't see through Lin Moyu's cultivation level and felt some trepidation, he would have already angrily left. Lin Moyu's disregard for Wu Xingguang and his confidence showed that his background was not simple. If they couldn't afford to offend Wu Xingguang, they also couldn't afford to offend this Lin. Lin Moyu smiled, you'll know soon. The bride and groom are back. He looked up and saw Su Pu flying back with Jiang Lisan and Sha Shernan. The two were still wearing their red wedding clothes, not having changed yet. Strangely, no one in the entire venue reacted to their return. It was as if everyone couldn't see them. Seeing this odd situation, Jiang Ruohui's heart skipped a beat. Could this be his doing? Jiang Bebe gave Jiang Ruohui a look, signaling him not to ask too much. Sha Shernan was sweet-looking, a pretty girl, but her aura was a few notches below those from the Cold-Water Holy Land. With Wu Xingguang's status, he could easily get beauties of Sha Shernan's level. So it could be certain that Wu Xingguang wasn't after the person, but after the Sha family's spirit-boosting secret technique. Sha Ching'e's expression at this moment further confirmed Lin Moyu's guess. Sha Ching'e craved power and wanted to become the lord of Floating City. He hoped to use Sha Shernan to latch onto the Wu family and become the true master of Floating City with the Wu family's help. Sha Ching'e looked somewhat embarrassed. Shernan, why are you with Lisan? Sha Shernan's eyes were full of tears. Grandfather, I don't want to marry Wu Xingguang. I want to be with Lisan. Please don't separate us, okay? Jiang Ruohui frowned. Family head Sha, what's going on here? Sha Ching'e's expression was awkward at this moment. He forced out a smile and said to Sha Shernan, how could grandfather bear to separate you? Sha Shernan cried, but I heard you tell that Wu Xingguang that you would consider it. Sha Ching'e continued to explain, it was just considering. Who made him the young master of the Wu family? The Wu family of Riftwind Cliff, we can't directly refuse. Sha Shernan wanted to say more, but Lin Moyu interrupted her. Jiang Lisan, Sha Shernan, do you two truly want to be together? Jiang Lisan said, of course. In my heart, there's only Shernan. Even if I die, I want to be with Shernan. Lin Moyu looked at Sha Shernan, and you? Sha Shernan also said resolutely, me too. Even if I die, I want to be with Lisan. Lin Moyu smiled, if that's the case, then Lin will play matchmaker today. Continue with the wedding according to local customs. As for Wu Xingguang, leave him to me. The two didn't know Lin Moyu and were obviously still hesitant. At this time, Jiang Ruohui steeled himself and bowed to Lin Moyu, then we'll trouble Mr. Lin. His form of address for Lin Moyu changed from friend Lin to Mr. Lin, expressing his respect. Jiang Ruohui then said to Jiang Lisan, quickly thank Mr. Lin. Jiang Lisan also reacted and immediately bowed to Lin Moyu. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Lin Moyu waved his hand. Go on, do what you need to do. It's getting late. Missing the auspicious time isn't good. I'm here. Wu Xingwang won't be able to make waves. Jiang Lisan and Xia Shernan immediately continued the wedding according to floating city customs. Jiang Ruohui and Xia Qinghe also went back to prepare. After they left, Little Mei giggled. Teacher, did you see that Xia Qinghe? His expression was so funny. Xia Qinghe's expression was both awkward and pained, as if caught in the middle, not pleasing either side. Lin Moyu said, this is what we call a fence-sitter. Jiang Ruohui isn't stupid. Although he didn't say it outright, he should have seen something. From now on, the relationship between the Jiang and Xiao families will certainly not be as close as before. The Jiang family will probably be wary of the Xiao family. This Xia Qinghe has some ambition, but not much ability. He should understand that ambition needs to be backed by strength. The Xiao family is just a 5-star power without even a single 7th-level elder. What qualifications do they have to latch onto the Wu family? Without sufficient strength, one doesn't even qualify to latch onto a big leg. This is the reality of the world. Little Mei suddenly asked, Teacher, what's this you mentioned earlier? Lin Moyu explained, it's similar to a matchmaker, but a male one. After Jiang Ruohui left, his expression was somewhat solemn. He said to Jiang Bebe, what's this Mr. Lin's background? Jiang Bebe said, I don't know Mr. Lin's background either. When I first met Mr. Lin in the Eastern Continent years ago, he slaughtered Dao Venerable Beast clan members like dogs. In the Thunder Secret Treasury, he walked around casually and directly solved its mysteries. Mr. Lin's abilities are beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Jiang Ruohui said, I'm not doubting Mr. Lin. I'm just wondering why he came here this time. Is it really a coincidence? Jiang Bebe said, perhaps it really is a coincidence. Back then, Mr. Lin did say he would come to the Jiang family. It seems to have something to do with Ruoxue. Jiang Ruohui sighed. At this point, let's hope Mr. Lin can do as he said. Otherwise, our Jiang family will face great calamity. Jiang Bebe asked, haven't the Dongfang family's people arrived yet? Jiang Ruohui thought for a moment. They should be here soon. Maybe they've already arrived. After Jiang Lisan and Xia Shernan returned, the wedding continued. Due to Lin Moyu's intervention, the many guests present were unaware of what had just happened. The guests were all from Floating City, with cultivation levels that weren't high. There weren't many Dao Venerables, most were Heavenly Venerables. Jiang Lisan and Xia Shernan began toasting according to custom. Everyone raised their cups, offering blessings. The most nervous in the entire venue were Jiang Ruohui and Xia Qinghe. They knew that this matter was far from over. Lin Moyu was drinking wine there. After a moment, he looked towards the Jiang family's gate and said calmly, the Bright Snatcher has arrived. Little Mei perked up, holding a chicken leg in her hand, eagerly preparing to be a spectator. Outside the Jiang family's main gate, 4 people walked in. At the front were Wu Xingwang and a young Dao Venerable. The young Dao Venerable wore clothing with the Dongfang family's emblem, likely someone from the Dongfang family. As the masters of the Broken Sky domain, the Dongfang family had indeed sent someone. However, it seemed the Dongfang family person and Wu Xingwang were quite familiar. The 2 7th-level elders protecting Wu Xingwang followed behind. Their injuries had mostly healed, but Lin Moyu could see their auras were still somewhat weak. Little Mei said oddly, this Dongfang family person seems very close to Wu Xingwang. Lin Moyu was unconcerned, it's normal for them to be close. The Broken Sky Domain and Rift Wind Cliff are neighbors originally, and they don't have any conflicts. The 2 families have been in contact for hundreds of years. Little Mei said, but being too close isn't good either. Now the Jiang family is asking the Dongfang family for help. Teacher, do you think the person from the Dongfang family will side with Wu Xingwang? Lin Moyu said, that depends on how smart he is. Having a good relationship is one thing, but whether he's biased is another matter. Just watch the show. As Wu Xingguang's group arrived, Jiang Ruohui and Xia Qinghe, who had been paying close attention, immediately went to greet them. After all, Wu Xingguang's status and position were different, much higher than theirs. However, Jiang Ruohui was clever. He first bowed to the young man beside Wu Xingguang. Jiang Ruohui of the Jiang family in Floating City greets young Master Wu Xin. Xia Qinghe also bowed. Xia Qinghe greets young Master Wu Xin and young Master Xingguang. The newcomer was Dongfang Wu Xin. Lin Moyu quickly found his information. Dongfang Wu Xin was from the same branch as Dongfang Wuwen and could be considered Dongfang Wuwen's elder brother. However, his talent was far inferior to Dongfang Wuwen's. He only entered the Dao Venerable Realm at 20,000 years old, not considered a genius. In this aspect, he was somewhat similar to Wu Xingguang. Both had genius younger brothers. The difference was that the Dongfang family environment was more relaxed, not as utilitarian as the Wu family, so Dongfang Wu Xin's life in the Dongfang family was still quite good. At the same time, he shared a common plight with Wu Xingguang. The Jiang family had asked for help, and the Dongfang family sent Dongfang Wu Xin to handle it. This matter was already somewhat delicate, making it hard not to wonder what deeper meaning the Dongfang family had in this. Dongfang Wu Xin's gaze swept over, then he said coolly, "Family heads, I think this wedding should be paused for now." Jiang Ruohui's heart sank, sensing trouble. He said, "Young Master Wu Xin, the wedding is already underway. If we stop now, wouldn't that be inauspicious?" Dongfang Wu Xin snorted coldly, "We cultivators only believe in ourselves. What's auspicious or inauspicious? When I say pause, you pause." Jiang Ruohui was very clever. From the moment Dongfang Wu Xin entered, he had noticed the closeness between Dongfang Wu Xin and Wu Xingguang. Now with Dongfang Wu Xin immediately calling to stop the wedding, he knew whose side Dongfang Wu Xin was on. He inwardly groaned, not knowing what to do. Offending the Wu family was one thing, but the Dongfang family was the master of the Broken Sky domain. How could he dare to offend them? If he offended the Dongfang family too, the Jiang family would truly be finished. Wu Xingguang sneered, "What's there for family head Jiang to hesitate about? Don't tell me you dare to disobey even the Dongfang family's orders?" With this accusation, Jiang Ruohui was already sweating profusely. But he still didn't call for a stop. If he stopped now, he would offend one more person, the mysterious Mr. Lin. Wu Xingguang said, "Family head Xia, don't forget what you promised me. Since family head Jiang is unwilling to stop the wedding, why don't you call for it to stop?" Xia Qinghe was also in a difficult position now. He wasn't stupid. Although he wanted to latch onto the Wu family's big leg, Lin Moyu's earlier words had made him hesitant. Seeing their reactions, Lin Moyu inwardly laughed, not too stupid after all. He stood up and walked over, arriving in front of Jiang Ruohui in 2 steps. The wedding has already started. Stopping it now would be inauspicious. Dongfang Wu Xin looked at Lin Moyu, frowning, "Who are you?" Lin Moyu smiled, "Who I am is none of your business. You have no say here." Dongfang Wu Xin immediately flared up with anger, "Do you know where this is?" Before he could finish, a token flew out from Lin Moyu's hand, floating in front of Dongfang Wu Xin. Dongfang Wu Xin's face changed drastically. "How do you have Elder Wooding's token?" Lin Moyu said, "How can you ask such a question?" Dongfang Wooding's token was naturally given by Dongfang Wooding. Could it have been stolen? Dongfang Wu Xin also realized he had asked a stupid question. His face didn't look good. "What do you want to do?" Lin Moyu said, "Nothing much. Just letting you know that I'll report every word and action of yours today to Elder Wooding. Consider your actions carefully." Dongfang Wu Xin immediately shut up. He knew he couldn't say anything rash today. He looked at Wu Xingguang, giving him a look, signaling for him to handle it. At this moment, Wu Xingguang's face looked even worse. He said coldly, "You again. Why is it you again? Lin Moyu said, Young Master Xingguang, we've met several times. You don't need to look so displeased. Wu Xingguang shouted, You've ruined my plans multiple times. What exactly do you want? Lin Moyu said, If I say it's just a coincidence that we met, would you believe it? Wu Xingguang blurted out, Who would believe you? You're clearly doing this on purpose. Lin Moyu said, If you insist on saying that, then let's assume I'm doing it on purpose. What can you do about it? You. Wu Xingguang was enraged. From the cold water Holy Land to the Lei family, and now floating city, Lin Moyu had ruined his plans once, twice, 3 times. All the accumulated anger exploded at this moment. He shouted angrily, I'll kill you. Lin Moyu said, Think carefully before you act here. This is Floating City, the Dongfang family's territory. If you make a move and damage Floating City, how will the Dongfang family react? Are you trying to provoke a war between the Dongfang family and the Wu family? Then Lin Moyu said to Dongfang Wuxin, how would the Dongfang family handle such a situation? Now that he held Dongfang Wuding's token, even Dongfang Wuxin didn't dare speak carelessly. If he said something wrong, he would be punished when he returned. Dongfang Wuxin gritted his teeth and said, Whoever dares to kill indiscriminately on Dongfang family territory, the Dongfang family will pursue to the end, regardless of their identity. This was the Dongfang family's rule. The key was indiscriminate killing. If only Lin Moyu was killed, the Dongfang family wouldn't interfere. If Floating City was damaged and many died, the Dongfang family would certainly intervene. At this moment, Dongfang Wuxin's stance was correct. He knew he was a young master of the Dongfang family, not the Wu family. Their words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing Wu Xingguang's anger. Wu Xingguang realized he really couldn't make a move now. He looked at Sha Qinghe, family head Sha, Don't forget what you promised me earlier. Sha Qinghe wasn't stupid. He knew some things couldn't be said openly, especially in front of outsiders. He didn't dare speak carelessly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Broken Sky domain anymore. Someone who betrays their own side can't find a place anywhere. What a useless good-for-nothing. He cursed Wu Xingguang in his heart, then gritted his teeth and said, Shernan's marriage was decided long ago. Now the wedding is already underway. We can only disappoint young Master Xingguang's kind intentions. Sha Cheng refused Wu Xingguang in front of everyone, which meant he had completely given up on latching onto the Wu family. Wu Xingguang's body trembled slightly. Fine, fine, fine. He kept saying fine but couldn't express anything meaningful. Wu Xingguang wasn't stupid. No one who could cultivate to the Tao Venerable Realm was stupid. The reason he said such foolish words was because anger had overwhelmed his reason. On behalf of the Jiang and Xiao families, Lin has something to say. If young Master Xingguang wants to drink the wedding wine, you are naturally welcome. If young Master Xingguang has any other thoughts, it's best to give them up now. Otherwise, it will be awkward for both sides and hard to back down. Lin Moyu spoke with a smile, but his smile was like a demon's, making Wu Xingguang extremely uncomfortable. He really wanted to attack and kill him right there. Wu Xingguang glared fiercely at Lin Moyu, his eyes full of murderous intent. He gritted out, Then I wished them a long and happy marriage. After saying this, he waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Dongfang Wuxin also said, Since there's nothing else, this young master will be leaving too. Jiang Ruohui hurriedly said, Won't young Master Wuxin stay for a cup of wedding wine? Dongfang Wuxin shook his head, No need. This young master has other matters to attend to, so I won't stay. Lin Moyu said, Take care, young Master Wuxin. When you return, please pass a message to Elder Wuding for me. Tell him Lin will visit him when I have time. Dongfang Wuxin raised his eyebrows. All right, Wuxin will certainly pass on the message. After Dongfang Wuxin left, Jiang Ruohui and Sha Qinghe both sighed in relief. Jiang Ruohui muttered to himself, It's finally over. Both had left, and Jiang Ruohui thought the matter was concluded, but Lin Moyu shattered his beautiful illusion. Family head Jiang is rejoicing too early. This sentence made Jiang Ruohui's joy completely disappear. Could he still come back? Lin Moyu said, openly, of course not. But secretly, it's hard to say. Can you two stop a 7th level elder? Jiang Ruohui and Sha Qinghe both shook their heads. Their two families were only 5-star powers, with their strongest openly being only 4th level Dao venerables. Even if they had hidden strength, they wouldn't bring out 7th level elders. Wu Xingwang had 2 7th level elders behind him. If either one made a move, it wasn't something they could resist. Jiang Ruohui said, would Wu Xingwang really dare to make a move against Floating City? Lin Moyu said, of course he doesn't need to move against Floating City. For example, if he conceals his identity and snatches a person, what can you do? Wu Xingwang's target is Miss Shernan. He doesn't care about the Jiang and Shao families at all. If he does it well enough, without evidence, you can't do anything to him. The Dongfang family won't go to the Wu family to demand someone for your sake. Lin Moyu's words hit the nail on the head. Sha Qinghe said in a low voice, the dignified Wu family wouldn't be so shameless, would they? Lin Moyu said, this is no longer a question of shame. Wu Xingwang's situation is very bad now. He's desperate to find a suitable person. He's already failed twice before, and this is the 3rd time. If he fails again, he might be in big trouble. It involves some secrets of the Wu family. I won't go into details, but I can only tell you two family heads that there's a high probability Wu Xingwang won't give up just like this. Jiang Ruohui said, then what should we do? Should we send Li Xin and Shernan far away from Floating City? Lin Moyu said, that's not necessary. I'm quite interested in something Wu Xingwang has. Continue with the wedding as normal. After it's over, have the newlyweds go into their room and not come out. I'll wait in the outer courtyard for a while, waiting for them to come. Jiang Ruohui said, does friend Lin think they will definitely come? Lin Moyu chuckled, don't worry, they definitely will. I'm very confident. Although Jiang Ruohui still didn't know Lin Moyu's depth, the fact that Lin Moyu could produce Dongfang Wooding's token was enough to make him trust unconditionally. Who was Dongfang Wooding? He was a 9th level elder of the Dongfang family, a top existence in the Broken Sky domain. Jiang Ruohui said, all right, I'll arrange everything for Mr. Lin. Lin Moyu nodded, by the way, Miss Ruoxue doesn't seem to be in the family? Jiang Ruohui said, Ruoxue went to the Dongfang family. In a few days, it will be the 9 Heavens competition of the Broken Sky domain. Ruoxue went to represent our Jiang family. Lin Moyu smiled, what a coincidence. I've even encountered the Centennial 9 Heavens competition. Jiang Ruohui said, did Mr. Lin come to find Ruoxue? Lin Moyu made an affirmative sound, I promised Miss Ruoxue some things before. I came this time to fulfill that promise. Since Miss Ruoxue isn't here, after this matter is settled, I'll go join in the fun at the 9 Heavens competition. When Lin Moyu heard about the 9 Heavens competition, he suddenly had a premonition. It seemed as if 3 strands of energy were stirred in the void. Little May had mentioned the 9 Heavens competition before, but he had felt nothing then. But this sudden premonition made Lin Moyu decide to go take a look without thinking. His gaze became increasingly profound. This feeling had never occurred before. Although his spiritual sense was strong, at most it could only sense danger. This kind of premonition. Could it be related to seeing the Karma Great Tao that day? Since ancient times, those who could see the Karma Great Tao were few. Everyone knows the Karma Great Tao is mysterious and powerful, but no one knows exactly where its mystery and power lie. It seems I've touched a strand of the Karma Great Tao. Returning to the table, Little May said, Teacher, I've prepared chicken legs. Is this all you're showing me? Lin Moyu smiled, what do you want to see? Little May said, of course I want to see teacher display great power and beat them all to death. Lin Moyu said, today is a wedding day. It's not good to see blood. Besides, what you saw just now was only the prelude. If you want to see the main show, you'll have to wait a bit longer. The wedding ended amid laughter and joy. After a series of bows to elders and parents, the couple was sent back to their own small house. The Jiang family had a large estate in Floating City and had long prepared a spacious independent courtyard for the couple. In the courtyard was an artificial lake with a formation set up. Fine rain constantly fell, and flowers bloomed everywhere, very beautiful. After the couple entered their room, they didn't come out again. Lin Moyu and little Mei were in the lakeside pavilion, slowly drinking a pot of glacier great Dao tea they had brewed. Lin Moyu was very extravagant, directly using a leaf of glacier great Dao tea. The white, crystalline tea leaves rolled in the boiling water. The fragrant tea gradually permeated, quickly spreading throughout the entire courtyard. Little Mei said, "It smells so good." "So this is great Dao tea?" Lin Moyu nodded, "Yes, drinking 1 cup can increase cultivation speed several times over for a year." Little Mei said, "It's so precious." "Have you drunk it before, teacher?" Lin Moyu said, "Not yet, so this is a good chance to try it." At this moment, Lin Moyu already had many cultivation boosts. He didn't know how much effect this great Dao glacier tea would have. Old Tree said it could increase several times over, but that was for others. It might not be the same for him. Little Mei slowly drank the tea, feeling the effects of the great Dao tea, while asking, "Teacher, why are you so sure they will come?" Lin Moyu said, "Perhaps this is human nature. To make sure they come, I made myself bait." He had already suffered a loss in Thunder City, although it was the Thunder Dao person who acted then, not Lin Moyu. However, from Lin Moyu's demeanor, one could judge that he wasn't easy to deal with. Sometimes, cultivation level is only one aspect. Many powerful treasures can change this. Wu Xingguang might not necessarily move against Lin Moyu without knowing what trump cards he had. So, to make them act, bait was needed. Lin Moyu was resolving karma, and also studying and understanding karma. He had already formed karma with Wu Xingguang, so he needed to find a way to resolve it. Moreover, he was also coveting the treasure on Wu Xingguang. Using normal methods would only deepen and enlarge the karma. Based on his understanding of karma, the best thing now was to let Wu Xingguang make the first move. As long as Wu Xingguang attacked him first, he would have a reason, and the karma that ultimately fell on him would be less. It was a strange feeling. Intuition told him this was the right thing to do. Lin Moyu followed his heart and changed his method of dealing with Wu Xingguang. He drank a cup of glacier great Dao tea, feeling the changes in his cultivation speed, then showed a slightly disappointed expression. The glacier great Dao tea had minimal enhancing effect on him, almost none. It was only because he had too many and too strong auxiliary items. The great Dao crystal, the ice jade cushion, the silver tree sap, all were supreme treasures. Their effects far surpassed the glacier great Dao tea. With their enhancement, his cultivation speed had already exceeded 200 times normal, now only needing a year to condense each Dao pattern. He was at the 5th level of Dao Venerable, with as many as 18 basic Dao patterns. At this speed, what more could he ask for? Although the glacier great Dao tea was useless for him, it didn't affect its value. If he didn't drink it, he could let little Mei and the others drink more. In a certain courtyard in Floating City, Wu Xingguang asked, "Elder Chuan, is that guy still there?" Elder Chuan sat with his eyes closed, sensing heaven and earth. Wu Xingguang remained silent, quietly waiting for the result. The 2 elders who came with him this time were named Wu Feichuan and Wu Jiuyuan. After a moment, Wu Feichuan said, "The mark this old man left has already left Floating City. Judging by the direction it left, it should be heading to the Dongfang family." Wu Xingguang said in a low voice, "He should be going to participate in the 9 Heavens competition. Let's wait a bit longer, until he's gone further. We'll make our move late at night." On the other side, Wu Jiuyuan said, "Xingguang, are you sure you really want to make a move?" Wu Xingguang said, "Yes, if I don't act now, I won't have another chance. Elders, you watched me grow up. Can you bear to see me become a discarded pawn? You also know the Wu family's rules. Once I have no value, I'll be implanted with a death talisman and sent to other families as a discarded pawn. So I must prove my value before then. I've already given up twice before. This is the last chance. I can't give up again. Wu Xingwang spoke sincerely, his eyes moist, almost on the verge of tears. The two elders sighed lightly. All right, let's do it then. Wu Xingwang said, as long as we do it discreetly, even if the Dongfang family uses time reversal, they won't be able to confirm it was us. At that time, as long as we don't admit it, they can't do anything to us. Once we bring Xia Shernan back to the Wu family, young master has ways to make her willingly use the spirit-boosting secret technique. Then, my combat power can greatly increase. Using some heavenly and earthly treasures to forcibly increase my cultivation, and with Xingqian speaking for me, I won't become a discarded pawn anymore. Becoming a discarded pawn in the Wu family was a very miserable thing, so Wu Xingwang had to do everything to avoid becoming one. The two 7th-level elders agreed to Wu Xingwang's request, waiting until late at night to make their move. The Yin origin hung high in the sky. The Yin talisman in Lin Moyu's brow was flashing with light. Under the illumination of the Yin origin, Lin Moyu's aura was 30% stronger than usual, including all techniques, all great Daos, and even his fortune. Except for the speed of condensing Dao patterns, everything was increased by 30%. Lin Moyu didn't understand before, but now he knew how domineering and unreasonable the Yin origin was. This was also why so many people wanted to capture him when he became the son of Yin back then. Little Mei said, "Teacher, have you decided not to hide your identity as the son of Yin anymore?" Lin Moyu said, "There's no need to hide anymore." Little Mei said, "That's right. With teacher's current cultivation, who on the origin continent could harm teacher? Naturally, there's no need to hide." In the end, everything still came down to strength. Without strength, one could only hide. With strength, one could naturally act freely. The night gradually deepened. In the small courtyard, the formation controlled water vapor to form fine rain falling slowly. Little Mei was bored. "Won't they come?" Lin Moyu said, "They're almost here." Little Mei's eyes brightened. In a flash, half a watermelon appeared in her hand. "How does teacher know?" Lin Moyu said, "They can leave marks on me, so naturally I can leave marks on them too." Lin Moyu had used the Great Dao to lock onto the enemy, leaving marks on Wu Xingwang and the two 7th-level elders without them knowing. Moreover, Lin Moyu had also removed the marks they left, attaching them to a skeleton divine general, moving away from Floating City towards the Dongfang family, creating the illusion that he had already left. This was the bait Lin Moyu had set out. And he sensed that one 7th-level elder had already come, indicating he had succeeded. The whereabouts of Wu Xingwang and the other two were actually all within his grasp. In this chess game, he had already established an unbeatable position. Under the Yin, Wu Feichuan appeared silently above the small courtyard. Wu Feichuan had left marks on both Jiang Lisan and Xia Shernan, so he could accurately find their location. This was also why Lin Moyu said they couldn't escape. Suddenly, a voice sounded by Wu Feichuan's ear, "Elder, in the dead of night, doing such sneaky things, isn't it too shameful?" Wu Feichuan's heart skipped a beat, then he saw Lin Moyu in the pavilion. Not good. Wu Feichuan was startled and quickly turned to leave. But a flash of light passed before his eyes, and he felt he had lost connection with the outside world. Ceiling formation. Wu Feichuan recognized it at a glance. He had fallen into a ceiling formation, and his expression became extremely ugly. Lin Moyu said, "Elder has good eyesight. This ceiling formation is 7th grade. I'm afraid it won't be easy for Elder to break out in a short time." Wu Feichuan looked at Lin Moyu, his voice ice cold. "What do you want?" Lin Moyu said, "This junior only wants to ask Elder a question." "Speak." Wu Feichuan gritted out. He was already accumulating power in his hand, ready to unleash a sky-shaking attack at any moment. Lin Moyu asked, What is that treasure on Wu Xingguang? Wu Feichuan's gaze suddenly became sharp. What treasure? What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Moyu said, since Elder is unwilling to speak, then this junior can only seek answers from the dead. As he spoke, Lin Moyu made the first move, his finger pointing skeleton hell. What are these things? Get away from me. He erupted with full body power, striking out palm after palm, instantly unleashing over 1,000 strikes. He wanted to kill the Hell Fiends. But the Hell Fiends ignored his attacks, letting his palm strike them without any effect. The Hell Fiends had 8th level Dao venerable combat power. With Wu Feichuan's strength, he couldn't even defeat one Hell Fiend, let alone the vast numbers now surging at him from all directions. With a despairing expression, the Hell Fiends pounced on him and began biting. Screams came from Wu Feichuan's mouth. Seconds later, a severed arm fell from the sky. In just a few seconds, Wu Feichuan had been eaten down to just a severed arm. This was only because Lin Moyu deliberately left it. Otherwise, not even scraps of Wu Feichuan would remain. Revive the dead. A flame of undying fire shot out, enveloping Wu Feichuan's severed limb. Under a mysterious power, Wu Feichuan's severed limb began rapidly regenerating. Even his just scattered soul began reassembling. Lin Moyu observed Wu Feichuan's revival process. Even now, he still couldn't understand the underlying logic of the Revive the Dead technique. Revive the Dead was too miraculous. He didn't know where its power source came from and couldn't figure it out no matter how he looked at it. Lin Moyu tried imagining various great Daos, but none corresponded to it. He could only think his realm wasn't high enough to understand it yet. Little Mage stood to the side holding a watermelon, eating bite by bite, her big eyes full of amazement. No matter how many times she saw it, each time she felt the wonder of this technique. She couldn't imagine any technique that could compare to Revive the Dead. This technique seemed to defy normal logic. Because Wu Feichuan had just died and his corpse was still fresh, the revival speed was extremely fast. In just half a minute, a Wu Feichuan even stronger than before was kneeling respectfully before Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu asked, "Now can you tell me, what treasure does Wu Xingguang have, and what exactly does it do?" Wu Feichuan said, "Wu Xingguang's treasure isn't on his body, but in his soul. That treasure is called the Heaven-Seeking Seal. It can seek out one's own heavenly opportunities." Seeking one's own heavenly opportunities, Lin Moyu thought for a moment. Just analyzing the words, this treasure should be related to the Fate Great Dao. But the Fate Great Dao had collapsed in the origin catastrophe. Even after so many years, only part of it had recovered. His Buddhist Realm Lich and Destiny Lich could borrow the power of the Fate Great Dao, so Lin Moyu did have some understanding of it. Not many people can comprehend the Fate Great Dao, and even fewer can leave behind treasures. It seems Wu Xingguang was quite lucky. Lin Moyu thought to himself, then continued asking, where did he get the Heaven-Seeking Seal from? Wu Feichuan said, Wu Xingguang obtained the Heaven-Seeking Seal from Riftwind Cliff. Riftwind Cliff was the Wu family's forbidden ground and also their place of origin. Every member of the Wu family's direct line had one chance to enter Riftwind Cliff. Naturally, Wu Xingguang had this chance too. If he obtained this treasure from Riftwind Cliff, it made sense. Lin Moyu asked, what limitations does this treasure have? Wu Xingguang's realm was limited. Such a high-grade treasure couldn't be easily used. There must be some restrictions, or he would have to pay some price. Wu Feichuan said, after obtaining the Heaven-Seeking Seal, Wu Xingguang nurtured it in his soul for 1,000 years before he could truly use it. To use the Heaven-Seeking Seal requires accumulating power. It can only be used once every many years. Wu Xingguang accumulated for 10,000 years and finally accumulated enough to use it 3 times. This kind of restriction was normal. Accumulating power, apart from wasting some time, had no side effects. The price paid wasn't too great. Lin Moyu asked, then what did Wu Xingguang use it for? Wu Feichuan said, Wu Xingguang's cultivation had stagnated for many years. The family felt his potential was exhausted and prepared to discard him. Wu Xingwang didn't accept this fate. He used the heaven-seeking seal to seek his own opportunities. The first one pointed to Gu Hanjing. We bought all of Gu Hanjing's information from the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, then went to the northern continent to seek some treasures, and finally went to the cold water Holy Land. Unfortunately, that opportunity was ruined by the master. Wu Xingwang wasn't resigned and used the heaven-seeking seal again. The second time it pointed to Lei Pingping in Thunder City. But this time was also ruined by the master. Wu Xingwang could only use the heaven-seeking seal for the third time, which finally pointed to Sha Shinan. Wu Feichuan explained very carefully, telling everything he knew without holding back. 3 chances, pointing to 3 women respectively. The main reason for marrying Gu Hanjing was for the Wu family's dual cultivation secret technique, which could steal Gu Hanjing's cultivation. The second time pointing to Lei Pingping was because Lei Pingping was special in some way. Wu Xingwang didn't know exactly how she was special. He was just following the heaven-seeking seal's guidance to find people. But Lin Moyu knew very clearly. Lei Pingping had the heavenly thunder's sacred body. If one could dual cultivate with someone of this constitution, the innate power in the heavenly thunder's sacred body would help improve Wu Feichuan's constitution, enhance his potential, and thus increase his cultivation. The third time pointing to Sha Shinan was for the spirit-boosting secret technique. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, 3 chances, with the effect getting weaker each time, from directly enhancing one's own cultivation to indirectly improving combat power. It seems apart from needing to accumulate power, there must be some other restrictions. Lin Moyu took out a sealing formation disc and summoned Su Pu at the same time. Go back with Su Pu, use this formation disc to seal off the area, then bring Wu Xingwang here. Wu Feichuan took the formation disc. Understood. How should we deal with Wu Jiuyuan? Lin Moyu said, you just focus on subduing Wu Xingwang. Su Pu will handle Wu Jiuyuan. Lin Moyu had arranged everything clearly. Wu Jiuyuan would certainly die facing Su Pu. Wu Feichuan dealing with Wu Xingwang was even more of a sure thing, with no possibility of an accident. Little Mei asked, Teacher, isn't Rift Wind Cliff the place we're going this time? The 3 ancestors said that piece of Hell Fragment was in the center of the Wu family, and the Wu family's center was Rift Wind Cliff. Lin Moyu said, it said that the Wu family's foundation is in Rift Wind Cliff. It seems Rift Wind Cliff isn't as simple as people think. Little Mei said, Teacher must already have an answer in mind. Lin Moyu said, not an answer, but I have some guesses. Rift Wind Cliff should have been a battlefield during the origin catastrophe. Some powerful beings probably died there, and many treasures were left behind. But it must also be very dangerous. I estimate the probability of death for those who enter is extremely high. However, because there are so many treasures, the Wu family can't possibly abandon it, nor can they let others share it. So the Wu family only allows clan members to enter once. Each person only has 1 chance. Wu Xingwang was quite clever in one aspect. As you just heard, after getting the heaven-seeking seal, Wu Xingwang only told a few people he trusted. Because he knew that if he told, he might not become a discarded pawn, but he would certainly become a tool for the Wu family, seeking opportunities for other members of the Wu family. Little Mei nodded and said, Wu Xingwang really isn't stupid. He knows his potential is limited and his cultivation can't rise too high, so he has to plan for himself. Lin Moyu chuckled, this is also the Wu family's tradition. Everyone is scheming, not even sparing direct descendants. They want to maximize everyone's value for the Wu family's benefit. The vast majority of people don't know what happens to someone who becomes a discarded pawn in the Wu family. But Lin Moyu knew. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce's information had records. Once someone became a discarded pawn, they became a tool for the Wu family. The Wu family had many discarded pawns, both male and female, who were sent to other forces for political marriages. Those forces didn't understand the situation and thought they had latched onto the Wu family's big leg, but in fact, a nail had already been planted in their forces. The Wu family had ways to control the discarded pawns and wouldn't let them truly betray the Wu family. It was precisely through this method that after the Wu family rose to power, through countless years of management, they firmly grasped control of the Riftwind Cliff area. A few minutes later, several black shadows appeared under the Yin light. Wu Feichuan and Su Pu had returned. Wu Feichuan brought Wu Xingguang, whose face was full of terror, while Su Pu carried Wu Jiuyuan's corpse. After landing, Wu Feichuan said in a low voice, "Master, I've brought Wu Xingguang." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Young Master Xingguang, we meet again." At this moment, Wu Xingguang's eyes were full of fear. Lin Moyu's smile had completely become his nightmare. This kind of smile was the most terrifying smile he had ever seen in his life. Wu Xingguang's whole body trembled, his teeth chattering, his speech becoming stuttered. You, what do you want to do?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Shouldn't you first ask why Wu Feichuan betrayed you?" Wu Xingguang swallowed hard. What exactly do you want to do?" Wu Xingguang was obviously already frightened silly, probably one step away from being scared insane. An elder who had watched him grow up since childhood, who knew almost all his secrets, who was closest to him, had now betrayed him. And he had collaborated with others to kill his clansman who was like a brother to him, showing no mercy throughout the process. This kind of thing, no matter who it happens to, would scare them insane. Wu Xingguang, this Dao Venerable, was too weak. His Dao heart wasn't firm and was already on the edge of half-madness. Lin Moyu sighed lightly, knowing he couldn't get anything out of him. He waved his hand, and a curse fell on Wu Xingguang. Weakness, dejection, drowsiness, the curse carried these three forces, breaking down Wu Xingguang's last mental defenses. Wu Xingguang's eyes became empty and hollow. Lin Moyu's voice sounded, "Give me the heaven-seeking seal." The voice was like a murmur, guiding Wu Xingguang on what to do. But Wu Xingguang didn't take out the heaven-seeking seal. Instead, he said, "I can't take it out." "Why can't you take it out?" Lin Moyu's voice was still ethereal, as if guiding Wu Xingguang from the void. Wu Xingguang said, "I didn't get the heaven-seeking seal. I only got its mark." Lin Moyu frowned slightly, thinking of something. With a thought, Wu Feichuan struck Wu Xingguang's head with his palm. Wu Xingguang's eyes dimmed, and he died on the spot. As Wu Xingguang died, Lin Moyu vaguely sensed a trace of energy disappearing from Wu Xingguang's body. This trace of energy was very mysterious, disappearing without a trace. Even he only had a slight feeling. Two flames flew out, turning Wu Xingguang and Wu Jiuyuan into reborn ones at the same time. Lin Moyu said, "Wu Xingguang, tell me about the heaven-seeking seal." Wu Xingguang immediately said, "At that time, I entered Riftwind Cliff and carefully searched for a long time, but found nothing. Later, I accidentally triggered a formation, and then I saw the seal. I didn't get it, I only got one of its marks. I need to provide power for it through the mark, and then it can help me seek opportunities." Wu Xingguang's answer made Lin Moyu fall silent. The heaven-seeking seal was a treasure, and not an ordinary one. It had the ability to seek opportunities. Just this point alone made the heaven-seeking seal's value unimaginable. It left a mark in Wu Xingguang's soul, equivalent to a kind of connection method. Wu Xingguang could contact it through the mark and seek opportunities through it. And the condition was to provide enough power for it. Now, Wu Xingguang had been killed by him, and the heaven-seeking seal mark had disappeared with him, disappearing very discreetly, almost undetectable. Lin Moyu suddenly thought of a possibility. After you obtained the heaven-seeking seal mark, did your cultivation still increase? Wu Xingguang said, "It still increased, but very slowly. I had to provide part of my power to the heaven-seeking seal, and my potential was almost exhausted." Lin Moyu thought for a moment. "Then did you take any heavenly and earthly treasures afterwards, or cultivation pills?" Given Wu Xingguang's status, before becoming a discarded pawn, he wouldn't have been cut off from heavenly and earthly treasures. Wu Xingguang said, "I took some, but the effects were greatly reduced." Little Mei suddenly thought of something. "Teacher, do you think the heaven-seeking seal occupied Wu Xingguang's cultivation gains?" Lin Moyu nodded. Indeed, there's this possibility. If the heaven-seeking seal is a treasure, and it was left in Riftwind Cliff during the origin catastrophe, after so many years it may have developed a spirit and considerable intelligence. It's very possible that it's planning something, but I need more information and data. I can't make a judgment yet. Little May said, then what will teacher do? Lin Moyu said, no rush. The matters here are settled. We can go to Broken Sky City. There's a Lufeng Chamber of Commerce in Broken Sky City. They should have the information I need. Lin Moyu was very interested in the heaven-seeking seal. This treasure might be related to the Fate Great Tao. The Fate Great Tao was an illusory type of Great Tao. Even if it was shattered, it would slowly recover over long ages. Now the Fate Great Tao had recovered somewhat. If he could find another treasure related to the Fate Great Tao and study it, he might be able to touch upon the Fate Great Tao. Both the Fate Great Tao and the Karma Great Tao were very mysterious and extremely important for the origin continent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have shattered the Fate Great Tao at the beginning of the Great War. As long as the Fate Great Tao existed, the origin continent wouldn't have been so passive during the origin catastrophe. The cloud-piercing sword passed through vast yellow sands, and mountains once again came into view. Lin Moyu took Little May and left overnight, leaving only a message for Jiang Ruohui telling him the matter was resolved and not to worry anymore. He was going to Broken Sky City, first to find the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, and second to find Jiang Ruohui. Strictly speaking, the karma he needed to resolve was with Jiang Ruohui, and had nothing to do with the Jiang family. This intervention was actually just joining in the fun, while also becoming interested in Wu Xingguang's treasure. He didn't expect to get information about the heaven-seeking seal. Little May asked, Teacher, is this heaven-seeking seal really so amazing? Lin Moyu said, if it's related to the Fate Great Tao, it can't be amazing enough. Little May murmured, it's called the heaven-seeking seal. Could it mean seeking heavenly opportunities? Lin Moyu smiled slightly, you can understand it that way. Seeking heavenly opportunities, seeking great Tao opportunities, it's all the same principle. Little May said, but even if it developed a spirit, it's still just a treasure, right? Could it want to reincarnate as a human? Lin Moyu said, that's not impossible. Little May said, that would be eye-opening. I've seen many treasures with spirits, but never one that wanted to reincarnate as a human. Mountain after mountain receded behind them. Lin Moyu rode the cloud-piercing sword at extreme speed, crossing half of the Broken Sky domain in just one day. Floating City was only on the edge of the Broken Sky domain. Broken Sky City, where the Dongfang family resided, was the center of the Broken Sky domain. Broken Sky City's shape was like a great blade. The city gate was like the blade tip, pointing high towards the sky. This city was very long and narrow, the entire city like a blade's body. The whole city was built along the blade's body, then spread outwards, expanding in the middle and then gradually narrowing again. The Dongfang family's location was at the hilt of this blade. Little May said, Broken Sky City is so strange. Lin Moyu asked, strange in what way? Little May said, I can't explain it clearly. But every time I come to Broken Sky City, I feel it's very strange. I've never seen a city like this. Here, I always feel like someone is pointing a blade at me. Lin Moyu smiled and said, your feeling isn't wrong. Broken Sky City itself is a treasure. Little May exclaimed in surprise, Broken Sky City is a treasure? Lin Moyu said, that's right, it's a treasure, and a great Tao realm treasure at that. Does Little May know why the Broken Sky domain is called the Broken Sky domain? Little May shook her head. Even in her past life's memories, there was no information related to this. Lin Moyu explained, it said that once, an ancestor of the Dongfang family, wielding this blade, nearly cut the Broken Sky domain in half with a single strike. Oh right, at that time this place wasn't called the Broken Sky domain. Because that Dongfang family ancestor was named Dongfang Duantian, Broken Sky, this place was named the Broken Sky domain. This was the first time Little May had heard this explanation. She completely believed Lin Moyu's words. So that's how it is. How does teacher know so much? Lin Moyu smiled and said, how would I know? I bought all this information from the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Little May said in surprise, the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce really has everything. Lin Moyu said, not necessarily. Some information can't be bought. For example, the Nine Heavens competition was only briefly mentioned in the information, without specific details. As the two approached Broken Sky City, they felt a powerful aura. From the tip of Broken Sky City, a strong aura continuously emanated, making one's skin ache. Many people coming here would unconsciously avoid the blade tip. When they were still 100 miles from Broken Sky City, they saw in the distance, beyond Broken Sky City, an incredibly huge mountain peak reaching into the clouds. The mountain peak was hazy, only its outline visible. Little May said, that's Nine Heavens Peak. The Nine Heavens competition is held at the foot of Nine Heavens Peak. Lin Moyu saw that many people had already gathered at the foot of Nine Heavens Peak. Let's go take a look at the Nine Heavens competition first, then go to the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce afterwards. The cloud-piercing sword accelerated, circling around Broken Sky City towards Nine Heavens Peak. At least tens of thousands of people had gathered at the foot of Nine Heavens Peak. The Dongfang family had prepared a huge area for the competition. The arena used for the competition was a square over 10,000 meters long, covered by a huge formation. The formation was currently operating, dividing the arena evenly into 9 areas, 3 by 3. In each area, 2 people were competing. Little May said, it seems after so many years, the rules haven't changed. Lin Moyu smiled and said, tell me about it. Little May said, this arena is divided into 9 grids. Each time, 18 people will go up, competing in pairs. The winner of each pair will occupy one grid, and can choose any adjacent grid to participate in a 3-way battle. The winner of the 3-way battle can then choose another adjacent grid to compete in, with the winner occupying a larger area. Of course, they can also choose not to participate in the mixed battle, just guarding the area they occupy. Lin Moyu said, then how is the winner determined? Little May said, each competition lasts 100 minutes. After 100 minutes, whoever occupies the most area is the winner. If someone can eliminate all others within 100 minutes, they also win. The winner then qualifies to climb Nine Heavens Peak. This method has been used since the Nine Heavens competition began, and the rules have never changed. Lin Moyu smiled and said, it's a good method. Actually, it doesn't need to change. This competition method took into account factors like strength, luck, and judgment of strengths and weaknesses. It was a comprehensive test of a cultivator's overall ability. Those who could win from this either had overwhelming strength or exceptional courage and judgment. However, the Dongfang family likely wouldn't allow overwhelming strength disparities. They would certainly control this to maintain basic fairness. Otherwise, if a Tao Venerable went up against 17 Heavenly Venerables, what would be the point? The Heavenly Venerables might as well concede directly. Looking now, the 18 people currently competing on the stage had similar cultivation levels and not much difference in strength, just as Lin Moyu had judged. Lin Moyu looked down from above, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and saw Jiang Ruoxue. Jiang Ruoxue was sitting there, looking somewhat nervous. Lin Moyu was about to fly over when suddenly a shout came to his ears, flying is forbidden within 100 miles of the Nine Heavens competition. Then, a team from the Dongfang family flew over from afar, their rolling aura crushing towards Lin Moyu. A team from the Dongfang family flew over, quickly arriving in front of Lin Moyu. The leader looked unfriendly, flying is not allowed here. Descend immediately. The leader was a Tao Venerable, not much in Lin Moyu's eyes, but because he was from the Dongfang family, his tone was very harsh. Lin Moyu didn't move. Why are those people allowed to fly? On the other side, many people were flying in mid-air, some sitting cross-legged in the air, others sitting on various treasures, looking down at the arena. He snorted coldly, those are all guests invited by our Dongfang family. Do you have an invitation? If so, you can fly too. Lin Moyu shook his head. I don't have an invitation. Seeing Lin Moyu had no invitation, he immediately snorted coldly, without an invitation, obediently go down dash. Before he finished speaking, a token suddenly flew in front of him, the words Wu Ding flashing brightly on it. Lin Moyu said, can this be used as an invitation? He looked at the token, his eyes filled with doubt. This was a token from the Dongfang family, which he naturally recognized. But the words on it made him unable to believe for a moment. How could Dongfang Wooding's token appear here? Before he could speak, a beam of light came from afar, instantly crossing tens of thousands of meters to arrive in front of Lin Moyu. Dongfang Wooding appeared from the light, laughing loudly. Young friend Lin has graced us with his presence. This old man has failed to welcome you from afar. Lin Moyu smiled and said, I came to find a friend, and happened to arrive at the Nine Heavens competition, so I came to join in. I didn't expect Elder to come so quickly. Dongfang Wooding said, this old man rushed over as soon as he sensed the token, and was still late. Who has young friend Lin come to find? There are many people here, this old man can help. Dongfang Wooding had sensed his own token and rushed over immediately. At the same time, he was somewhat shocked. His sensing range for his token exceeded 100,000 miles. As long as someone carrying the token entered within 100,000 miles, he would sense it. Even if the other party put the token in a storage treasure, he could still sense it. But now, when he sensed the token, Lin Moyu was only 10,000 meters away from him. This also meant that Lin Moyu had a treasure that could block his sensing of the token. Lin Moyu's status in Dongfang Wooding's mind changed once again. Lin Moyu didn't know Dongfang Wooding had so many thoughts. I came to find Miss Jiang Ruoxue of the Jiang family. I've already found her, she's over there. Dongfang Wooding looked where Lin Moyu was pointing and saw Jiang Ruoxue. He couldn't help but smile, so young friend Lin came to find his beauty. Then this old man won't disturb you. This old man will have someone prepare a seat. When you're done, remember to come over. Although the Nine Heavens competition isn't a grand event, it's only held once every 100 years. Since young friend has come, you should watch it properly. Lin Moyu smiled and said, all right, I'll come over later. After saying this, Lin Moyu flew towards Jiang Ruoxue. This time, no one stopped him. The person who had stopped Lin Moyu earlier lowered his head, slightly frightened. Ancestor, I didn't know his identity before. Dongfang Wooding nodded, you did well. Continue with your duties. This matter has nothing to do with you. The man was greatly relieved and quickly left with his people. Dongfang Wooding watched Lin Moyu leave. It's only been so many years, and he's already at the 5th level of Dao Venerable. A 5th level Dao Venerable at 3,000 years old, you might be the most outstanding genius in the history of the Origin continent. What geniuses, they're nothing compared to you. He took out a broken mirror shard and held it in front of his eye, continuing to look at Lin Moyu. He muttered softly, this child has such strong fortune. His fortune alone is almost catching up to our Dongfang family. Could he be a child of fortune? Unless absolutely necessary, we can't offend this child. Once fortune backlashes, our Dongfang family will have a hard time. Dongfang Wooding quickly returned with his thoughts to prepare a seat for Lin Moyu. The people watching the competition in the air, although they looked somewhat disorderly, actually all had their fixed positions. These positions were set according to the formation and the special circumstances of Nine Heavens Peak. Now to add one more, some arrangements needed to be made. Jiang Ruoxue's beautiful eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the arena. She watched others' battles, accumulating experience for herself, analyzing how she would break through if she encountered similar opponents. Beside Jiang Ruoxue sat another young man, from the Shao family, of the same generation as Jiang Ruoxue. The young man noticed Jiang Ruoxue's nervousness and comforted her. Ruoxue, don't be too nervous. With your strength, you will definitely gain the qualification to enter Nine Heavens Peak. But Jiang Ruoxue wasn't so optimistic, it's hard to say. The Dongfang family has rules. Every time people go up to the arena, their cultivation realms are about the same. It's not certain I can win. The young man said, Ruoxue will definitely be fine. If I could enter the same competition as Ruoxue, I would definitely help Ruoxue. Jiang Ruoxue didn't accept his goodwill. I don't need your help. I need to rely on myself. The young man smiled bitterly. Ruoxue, you're too strong. Jiang Ruoxue said, some things can only be done by oneself. At this time, Lin Moyu's voice slowly sounded, Miss Jiang's words are correct. Some things indeed can only be done by oneself, but things should be viewed separately. There are also some things where you can let others help a bit. Hearing the voice, Jiang Ruoxue saw Lin Moyu. She was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted, it's you. Are you also here to participate in the Nine Heavens competition? Lin Moyu had already arrived beside Jiang Ruoxue. Jiang Ruoxue had been too focused and hadn't noticed. Their earlier conversation had all been heard by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu smiled and said, no, I'm not participating in the Nine Heavens competition. I came specifically to find Miss Jiang. Jiang Ruoxue didn't understand. What did you come to find me for? Lin Moyu looked around. Is Miss Jiang sure you want me to say it here? Jiang Ruoxue was very clever and immediately realized what it was about. Let's find a place with no people. There were many people here, and many had high realms. Even soul transmission might not be safe. Even Lin Moyu couldn't guarantee that under the noses of those ancestors, he wouldn't be discovered. Jiang Ruoxue immediately headed outside the arena. The young man was about to follow, but Jiang Ruoxue glared at him, don't follow. The young man stopped in his tracks, not daring to follow. Lin Moyu smiled at him, then walked with Jiang Ruoxue outside the arena to a place with no people. Lin Moyu thought, and an invisible force spread out, enveloping the two of them. At the same time, he took out a small bow. The thing I promised you, consider it done. Looking at the bow in Lin Moyu's palm, Jiang Ruoxue's breathing immediately became heavy, and even her cheeks turned rosy. The Falling Star Lord's bow? Lin Moyu said, yes, it contains the Falling Star Lord's legacy and the method to forge the Falling Star arrow. Jiang Ruoxue could hardly believe it. You really decided to give it to me? Lin Moyu smiled. What, in Miss Jiang's eyes, is Lin someone who breaks his promises? Jiang Ruoxue immediately shook her head. No, 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 how could friend Lin be that kind of person? Lin Moyu laughed heartily and handed the Falling Star bow to her. Keep it. The Falling Star Lord was very strong. I hope you can inherit his position as Star Lord. Jiang Ruoxue put away the Falling Star bow, then suddenly bowed deeply to Lin Moyu. Thank you, friend Lin. Lin Moyu waved his hand. It's a small matter. That young man seems to care about you a lot. He's watching from afar. Jiang Ruoxue snorted lightly. His name is Sha Zhen. He's from the Sha family in Floating City. Our Jiang family and the Sha family. According to Jiang Ruoxue, it was Sha Zhen who kept pursuing her, following her wherever she went. She didn't seem to have any other thoughts about Sha Zhen. But if Jiang Ruoxue truly didn't want it, how could Sha Zhen keep pursuing her? So to some extent, Jiang Ruoxue must have had some interest in Sha Zhen, or at least didn't dislike him following her. Jiang Ruoxue just wouldn't admit it, and Lin Moyu naturally wouldn't press further. After giving the Falling Star bow to Jiang Ruoxue, Lin Moyu had fulfilled his previous promise, and the karma between him and Jiang Ruoxue could be considered resolved. Lin Moyu suddenly felt as if he had become a little lighter. Is this karma? This subtle change was like being gently blown by a breeze, then nothing more. This was just for himself. If it were someone else, they wouldn't have felt anything at all. Even for himself, he had only recently started to have this feeling. That time when he accidentally saw the Karma Great Tao, he seemed to have gotten closer to the Karma Great Tao, and his sense of karma became increasingly clear. Jiang Ruoxue happily put away the Falling Star bow. With the Falling Star Lord's legacy, our Jiang family can take another step forward. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Let me offer my congratulations in advance then." Jiang Ruoxue said with a bright smile, "Thank you, friend Lin." Lin Moyu said, "You've said thank you so many times, no need to be so formal." At this moment, a bright light suddenly lit up above the arena, forming 18 groups of numbers, each group a number. Seeing the numbers, Jiang Ruoxue's expression tightened. "I have to go participate in the competition now. I don't know if I can win." Besides nervousness, she also looked worried. Lin Moyu asked, "Do you really want to win?" Jiang Ruoxue nodded, "I want to go to Nine Heavens Peak." Lin Moyu asked curiously, "Is there something in Nine Heavens Peak?" The Nine Heavens competition had been held for so many years, and countless people had gone up Nine Heavens Peak, but no one had ever successfully reached the top. Many people had gained some benefits on Nine Heavens Peak, such as improved cultivation or obtaining some treasures. But Nine Heavens Peak was also dangerous. Many people had died there, with a not low mortality rate. Now that Jiang Ruoxue had the Falling Star Lord's legacy, she should choose a safer path, returning to the Jiang family to cultivate well, rather than risking Nine Heavens Peak. Lin Moyu respected Jiang Ruoxue's choice and wouldn't stop her, but he was curious. Jiang Ruoxue said, "My father once participated in the Nine Heavens competition and gained the qualification to enter Nine Heavens Peak. Unfortunately, he didn't come out of Nine Heavens Peak. I want to go find my father's remains." Lin Moyu frowned. "Doing this will also be dangerous for you. Does your family agree?" Jiang Ruoxue shook her head. "My brothers naturally don't agree, but they can't control me. If they don't want to go, then I'll go." It was clear that Jiang Ruoxue had a good relationship with her father. The Jiang family naturally had to consider the entire family. Remains were, after all, just a memento, dispensable. But since Jiang Ruoxue insisted on going, they indeed couldn't control her. Lin Moyu thought for a moment, "You might not necessarily win the competition." Jiang Ruoxue said, "If I can't win this time, then next time, or the time after. Every 100 years, I'll keep coming. I'll win eventually. Before I wasn't confident, but now with the Falling Star Lord's legacy, if not this time, then definitely next time." Little May, who had been silent all along, suddenly interjected, "If you really want to go up Nine Heavens Peak, actually the lower the realm, the safer it is." Lin Moyu was surprised. "Why?" Little May said, "I don't know the specifics, I just heard it from someone." In her previous life, Little May had come to the Nine Heavens competition twice, and she was invited, so naturally she could hear some extra information. Jiang Ruoxue had just reached the second level of Tao Venerable, which was indeed a good time to go up Nine Heavens Peak. After obtaining the Falling Star Lord's legacy, her cultivation would go through an explosive growth process. Probably in a few hundred years, she would be at the third level of Tao Venerable. In 1,000 years, she might reach the fourth level of Tao Venerable. By then, going up Nine Heavens Peak would be more dangerous. Lin Moyu asked, "Are you sure you must go?" Jiang Ruoxue nodded vigorously, "I must go." Lin Moyu sighed, "Then better sooner than later. Take this. If you really can't win, use it. It can save your life, but don't become dependent on it. After your journey to Nine Heavens Peak ends, it will disappear." Lin Moyu handed over a small object that looked like a toy, only palm-sized, not like any treasure. "What's this?" Jiang Ruoxue didn't understand. Lin Moyu said, "A small thing. You can control it with your thoughts. No need to refine it." Jiang Ruoxue didn't doubt Lin Moyu's words and directly put it away. "Thank you, friend Lin. I'll go now." Jiang Ruoxue quickly rushed to the arena. What Lin Moyu gave Jiang Ruoxue was a Legion commander. He temporarily made the Legion commander look like a puppet. If needed, it could be used at any time. Moreover, the Legion commander possessed an army of 10 million dragon riders. While not invincible, it could at least ensure Jiang Ruoxue's safety. 1. Little May asked curiously, "Teacher, weren't you trying to sever karma?" Doing this, haven't you created new karma? Lin Moyu said, there will indeed be some karma, but not too much. Moreover, your teacher is also trying to see if he can further touch upon the karma great Tao. Little May vaguely understood Lin Moyu's approach. Lin Moyu had taught her before that in anything, one shouldn't go too far or be too lax. One must learn to control everything. Lin Moyu was now controlling, both severing karma and maintaining a certain connection with the karma great Tao, using this to sense the karma great Tao. It's well known that the karma great Tao is difficult to comprehend. To comprehend the karma great Tao, one must take an unconventional approach to have even a slight chance. Lin Moyu said, let's go watch the competition too. The two headed towards the arena, but halfway there they were stopped by Sha Zhen. He wasn't in the lineup for this competition, not assigned to the same round as Jiang Ruoxue. Lin Moyu smiled and said, does friend Sha have something? Sha Zhen bowed slightly. May I ask your surname, sir? He was quite polite, his words also carrying courtesy. Although there was some scrutiny in his eyes, he hadn't treated Lin Moyu as a rival in love, nor was he unhappy about what happened earlier. Lin Moyu smiled and said, friend Sha probably wants to ask what relationship Lin has with Miss Ruoxue, right? Clearly not expecting Lin Moyu to be so direct, Sha Zhen was a bit embarrassed, but then frankly admitted, indeed, that was my question. Lin Moyu said, if friend Sha wants to win the beauty's heart, I'm afraid you'll have to work harder. But I believe one day you'll be able to move Miss Ruoxue. Lin sees great potential in friend Sha. Hearing Lin Moyu say this, Sha Zhen immediately smiled. This meant Lin Moyu and Jiang Ruoxue didn't have that kind of relationship. Lin Moyu said, all right, Miss Ruoxue is about to compete. Friend Sha should go watch the competition. Sha Zhen said, isn't friend Lin going together? Lin Moyu said, Lin will watch from another place. Saying this, he quickly rose into the sky with little Mei, flying upwards. In mid-air, Dongfang Wooding had already arranged a place for Lin Moyu, right beside himself. Sha Zhen stared blankly at Lin Moyu as he sat down beside Dongfang Wooding. Only then did he realize that Lin Moyu's status far exceeded his own. Those who could sit here were basically all important figures. Small fry like their Jiang family and Sha family didn't have the qualifications to go up there. Beside Dongfang Wooding, a special cushion was already prepared. After Lin Moyu arrived, Dongfang Wooding gestured for Lin Moyu to sit on it. Lin Moyu could tell at a glance what was special about the cushion. The cushion itself was a treasure of decent quality, already at the Tao Venerable Realm. More importantly was its placement, positioned right on a formation node. This formation was the one covering the entire arena. Sitting on the cushion meant providing some power to the formation, not much, almost no impact. Those sitting in the sky were all at least 4th level Tao Venerables. Part of their power was gathered through the formation, making it extremely powerful. No matter how intense the battles inside, they wouldn't affect the spectators outside the formation. This method of the Dongfang family was indeed quite good. Lin Moyu smiled and sat down. The cushion produced a suction force, drawing out part of his power to supply the formation. The suction was very weak. If Lin Moyu was unwilling, he could stop it at any time, so he didn't bother with it. Dongfang Wooding smiled and said, has the young friend finished his business? Lin Moyu smiled and said, it's considered done. Now I can watch the 9 Heavens competition. Dongfang Wooding said, it seems the young friend's beauty is about to compete. Lin Moyu said, not a beauty, but someone I can talk to. Dongfang Wooding chuckled, this young lady's talent is barely passable. I'm afraid she won't win this competition. Lin Moyu said, I gave her something. She should be able to win. Dongfang Wooding made an O sound, so the young friend has lent a hand. Lin Moyu said, just a small thing, consider it a puppet. I don't know if it violates the rules. Dongfang Wooding shook his head, puppets are also a kind of treasure. The competition doesn't restrict treasures, so naturally it's not against the rules. Lin Moyu chuckled, that's good then. Lin is interested in 9 Heavens Peak. Can the elder tell me about it? Dongfang Wooding said, "Of course. Even if friend Lin didn't ask, I was going to tell you. After the Nine Heavens competition, I want to invite friend Lin to enter Nine Heavens Peak." Lin Moyu smiled. "I don't want to participate in the competition." Dongfang Wooding immediately smiled and said, "With friend Lin's status, naturally you don't need to participate in the competition. The Dongfang family decides the slots for Nine Heavens Peak." The Dongfang family was the master of the Broken Sky domain, and they also hosted the Nine Heavens competition. A few slots were nothing to them. As a ninth-level elder of the Dongfang family, he had entered Nine Heavens Peak countless times. His understanding of Nine Heavens Peak far surpassed Little May's. From Dongfang Wooding's explanation, Lin Moyu learned about the origin of Nine Heavens Peak. Nine Heavens Peak was also related to the Origin Catastrophe. Before the Origin Catastrophe erupted, Nine Heavens Peak was once called the Outer Great Tao Peak, and it could indeed reach the Outer Great Tao. At that time, heaven and earth were not separated. Many Tao venerables in the southern continent went to the Outer Great Tao through Nine Heavens Peak. During the Origin Catastrophe, a powerful being turned Nine Heavens Peak into a war fortress, becoming an important stronghold for the southern continent to resist external enemies. Not just Nine Heavens Peak, many peaks in the Broken Sky domain were turned into fortresses at that time. In that great war, most fortresses were destroyed. Nine Heavens Peak survived because it was strong enough. However, the peak was broken and could no longer be used to enter the Outer Great Tao. The true purpose of the Nine Heavens competition was to enter the top of Nine Heavens Peak. There were things left from the ancient war there. The Dongfang family hoped to reopen the passage to the outside world through this. Hearing this, Lin Moyu knew it was impossible. The real reason for the separation of heaven and earth was the incompleteness of the Great Tao. The Origin continent needed to recover. No matter what was on top of Nine Heavens Peak, it couldn't enter the Outer Great Tao. The Dongfang family's idea wasn't wrong, but fundamentally, it was almost impossible to achieve. Dongfang Wooding said, "This old man also knows it's very difficult, but this is the dying wish left by our ancestors. Perhaps there are some other things at the top of Nine Heavens Peak. It's just a pity that we descendants are incapable and cannot reach the top of Nine Heavens Peak." Lin Moyu asked, "It said that entering Nine Heavens Peak is better the lower one's realm is." Dongfang Wooding laughed out loud. "That's completely a misunderstanding. Nine Heavens Peak was once a very important war fortress. It was divided into 3 areas from bottom to top: the soldier area, the officer area, and the command area. Those below 4th level Tao Venerable can only enter the soldier area at the bottom, so naturally it's safer. Those above 4th level and below 7th level enter the officer area. Those above 7th level can enter the command area. To reach the peak of Nine Heavens Peak, one must first enter the command area." Lin Moyu said, "In that case, I can't reach the peak either." Dongfang Wooding shook his head, "But there are always exceptions. To be frank with friend Lin, our Dongfang family does have some privileges. We can let friend Lin enter the command area." Lin Moyu already understood Dongfang Wooding's meaning. He wanted Lin Moyu to go to the peak. After so many years, no one had been able to reach the peak. Dongfang Wooding had tried countless times. He knew he couldn't go up. So he set his sights on Lin Moyu, because of Lin Moyu's brilliant performance in the Slaughter God sect ruins. He felt Lin Moyu had a chance. Lin Moyu said, "It said that Nine Heavens Peak isn't safe. Many people die in there every time." Dongfang Wooding nodded. "Indeed it's not safe, but I believe friend Lin won't have any problems." Lin Moyu smiled. Dongfang Wooding was purely trying to fool him. He said straightforwardly, "Elder, let me be frank. If I go to Nine Heavens Peak, what benefits are there? Lin doesn't do business at a loss. You should understand. Even when he went to the Slaughter God sect ruins, even the 3 ancestors had to negotiate a price with him first. Now he naturally wouldn't be fooled by a few words from Dongfang Wooding. Danger wasn't an issue. Where wasn't there danger on the path of cultivation? The key was to see what benefits there were, whether they could move him. Donphan Wooding said, there was once a heaven-shaking battle on Nine Heavens Peak, leaving behind a large number of treasures and all sorts of indescribable things. If Friend Lin goes, whatever you obtain inside will belong to you. Our Donphan family will not ask about it. Additionally, our Donphan family will offer an 8th level Dao Venerable treasure. Whether Friend Lin reaches the peak or not, it will be given to Friend Lin. Lin Moyu said, Elder should be clearer. I know Elder has a request. For example, if I reach the peak, what does Elder want to obtain? Donphan Wooding said, if Friend Lin can reach the peak, you might see the relics of our Donphan family's ancestor. Please help us bring them back. Lin Moyu said, so your esteemed ancestor is at the peak. Donphan Wooding nodded, our ancestor was once one of the commanders of this fortress. After the Great War back then, our ancestor disappeared. Most likely he perished at the peak. He spoke with reason and evidence. What he wanted was the Donphan family ancestors' relics. As for what the relics were, Donphan Wooding didn't say. Donphan Wooding had said what needed to be said. Finally, he looked at Lin Moyu, Friend Lin, can you agree to go? Lin Moyu thought for a moment, I can, but I have a request. That 8th level Dao Venerable treasure, I want to choose it myself. Donphan Wooding laughed heartily, no problem. When the time comes, this old man will personally open the treasury for Friend Lin to enter. Seeing Lin Moyu agree, Donphan Wooding was in an excellent mood. He took out a tea table and personally brewed tea for Lin Moyu. This action immediately drew sidelong glances from many people. Those who could be in the air were all bigwigs from various factions. Many had extraordinary backgrounds, with representatives from all top powers except the Coldwater Holy Land and Question Dao sect. They couldn't help but guess at Lin Moyu's identity, that he could make a 9th level elder like Donphan Wooding personally brew tea for him. This treatment was probably only reserved for 9th level elders from other top powers. Yet Lin Moyu was just a little 5th level Dao Venerable. Who is this young man? He was personally invited up by Elder Wooding. I really can't think of what kind of person would require Elder Wooding to treat them like this. Indeed, I can't think of anyone. It's really strange. The bigwigs transmitted messages to each other, speculating about Lin Moyu's identity. Donphan Wooding smiled and said, does young Friend Lin know about what happened to the Question Dao sect a few days ago? Lin Moyu pretended not to know. What happened? Donphan Wooding said, it seems someone attacked the Question Dao sect. It wasn't the Coldwater Holy Land, but someone else. However, the Question Dao sect has blocked the news, so we only know some superficial details. Lin Moyu said, perhaps the 3 ancestors would know something. Donphan Wooding said, I asked the 3 ancestors, but they wouldn't say. This old man guesses the 3 ancestors definitely know something. As he spoke, he observed Lin Moyu's expression, but unfortunately Lin Moyu's expression remained calm, revealing nothing. Lin Moyu said, since the 3 ancestors won't say, there's no point in guessing. It's more interesting to watch the 9 Heavens competition. Donphan Wooding chuckled, indeed. Jiangruoshua's competition had already begun. Of the 18 people on stage, 17 were at the 1st level of Dao Venerable, with not much difference in strength. Among these 17, Jiangruoshua was one of the best. Barring accidents, she had an extremely high chance of winning. However, among the 18, there was one 2nd level Dao Venerable. But this 2nd level Dao Venerable's combat power wasn't strong, their aura unstable, clearly having reached 2nd level Dao Venerable through drugs. With Jiangruoshua's combat power, she might not necessarily lose against them, but winning wouldn't be easy either. It was very likely to end in a draw until time ran out. After all, this was a competition, not a fight to the death. Jiangruoshua very neatly defeated her opponent, then didn't immediately choose her next opponent. In the surrounding areas separated from her, others were still fighting. She didn't need to intervene too early. It was best if she could be the fisherman while the snipe and clam fought each other. When others had fought to near exhaustion, Jiang Ruoxue made her choice. However, the direction she chose was opposite to that second-level Dao Venerable. She didn't want to engage in a big battle with them at all. She only needed to gain an advantage in the occupied areas, then drag it out until the competition time ended. Clearly she was very familiar with the rules and good at using them. Dongfang Wooding smiled and said, "That little girl is very clever. It's a pity her talent is a bit lacking." Lin Moyu said, "Sometimes talent doesn't represent one's ultimate achievement in the future. I think Miss Ruoxue reaching 7th level won't be a problem." Dongfang Wooding was slightly surprised. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Jiang Ruoxue would at most reach 4th level Dao Venerable. How could she possibly cultivate to 7th level? However, he didn't doubt Lin Moyu's words. Dongfang Wooding knew a thing or two about Lin Moyu's miraculous abilities. He certainly wouldn't speak nonsense. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "If you don't believe it, you can use that fragment of treasure that can check fortune to look at her fortune." Dongfang Wooding's eyes immediately showed embarrassment. Earlier when he had checked Lin Moyu's fortune, he had actually been discovered. Dongfang Wooding gave a dry laugh. Since he had been discovered, he might as well take it out openly. He put it in front of his eyes and looked. His expression immediately changed. The little girl's fortune is very strong. Lin Moyu said, "With her fortune, do you think she can become a 7th level elder?" Dongfang Wooding said, "Not just 7th level. In this old man's view, even higher wouldn't be a problem. Young friend Lin is indeed formidable, to have comprehended the fortune Great Dao. To be able to discover his fortune peaking and directly see others' fortune, if it wasn't comprehending the fortune Great Dao, what else could it be?" However, Lin Moyu comprehending the fortune Great Dao was a good thing for him. Being able to comprehend an illusory Great Dao meant the chances of entering the peak of 9 Heavens Peak would be a bit higher. Lin Moyu continued watching Jiang Ruoxue's battle. Jiang Ruoxue fully utilized the rules, clearly not wanting to use the Legion Commander puppet Lin Moyu had given her. She was a strong-willed woman, as could be seen from her first meeting with Lin Moyu. Jiang Ruoxue calculated the time, defeating her opponents one after another, expanding her occupied advantage. The areas separated by the formation also changed accordingly. Of the total 18 areas, Jiang Ruoxue now occupied 9. There were still 3 people on the field, 2 first-level Dao Venerables occupying 1 area each, while that second-level Dao Venerable occupied 7 areas. Jiang Ruoxue only needed to defeat 1 more person to occupy 10 areas. Even if the second-level Dao Venerable defeated 1 person, they would only have 8 areas. She would still be ahead. Now there were less than 10 minutes until the end of the battle. Jiang Ruoxue was confident she could drag it out until the end. Jiang Ruoxue chose an opponent and quickly suppressed them. It wouldn't take long to win. Dongfang Wooding smiled and said, "What a clever little girl. It seems she's about to win." Lin Moyu shook his head. "She'll definitely win, but there will be some twists. 2 of them are working together." Dongfang Wooding was slightly startled. He looked carefully and indeed found something amiss. That second-level Dao Venerable should have chosen the other first-level Dao Venerable as an opponent, but they didn't. Instead, they directly chose Jiang Ruoxue's area, entering into a mixed battle. The remaining first-level Dao Venerable Cultivator also chose to join the mixed battle at this moment. In an instant, the entire battle became a 4-way melee. In a 4-way melee, if 2 people were working together, the chances of winning would be very high. However, Lin Moyu wasn't worried. He knew Jiang Ruoxue's personality. If she saw trouble, she would definitely use the Legion Commander puppet immediately. Not wanting to use it didn't mean she wouldn't use it. Sure enough, not long after the 4-way melee began, Jiang Ruoxue realized something was wrong. She quickly retreated and withdrew, bringing out the Legion Commander puppet without hesitation. The Legion Commander puppet revealed its form, turning into a terrifying warrior clad in armor. Lin Moyu had suppressed it, making it difficult for others to see the Legion Commander's true combat power. Faced with the 10-meter-tall Legion commander, the three were stunned on the spot, not knowing what to do. Jiang Ruoxue commanded the Legion commander with her thoughts. The Legion commander swung its war blade without a word. After 3 strikes, all 3 lost their ability to fight. Faced with the 6th-level Dao Venerable Legion commander, the 3 had no power to resist. If it hadn't shown mercy, they could have been killed on the spot. Jiang Ruoxue let out a long breath. I still had to use it. Jiang Ruoxue won the victory, gaining the qualification to enter 9 Heaven's Peak. Dongfang Wooding's gaze was thoughtful. Young friend Lin, is this the puppet you gave? Lin Moyu smiled and said, that's right. Does the elder think it's good? Dongfang Wooding said, young friend Lin's treasures are naturally good things. Young friend Lin, if this old man wants to take her as a disciple, what do you think? Lin Moyu smiled and said, then congratulations to the elder on gaining an excellent disciple. Dongfang Wooding would not easily take on disciples. Now that he had this idea, he had naturally considered many factors. Jiang Ruoxue's personality and decisiveness suited his taste well. Most crucially, it was Jiang Ruoxue's fortune. Once he took Jiang Ruoxue as a disciple, her fortune would be tied to the Dongfang family, which would benefit them. As a 9th-level elder of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Wooding naturally calculated many things, but basically all for the benefit of the Dongfang family. Jiang Ruoxue had already left the arena. Xia Zhen was waiting for Jiang Ruoxue to return to congratulate her. Jiang Ruoxue asked, Xia Zhen, do you know where friend Lin went? Xia Zhen pointed to the sky. Friend Lin went up there. Jiang Ruoxue looked up and saw Lin Moyu, as well as Dongfang Wooding beside him. At this moment, Dongfang Wooding's voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Ruoxue's ear, Young Jiang, I am Dongfang Wooding. I want to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? Jiang Ruoxue froze in place, her whole face writing this is impossible. Xia Zhen asked curiously, Ruoxue, what's wrong? Even though friend Lin can go up in the air, you don't need to be so surprised, right? Jiang Ruoxue came back to her senses and said loudly, Ruoxue is willing. A beam of light extended from in front of Dongfang Wooding, falling directly in front of Jiang Ruoxue, forming a dazzling light bridge. Come up then. Jiang Ruoxue stepped onto the light bridge, and her whole body immediately flew towards Dongfang Wooding. Xia Zhen was stunned by this scene. He had no idea what was happening. Jiang Ruoxue came before Dongfang Wooding, somewhat at a loss. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Miss Ruoxue, don't be nervous. There's tea here. You can take the tea and perform the discipleship ceremony for Elder Wooding. Elder Wooding won't be too particular about these things. Dongfang Wooding also smiled and said, young friend Lin is right. We cultivators don't need to be so particular. As long as the ceremony is done, it's fine. Jiang Ruoxue immediately bowed and kowtowed, then took the teacup and offered tea to Dongfang Wooding. Countless people around watched this scene, all showing surprised expressions. They naturally knew this was a discipleship ceremony, but they didn't expect Dongfang Wooding to take on a disciple. Dongfang Wooding smiled and accepted the tea, saying loudly, today I, Dongfang Wooding, take Jiang Ruoxue as my disciple. Let everyone here be witnesses. His voice resounded throughout the venue. All those participating in the 9 Heavens competition now knew that Jiang Ruoxue was Dongfang Wooding's disciple. Jiang Ruoxue's status instantly skyrocketed. Even within the Dongfang family, she now had a certain position. There was no help for it. Dongfang Wooding's seniority was too high. Many people knew that Jiang Ruoxue was from the Jiang family of Floating City. At this moment, they all knew that the Jiang family's status would be completely different in the future. It was truly a case of one person's success benefiting the whole clan. Congratulations to Elder Wooding on gaining an excellent disciple. Congratulations to Elder Wooding on gaining an excellent disciple. Congratulatory voices resounded throughout the entire arena. Dongfang Wooding smiled, Ruoxue, stand behind your master for now. When 9 Heavens Peak opens, your master will send you in. Jiang Ruoxue was very obedient, standing quietly behind Elder Wooding. She mouthed thank you to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu smiled without saying anything, and instead chatted casually with Dongfang Wooding. They watched competition after competition, commenting on them. As the competition progressed, the cultivation levels of the participants got higher and higher. Eventually, even 7th-level Dao Venerables entered the arena. The battles of 7th-level Dao Venerables were extremely powerful. The formation maintaining the arena roared nonstop, constantly distorting as if it might collapse at any moment. If the formation collapsed, the power from the 7th-level Elders' battles would leak out. At least half of the nearby spectators would die. The bigwigs and Elders sitting in the air increased the power they were supplying to maintain the formation. Dongfang Wooding said, "It's reached the most troublesome time. This formation is still a bit lacking. We can only rely on us fellows to maintain it." Lin Moyu said, "Being able to do this is already very good, but it could indeed be improved a bit more." Dongfang Wooding said, "My Dongfang family has modified this formation many times, strengthening it again and again to reach its current state. The formation masters in our family are already top tier on the origin continent. It can't be strengthened any further." Lin Moyu said, "Is that so?" "That's not necessarily true." He drew out dozens of Dao runes, while at the same time, pieces of origin crystals flew out. The origin crystals exploded in mid-air, turning into fine powder and fusing into the formation. The drawn Dao runes also fused into the formation. The formation, which had been roaring nonstop, suddenly quieted down. The solidity of the formation increased by at least 30%, and the power everyone was providing also decreased by about 20%. Dongfang Wooding was full of surprise. "I didn't expect young friend Lin's attainment in formations to have reached such a level." This formation was about 8th grade. The Dongfang family's formation masters were also about 8th grade. Lin Moyu was also considered an 8th grade formation master. But there were huge differences between 8th grade masters. Lin Moyu could set up top-tier 8th grade formations, and even perfectly fuse Dao runes and treasures into formations. He was a top-tier 8th grade formation master. That person from the Dongfang family could at most be considered to have barely entered the threshold of 8th grade. The difference was huge. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. "It's just that I had some insights into formations by chance." Dongfang Wooding sighed deeply. "Young friend Lin, those words might fool others, but they're not enough to fool this old man. Compared to young friend Lin, this old man's several 100,000 years seem to have been lived in vain." Lin Moyu said, "You're joking too. What do a mere few 100,000 years count for? I'm afraid you're about to take that step, aren't you?" Dongfang Wooding said, "That's still thanks to young friend Lin's blessing. This debt of gratitude is really too great. If I really take that step, I'm afraid I won't be able to repay it." Lin Moyu said, "Then you can keep it and repay slowly, no rush." Jiang Ruoxue, listening to their conversation from the side, was completely lost, understanding nothing. She finally realized that she and Lin Moyu were no longer on the same level. In these years, Lin Moyu's changes were far greater than imagined, and probably far more exciting too. The light of the Yin origin replaced the Sun origin. The Yin talisman in Lin Moyu's brow lit up accordingly, especially bright under the illumination of the Yin origin. Many people saw the Yin talisman. "He's the son of Yin. The son of Yin who appeared a few years ago is actually him. I remember many people went to search for him at that time, but in the end, they couldn't find him. But even if he's the son of Yin, how can he sit as an equal with Elder Wooding?" Countless people were discussing, and some were already restless. The identity of the son of Yin was indeed very sensitive. Dongfang Wooding sighed, "So young friend Lin was the son of Yin from back then." Lin Moyu smiled, "Back then, I became the son of Yin by chance. Later, too many people were looking for me, so I hid my identity." Dongfang Wooding understood Lin Moyu's meaning. "Now young friend Lin doesn't need to hide anymore, right?" Lin Moyu smiled, "Indeed, there is no need anymore." Dongfang Wooding joked, doesn't the young friend fear others having some thoughts? I see some people are already restless. Lin Moyu said, I actually hope someone comes to find me. Sometimes I get itchy hands and want to kill some people. As he spoke, strands of killing intent rose, gathering into a black cloud in the sky. An enormous pressure spread in the sky. The crowd of elders changed color. This heavy killing intent wasn't the first time they had seen it. Lin Moyu actively revealed his identity as the son of Ying because, with his current strength, he no longer needed to worry about anyone daring to kill him. If anyone dared to come, Lin Moyu wouldn't mind warming up and taking action. He might even gain a few more reborn ones or harvest some materials from exploding corpses. The killing intent gathered into clouds, swirling in the sky. Strands of murderous aura spread out. The elders in the sky were all extremely shocked. The heaviness of Lin Moyu's killing intent was unprecedented. How many people has this kid killed to have such an enormous killing intent? It's probably not a small number. Even hundreds of thousands or millions might not be enough. This kid must have truly walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He can't be provoked. The son of Ying was good, but one needed to be alive to enjoy it. Moreover, the fortune brought by the son of Ying wasn't for oneself to enjoy, but benefited the entire faction. For the sake of this fortune, few people were willing to risk themselves. Lin Moyu had only slightly revealed his killing intent, but it made most people give up their thoughts. It seemed the effect was quite good. Dongfang Wooding smiled and said, Young friend is becoming more and more domineering. Lin Moyu said, sometimes, people are forced into it. The two chatted casually as the Nine Heavens competition gradually came to an end. The strongest participants in the competition were several 7th-level elders. The 7th-level elders entered the highest area of Nine Heavens Peak. During the origin catastrophe, this was the area where the commanders were located. The danger level inside was the highest, but the rewards were also the most. In Nine Heavens Peak, there was a chance to obtain treasures and legacies. These treasures and legacies all came from prehistoric times and were extremely valuable, worth the risk for these elders. A steward from the Dongfang family flew into the air and announced publicly, the Nine Heavens competition has ended. Congratulations to all the winners. Will all winners please enter the arena? Next will be the ascent of Nine Heavens Peak. Everyone else, please retreat to 10,000 meters away. When Nine Heavens Peak appears, do not approach. Otherwise, your life and death will be your own responsibility. At this moment, the Dongfang family showed a hint of their dominance. After all, this was the Broken Sky domain, the Dongfang family's territory. No matter how amiable the Dongfang family usually was, once they got serious, they would let people know who the true masters here were. The people below quickly took action. Those who had qualified entered the arena, preparing to enter Nine Heavens Peak. The rest rapidly retreated, withdrawing to 10,000 meters away. A team from the Dongfang family flew over, guarding outside the arena. Anyone who dared to break through would be killed by them. The people in the arena were divided into 3 parts, those below 4th level Dao Venerable in one part, those from 4th to 6th level in another part, and those at 7th level and above in the third part. Among them, those at 7th level and above were the fewest, only a handful of people. After all, most elders at 7th level and above didn't need to participate in the competition. They were in the air, waiting to enter later. These 3 groups would enter 3 different areas of Nine Heavens Peak. The rewards and dangers were completely different. The enormous Nine Heavens Peak gradually began to become clear. Nine Heavens Peak had always been there. Before, one could only vaguely see its outline, not only unable to see it clearly, but also unable to enter. There was a terrifying formation covering it. At this moment, he could feel that the origin spirit veins under the ground were gushing out powerful energy. This was the main origin spirit vein of the Dongfang family, now providing power for the opening of Nine Heavens Peak. A beam of light rose from the distant Broken Sky City, followed by a second, a third. In an instant, over 100 beams of light rose from Broken Sky City, shooting straight into the sky. These lights turned in the sky, heading towards Nine Heavens Peak. Each beam of light contained powerful energy. After falling on Nine Heavens Peak, the speed at which Nine Heavens Peak became clear began to increase a bit. In Broken Sky City, over 10,000 members of the Domfong family were now gathering power, assisting in the opening of Nine Heavens Peak. Lin Moyu felt the formation beneath him undergo some changes. The formation began to extract large amounts of his power, gathering it into a mass and surging towards Nine Heavens Peak. Dongfang Wooding explained, "The power needed to open the formation is too great. We've divided the needed power into 3 parts. The origin spirit veins provide most of the power, 10,000 clan members also provide part of the power, and the remaining power is provided by us old fellows." Lin Moyu said, "We're entering Nine Heavens Peak to gain benefits, so providing some power is fair." Dongfang Wooding smiled and said, "It's good that young friend Lin understands." In Lin Moyu's view, Dongfang Wooding's explanation was reasonable. It was indeed a fair thing. But vaguely, he felt something wasn't quite right. Providing some power wasn't a big deal, but thinking about it differently, there was no need to do it this way. There were completely better solutions. For example, setting up several formations and driving them with a large number of origin crystals could achieve the same effect. Where would the origin crystals come from? Naturally, they could be provided by these people. They wouldn't even need to consume the power of the origin spirit veins and the Dongfang family members, and it would be more convenient. Some origin crystals were nothing to these elders who were rolling in wealth. But the Dongfang family hadn't chosen this method. Instead, they used a more complex and troublesome method. The origin spirit veins, 10,000 clan members, plus these elders. Lin Moyu felt that the Dongfang family couldn't possibly not have thought of simpler methods. Since that was the case, they must have other purposes for doing this. As for what purposes, only Dongfang Wooding would know. Dongfang Wooding didn't say, and Lin Moyu didn't expose it. As long as it didn't affect him, he didn't care what their purpose was. Under the combined efforts of the 3 parties, Nine Heavens Peak became clearer and clearer. The formation covering it was activating. Nine Heavens Peak seemed to be revealing its true face from the mist. A powerful sense of pressure came head-on. Lin Moyu seemed to see countless powerful beings flying out of Nine Heavens Peak during the origin catastrophe, forming terrifying armies to resist invasions from the outside world. At the top of Nine Heavens Peak, there were even more powerful existences commanding battle after battle. Nine Heavens Peak was not only the command center of the Broken Sky domain, but seemed to be the command center of the entire southern continent. Battle orders issued from Nine Heavens Peak spread throughout the entire southern continent. Impacted by the aura of Nine Heavens Peak, Little Mei and Jiang Ruoxue both became serious and tense. They seemed to be infected by the atmosphere of great battles. After continuing for several minutes, Nine Heavens Peak finally revealed itself completely. This mountain peak reached straight into the sky, its top invisible. It seemed to reach directly to the heavens. Looking up, one could feel an overwhelming pressure. A huge entrance appeared in midair. The Dongfang family steward announced on the spot, "Enter the peak." As soon as the words fell, the crowd in the arena began to fly up, heading towards the entrance. Dongfang Wooding said, "Ruoxue, let me take you over." He took Jiang Ruoxue to the entrance and took out a token, handing it to her. "This can keep you safe." Jiang Ruoxue took the token and bowed respectfully to Dongfang Wooding. "Thank you, Master."